Uchiha, will divide Konoha. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author, we're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 151 I will conquer heaven. I will choose to accept the mission and leak information to the enemy ninja, a powerful voice suddenly echoed in the cell. Uchiha Yoru's imposing figure slowly stepped in, and everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him, Lord Yoru, Brother Yoru, Teacher Yoru. Facing the complex gazes of the crowd, Uchiha Yoru walked directly into the cell and stood before the dazed-looking Naoki by the haystack. He solemnly nodded and said, I will do the same as you, complete the mission given to me by above, and at the same time protect my family, instead of refusing the mission. Otherwise, not to mention my own predicament, my family will be in grave danger, Uchiha Yoru's resolute voice echoed in the cell. When Naoki looked at the determined expression beneath the young face, his gaze suddenly went blank, and finally, tears of regret streamed down his face. While I don't regret doing this, I regret not dying on the battlefield. That way they wouldn't have found me, and my family wouldn't have been threatened. Why? It was too painful for him, a pain no one could understand. However, Uchiha Yoru's arrival solidified his choice, even saying it was right. His pain seemed to be understood, and he burst into tears. The cell echoed with heart-wrenching sobs. No one disturbed them, and everyone was asking themselves, what would they do in that situation? Kurona Yuhi muttered to herself, what would she do if the village used Yoru to threaten her? Yuzuki Yugeo, who had emerged from the ambu as a spy, felt her worldview shattered. She had considered the Orochimaru incident a coincidence, a mistake by the Third Hokage. But what about this time? Was it also a mistake? A mistake was more like indulgence. Yuzuki Yugeo, without parents, gave a self-deprecating laugh. What could threaten her? Was it Yoru? Everyone's expressions varied. Even the most passionate might guy fell silent. One was the mission, the other was betraying his village. At this moment, he thought of his father, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. He murmured to himself, Father, perhaps you're right. Living a simple life as a pure ninja is much happier, but at this moment, Might Guy no longer felt so happy, or rather, his former passionate and cheerful smile had begun to conceal something. The youngest, Uchiha Itachi, clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot. One was the village's mission, the other was the safety of his parents and younger brother. Choosing to complete the mission meant betraying the village, but choosing his family, could he protect them? It was an unsolvable question. What should I do if Yoru is threatened? This question echoed in Mitarashi Anko's innocent mind. At this moment, she suddenly thought of Orochimaru, who had coldly left the village. Anko shuddered, and as she lowered her head, a madness flashed in her eyes. No one could hurt Yoru. Leaving this place of turmoil, perhaps Orochimaru's choice was right. The village wasn't necessarily his final resting place, home is where the night is. But no matter how they thought about it, everyone ultimately wore a self-deprecating bitter smile, as if they would all eventually end up like each other. It was an unsolvable dilemma. Choosing the mission meant protecting their families, but betraying the village. Choosing to refuse the mission meant risking their families? Could he really protect them? Should they return to the village and tell everyone everything, then go to the Third Hokage? At this moment, the image of Orochimaru flashed through everyone's minds. Such a major incident, even causing border unrest, only resulted in the removal of the Anbu leader. Could going to the Third Hokage truly protect their families? Thinking this, everyone fell silent. They could protect them temporarily, but not forever. A mission with even slightly flawed intelligence could cost them everything. Why, Lordy, kill me. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. Please don't pursue my family. Zhishu knelt on the ground, pleading with the young man before him. He couldn't afford to offend either side, either could bring disaster to his family, and he had no one to rely on. Seeing Zhishu's desperate pleas, everyone fell silent. What would they have done in their situation? At that moment, they clearly understood the importance of power. Looking at the scene before him, Uchiha Yoru glanced at everyone and said softly, "Hero." He then gave a self-deprecating laugh and shook his head. saying, "We don't have good fathers, so we can't do whatever we want. Individuality is a luxury for us." He stepped forward and gently patted the other's shoulder. In the dimly lit cell, Uchiha Yoru said calmly, "You were mortally wounded in the last battle. Now, Uki is a hero in the village." These words brought a relieved smile to Uki's face, and he abandoned all dignity, bowing his head in a disheveled manner, saying, "Thank you, Lord Yoru. I can never repay your great kindness. In my next life, I am willing to be your slave to repay your great debt." Turning his head, Uchiha Yoru observed the complex expressions on everyone's faces. His expressionless face deepened as he said in a low voice, "Konoha is corrupt. Heroes have become mere tools in the eyes of the corrupt higher-ups. First it was White Fang, then Orochimaru, and now these events. Konoha is so corrupt it can no longer tolerate heroes." Konoha was founded jointly by the Uchiha and Senju clans. Konoha is our shared home. Now, it has become the private property of the corrupt higher-ups to enrich themselves and strengthen their clans. From the weak Sarutobi clan at the beginning of Konoha's founding, they greedily absorbed resources and have grown into the behemoth they are today. Then there are the Ino Shikacho clans, who act as accomplices, and the Uchiha clan, among others. Is Konoha still the home we consider it? At this point, Uchiha Yoru focused his gaze on Might Guy, his expression grave. "Might Guy, your father was a hero, but did he receive the honor he deserved?" The once impulsive and hot-blooded Might Guy was now pale. He stiffly opened his mouth, wanting to defend his father, but reality was so powerless. As the hero who opened the 8 gates and crippled the 7 ninja of the mist, why was no one telling his heroic deeds? For secrecy? What secret was there? Or was the achievement too great, and Konoha needed to downplay it to make way for certain people? Might Guy, your father was a hero. He protected those he wanted to protect, but did he receive everything a hero deserves? I say, in Konoha now, heroes are just tools, heroes are just tools. These words echoed in the dimly lit cell. No one could refute them. This was the naked reality. Even the most loyal Uzuki Yu-Gi-Oh and Yuhikirina were pale and filled with helplessness. Heroes cannot resist power. What are heroes in the face of power? Just tools, the sarcastic voice echoed in the cell. For a moment, everyone listened to this ironic assessment, yet it contained the truth, leaving no one able to refute it. The 3 members of the Genma squad showed unwavering determination in their eyes. "Lord Yoru, we are willing to follow you." Faced with such loyalty, Uchiha Yoru immediately raised his hand to stop them. Instead, his face shone with fervor and determination as he said forcefully, "Konoha has lost its original aspirations. I will fight to the death to reclaim the dignity Konoha has lost. However, what can change Konoha's fate is power, not my strength alone. The corrupt higher-ups have trampled on heroes to the core, and the village needs a revolution. A revolution that will change the world. Even if it costs me my life, I will prevail over fate." His resolute gaze and powerful voice echoed in the prison cell. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru looked at the crowd and slowly raised his fist, gesturing for them to speak firmly. "I alone cannot change everything, so I need you. I need you to join me in this revolution, to overthrow the Konoha that is now rotten to the core, and to rebuild the Konoha we yearn for, so that the true will of fire may once again appear in the hearts of all Konoha ninjas." A tiny fist appeared and collided with Uchiha Yoru's fist. At that moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the young figure. No one had expected that Itachi Uchiha would be the first to step forward. The not yet 8-year-old Itachi's eyes shone with fervent admiration and unwavering determination. All his past resentment towards his teacher for often failing to teach him had vanished, and he now regarded his teacher as a guiding light. The charismatic Uchiha Yoru was a godlike figure in the young Itachi's eyes, and his childish voice echoed firmly within the prison cell. "I, Uchiha Itachi, am willing to help my teacher overthrow the corrupt Konoha and let the true will of fire reappear in the skies above Konoha." Immediately afterward, Kakashi Hatake slowly extended his fist to collide with that resolute fist. "I believe in you. Your eyes can see further, and your power can definitely change Konoha." At this moment, Kakashi Hatake was filled with confidence and determination in Uchiha Yoru. Through his long observation, he had confirmed that Uchiha Yoru was the one who could truly change Konoha. With a dual background, the strongest among the younger generation, and the political acumen he admired most, and most importantly, his love for Konoha surpassed everyone else, even surpassing me. Kakashi pondered silently. The Uchiha clan background, coupled with being Orochimaru's disciple, one of the legendary Sannin, made him a leader capable of leading Konoha's reforms. The Genma squad is willing to follow Lord Yoru, Genma Shirinu, Redo Namishi, and Iwashi of the Genma squad all showed resolute expressions, bumping fists together. Yoru, I will always follow you, Matera Shienko, with unwavering eyes, directly bumped fists. Finally, Kyorna Iyuhi and Yugeo Yuzuki, their faces pale, forced smiles, were left speechless. One was a spy sent by the Third Hokage, the other from the Anbu, now under the Third Hokage's command. They had infiltrated smoothly, even becoming the target's most trusted confidants, yet now they were filled with torment. Under Uchiha Yoru's unwavering and fearless gaze, the two strangely clashed fists. Seeing them, Uchiha Yoru smiled. And everyone else assumed that Kyorna and Yunuka were afraid because of the darkness and ugliness of Konoha. Brother Yoru, I believe in you. When Uchiha Shisui saw Uchiha Yoru begin to reveal his ambition to change Konoha, his eyes lit up with fervor. How could he possibly disagree? Finally, when it was Might Guy's turn, everyone's eyes were on him. Even Kakashi Hatake showed a rare hint of anxiety, but this was everyone's freedom, and he had no right to interfere. The usually hot-blooded Might Guy looked at his classmate with complicated emotions. He remembered how the usually arrogant Uchiha Yoru had never mocked him at school, and had even encouraged him, saying he would definitely become a strong person someday. Countless images flashed through his mind. Finally, Might Guy lowered his voice and said hoarsely, Yoru, if I choose to withdraw, what are you going to do to me? Whoosh! As soon as Might Guy's voice fell, the first to react were Uchiha Shisui, the three members of Team Genma, and Matera Shienko. They formed a tight circle around Might Guy, determined not to allow anyone who could threaten Uchiha Yoru to leave. However, Uchiha Yoru raised his hand to stop everyone's guard, but even so, a ruthless glint appeared in Shisui's eyes. He had decided that he absolutely could not leave any threat behind. Uchiha Yoru, however, stared directly at Might Guy, revealing a bright and sincere smile. Guy, you may not agree with my thoughts, but you cannot stop my love for Konoha, so please don't stop me, and I believe in you too. Please don't stop my love for Konoha. I believe in you too. That one sentence instantly elevated everything. At that moment, even Kakashi Hatake, who had breathed a sigh of relief, revealed a resolute look in everyone's eyes. I didn't misjudge him. I'm not as good as Uchiha Yoru. Might Guy, upon hearing this, immediately had tears welling in his eyes. How could he not love Konoha? But because he loved it so much, he had chosen to turn a blind eye to all the injustice and darkness, powerless to change them. Before, he lacked the power to change everything. Now, the one who could change everything had appeared. I believe in you. Just as Might Guy slowly extended his fist, a figure suddenly appeared, uttering a firm and resounding voice. It was Hyuga Hisashi, who had been hidden in the shadows, on guard. Yoru, I believe in you. Might Guy and Hyuga Hisashi simultaneously bumped fists with Uchiha Yoru. Hyuga Hisashi, always rigid and with a stern face, had also grown up in Konoha. His love for the village was no less than anyone else's. Moreover, from a personal perspective, the Hyuga branch family was currently in the most awkward position. If he truly followed Uchiha Yoru and changed Konoha, then the Hyuga branch family could appear before everyone with dignity in the future. Seeing that everyone had chosen to believe in him, Uchiha Yoru smiled. Everyone, please wait and see. I, Uchiha Yoru, will definitely sweep away the darkness over Konoha and let the sun shine on the land of Konoha again. Perhaps this is difficult, and there may even be sacrifices, but I believe that as long as we unite as one, we can definitely change all of this. So here I ask you all, please train hard to become powerful ninjas. The stronger your power, the sooner you can change Konoha. His firm voice echoed in the prison. Enuki, who was lying disheveled on the haystack, seemed to see hope, and he also smiled. Please do it. And after you've wiped away the darkness of Konoha, remember to tell me at my grave that I'll return to Konoha in my next life. A scream echoed through the cell. Please support. Chapter 152 The Konoha 12. As the sun set, waves lapped against the golden sand. 12 figures stood beneath the golden beach: Kakashi Hatake, Might Guy, Genma Shirinu, Redo Namishi, Devashi, Hisashi Hyuga, Kyorna Iyuhi, Yugeo Yuzuki, Anko Materashi, Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and Yoru Uchiha. The setting sun illuminated their tall, slender figures on the golden sand. Might Guy, with youthful vigor, gave a thumbs up and shouted, "This is the burning passion of youth. We'll be waiting for you in the village." The 12 looked at the masked man in black with relaxed smiles, while the man wore a complex expression. Yoru, the leader, waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Don't feel guilty. I personally slashed your face and planted a seal in your mind." Though it was an extremely cruel statement, it sounded like a warm breeze in the sunset, truly a kind word that warms even in the coldest winter. The masked man in black was none other than Uchiha Yoru. He lowered his head in remorse and said hoarsely, "Lord Yoru, I leaked information and betrayed the village." Before he could finish, Yoru stretched lazily, waved his hand dismissively, and chuckled. "It was the Sarutobi clan who betrayed the village. You're just a sacrifice. Go now, or I'll regret it." Everyone thought Yoru would kill him. After all, keeping him alive would only lead to the Sarutobi clan targeting Yoru. There was no benefit in keeping him alive. The best course of action was to dispose of him secretly. Moreover, reports of Uchiha's death had already reached the village. Lord Yoru, seeing the grown man's tears, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, his back to the setting sun, and said softly, "It's Konoha's fault now, so you don't need to apologize. Go into hiding, train hard, and trust us. When we dispel the darkness over Konoha, you can go home in peace. So please be patient for a few years, Lord Yoru. I understand. Let alone going back to the village, even if I'm discovered, my family will be in danger." Uki gave a self-deprecating smile, pointing to his head at the end. "I also understand Lord Yoru's good intentions. The seal here is only to save my life." He knew that if the seal wasn't placed, even if Uchiha Yoru chose to let him go, what about the others? "I'm leaving." Glancing around at everyone, Uki showed a sincere smile of gratitude. Although he couldn't go back to the village, at least his life still had hope, a hope of returning to the village and reuniting with his family. Whether it was 10 or 20 years, he would lie well outside, waiting for that day. The dark figure slowly disappeared into the sunset-lit coastline, while 12 figures on the golden sands gazed at the setting sun. "Yo, the sunset is so beautiful." The straightforward Matarashianko excitedly clung to Uchiha Yoru's arm, then raised an eyebrow and laughed loudly. "Shouldn't we come up with a catchy group name? After all, we're the future of Konoha?" Hearing this, only Might Guy showed an excited smile, giving a thumbs up and shouting like he'd been injected with adrenaline. "How about we call ourselves the Konoha 12 Youthful Fighting Group?" Goodness, being carefree is indeed impressive. Although they know some darkness, they can easily dismiss it. Since they can't change everything right now, they might as well face it with joy. That's called having a big heart, or a good attitude. It sounds awful. Matarashianko and Might Guy, two carefree individuals, were already excitedly discussing titles in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Yugeo and Yuhikirine, watching Anko clinging to Uchiha Yoru's arm, were filled with inner turmoil. The more Uchiha Yoru trusted them, the more remorseful they felt. 12 figures stood on the beach under the setting sun, creating a beautiful scene. They could be considered the most talented group of Konoha's younger generation. Finally, Uchiha Yoru turned to look at everyone and chuckled. "How about we call them the Konoha 12 Young Masters?" Good grief, everyone thought he was going to say something serious, but this was it. They were all speechless. Even Dark Kakashi twitched at this point in time. He hadn't realized Uchiha Yoru had this kind of quirk. At the same time, everyone had the same thought. They absolutely couldn't let Uchiha Yoru name them. However, as Uchiha Yoru gazed at the sun about to sink into the sea under the setting sun, he squinted his eyes with a look of rapture and murmured, "The road ahead is filled with endless hardships and trials. I hope that the title Konoha 12 reflects our tenacious vitality. No matter how powerful the enemy, we can survive, and together we will create and witness a new history for Konoha." His light words echoed in everyone's ears, causing a moment of stunned silence, followed by smiles on everyone's faces. Matarashianko, who had just complained about the name, excitedly jumped over, grabbed Uchiha Yoru's arm again, and flashed a genuine laugh, revealing her cute little fangs. "The Konoha 12 is actually quite nice," she said sincerely. "Yo. From today onwards, we are the Konoha 12. Haha, this is youth." Might Guy flashed his signature thumbs up and gleaming white teeth under the setting sun. Kakashi Hatake sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "I'll let it slide this time, but could you please stop giving names like Yoru?" While the name Konoha's 12 was awkward, the fact that Yoru uttered its implied meaning warmed everyone's hearts. However, they were unaware of Yoru's thoughts. Beneath his smile in the setting sun, he secretly muttered to himself, "Since we have such good fortune, I've at least managed to piggyback on the title of the future protagonist group. Hopefully, I can also benefit from some of that good fortune." Even his Uchiha, usually so stern, nodded in approval of the title, finding it auspicious and foreshadowing their resilience in overcoming all hardships. Under the setting sun, on the Golden Beach, the Konoha 12, the group that would later become the strongest force among Konoha's younger generation, began to shine brightly. The will to change was recognized, and what started as a few individuals has grown into a formidable force. They also have various connections behind them, representing a potential power. While they may not seem strong now, once this will takes hold, it will become a terrifying, unstoppable force. Under the cover of night, a tense atmosphere pervaded the Konoha base in the land of whirlpools. The initial ease following their great victory vanished instantly. Inside the tent, according to intelligence, our reinforcements were almost completely wiped out. Only fewer than 20 ninja escaped. As the sun set, this urgent intelligence immediately put the Konoha ninja on the island of whirlpools on high alert. Upon receiving the intelligence, Uchiha Yoru immediately issued the highest level of combat readiness. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, sitting solemnly in his tent, looked at everyone with a grave expression. "Gentlemen, the reinforcements are gone. Although the lower-ranking ninjas don't know yet, I think the Kurigakure will definitely spread this secret. Since it can't be kept secret, then my idea is to make sure all Konoha ninjas are mentally prepared. Damn it, that Sarutobi clan's trash. Nearly 500 elite soldiers, even if 500 pigs were being chased, at least 100 would escape. That trash is just jealous of Lord Yoru. He's been delaying the march since the beginning. It's been more than half a month. Even Jinan could have reached their destination, but this group of elites has been dawdling and has only just reached the border. And they were ambushed the moment they arrived. Trash, Lord Yoru, is there any need to say more? Ever since you fought the Kurigakure's 12 Jonin decapitation squad last time, your reputation has spread throughout the front lines. It must be Sarutobi Shinosuke who's jealous of you, Lord Yoru. This is simply playing with the lives of our Konoha ninjas." "Exactly. I've finally seen through them. They're clearly paving the way for Shinosuke. First Orochimaru, and now Yoru-sama. Does Konoha not have someone stronger than Shinosuke?" Most of them were Orochimaru's former crew, and now that Uchiha Yoru had finally inherited everything and risen to power, this was the last straw. How could they not be furious? All their old and new grudges had erupted. Especially since they were generally disliked, they dared to say anything. "All right. Don't say those things again. I didn't hear anything you said earlier. As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses." Facing the crowd, Uchiha Yoru could only raise his hand to stop their discussion, feigning a sullen face and giving them a warning glare. It's better to guide than to suppress. He had already quelled their emotions. The principle was the same: let them bottle it up, and when they erupted later, they would become his most loyal force. "Kakashi, report back on how much supplies have been delivered recently. How long can we hold out if the Mist Ninja launches a full-scale attack?" None of them knew how many enemies were secretly lurking, but an enemy capable of wiping out nearly 500 Konoha ninja was no small number. If they joined the battle, the scale would be terrifying. And then there were the Mist Ninja. Would they take advantage of the situation after receiving the news? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi Hatake reported in a deep voice, "The supplies are sufficient. After the last loss, a considerable amount of supplies were transferred from the border and escorted here first. Medical supplies, rations, kune, explosive tags, enough for a month's use, even enough to sustain us for several major battles." Hearing Kakashi's report, Yoru Uchiha looked at everyone gravely. "Gentlemen, we are now at a critical juncture. Our reinforcements have been ambushed, and we don't yet know who the enemy is. It will take at least 3 days to send another ninja legion from the rear, so for these 3 days, leave everything open. All Konoha ninja in the camp are fully equipped with kunai and shuriken, and the number of explosive tags is doubled. In short, you can lose the position, you can use up all your explosive tags, but I need you to come back alive. Don't be stingy with explosive tags and weapons. I can request more if we run out. Our forces are scattered across the 3 bases in the land of whirlpools. If things become unavoidable, abandon the other 2 bases and lead the remaining forces to break through and come here." At this point, Uchiha Yoru surveyed the crowd, solemnly declaring, "This is our last line of defense. I will take full responsibility for the loss of the mine. I will bear whatever punishment the Hokage may impose upon me afterward. But you must all remember one thing, I want people, not cold, lifeless minds. I want to bring you all home. To greet the flowers of victory, Lord Yoru, never before in the ninja world had a commander-in-chief willing to sacrifice personal gain to save the lives of ninjas. After all, ninjas were merely tools. How could anyone care about the loss of a tool? It was all about whether it was worth it. I need your answer now. Can you do it? Uchiha Yoru's powerful voice echoed through the tent once more. Faced with this shout, all the ninjas' eyes reddened with excitement as they shouted back, yes. We can definitely do it, Lord Yoru. If the Hokage truly intends to punish us, I'm willing to take the blame. You're just bragging. What do you have to take the blame with? Are you that shameless, Yamamoto? You, what are you looking at? I'm willing to share the blame with Lord Yoru. Me too. Instantly, the tent erupted in chaos, but Kakashi saw a scene of unity and solidarity. He was deeply moved. Uchiha Yoru is truly a born leader, having won everyone's trust in such a short time. What's all this chaos? Facing the commotion, Uchiha Yoru roared authoritatively, slamming his hand on the table, and the tent fell silent instantly. HMPH. You all really think this is a precious ninjutsu? Trying to steal it? Who are you? I have the Uchiha clan behind me. I am a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. And what about you? Although he was clearly invoking his powerful backer, it warmed everyone's hearts. Uchiha Yoru sneered, nonsense. Konoha was founded by the Senju and our Uchiha clan. The pride of the Uchiha clan is not to hide behind anyone. Protecting Konoha is the duty of the Uchiha. Now, Uchiha Yoru seizes every opportunity to promote the Uchiha clan, making this belief ingrained in his bones. The Uchiha clan, who founded Konoha, are willing to lead from the front, so what about the Sarutobi clan, who are the Hokage? This comparison, coupled with various unfair decisions, breeds resentment and frustration. When this resentment reaches a breaking point, the resulting power is terrifying. Order the Hyuga clan ninjas to conduct reconnaissance 24/7 with no blind spots. Report any enemy sightings immediately. Also, have all ninjas lay traps widely. This time, if the mist ninja attacks, it will be a difficult defensive battle, and the ninjas recently transported from the rear, though only 50 or so, get them into battle quickly. As for the wounded, have the medical ninjas treat them to the fullest extent possible, restoring as much combat strength as possible. After Uchiha Yoru calmly issued these orders, the Konoha ninjas below sprang into action. Meanwhile, news of the annihilation of a 500-strong Konoha ninja reinforcement force on the border swept across the front lines and the ninja world like a hurricane. Please support. Chapter 153 Konoha F4's Strategy. Konoha. A tense and oppressive atmosphere permeated the Hokage's office building late at night. The offices were brightly lit, and the Third Hokage's Anbu had summoned Konoha's top brass overnight. The 4 high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered in the conference room. The dim light illuminated their grim faces, making it clear that something serious had happened. Otherwise, the highest authority in Konoha, the F4, wouldn't have been mobilized. The reinforcements sent to support Inditer Kirigakure were ambushed and almost completely wiped out. At this moment, the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, silently handed the intelligence report to everyone, his face grim. Judging from the headbands of the ambushed ninja group, they are from small countries like Kusagakure and Omegakure. However, judging from their ninjutsu, Kumagakure, Iwagakure, Tsunagakure, and even Kirigakure were involved in this ambush. The annihilation of 500 ninja wasn't what worried him so much. What the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, feared was the attitude of the 4 major ninja villages behind this incident. It seemed only Konoha was kept in the dark. If the 4 villages secretly joined forces, things could get very bad. Upon seeing the intelligence, Shimura Danzo frowned and sneered. Useless. He was clearly cursing the commander. 500 ninja, facing such chaotic command, panicked and requested reinforcements, then retreated, causing a rout. An experienced commander facing a powerful enemy should utilize the terrain. Even Danzo could instantly recall the most basic tactic, using advantageous terrain to fight and retreat, delaying the enemy until reinforcements arrived. After all, this was on the border of the Land of Fire. The enemy should be the ones worried, but instead, they encountered such an idiot. Danzo, the issue isn't about assigning blame now, but whether this ambush signifies a secret alliance between the 4 great ninja villages, or even that the battlefield in Uzashigakure is merely a tool for them to contain and wear us down. Kahoru Utane's brows furrowed deeply. while Hamura Medicado beside her wore a worried expression, saying in a low voice, "Sarutobi, the situation doesn't look good. If the four great ninja villages join forces, Uchiha might truly become a meat grinder, dragging the village into a state of constant exhaustion. This is tantamount to the four great ninja villages joining forces to wage war against Konoha, except it's not a full-scale war, but rather a slow, agonizing process. They aren't afraid of Kirigakure alone, but if the four great ninja villages join forces, things will get much worse. That's why I summoned you all here. How could Hirozen Sarutobi not see what Hamura Medicado and Kaoru Uchiha were thinking? That's why he gathered everyone overnight to discuss this matter. Sarutobi, we must disrupt the alliance of the four great ninja villages." Even Danzo Shimura, who was never afraid of war, revealed a sinister expression, stating a heavy truth. Konoha now felt suffocated by the combined might of the four great ninja villages. Mist Village, Cloud Village, Rock Village, Sand Village, the four great ninja villages joined forces to annihilate the border reinforcements. This is all for show, clearly. This incident had led to a huge misunderstanding. None of the four villages wanted to suffer too much loss and tried to drag others into the conflict, resulting in the misconception that they had joined forces. Yet, everyone else believed this was an organized and premeditated plan, not a hastily assembled one. It was as if all four villages had personnel nearby to quickly form a combat group to execute the plan. Otherwise, how could the Rock Village and the K's Village, located so far apart, have appeared here so quickly? The Konoha F4 hadn't considered the possibility of an information leak. After all, the timing seemed improbable, unless they had formulated their plan and the information had simultaneously appeared in the offices of the four great ninja villages within 3 days. Otherwise, it couldn't be such a coincidence, it must have been premeditated. If the four great ninja villages join forces, our village's current situation will be difficult to handle. We must break their alliance one by one, Kaoru Uchiha said with a frown and a deep voice. At this moment, Hirozen Sarutobi, seemingly thinking of something, glanced at Danzo with some displeasure and said hoarsely, "Root, keep your distance. Don't try to take advantage of the major clans lately. It was truly a case of trouble falling from the sky." Hirozen's reproachful look was clearly referring to the events involving the White Fang, Orochimaru, and the Sannin. Danzo Shimura was red-faced and furious, feeling incredibly aggrieved. "Sarutobi, he really wanted to curse? Didn't you just tacitly agree to all of this? When something goes wrong, I'm the one who does the work, and when something goes wrong, you blame me. Damn it, Sarutobi, you just wait. When I become Hokage, I will definitely not let anyone else take the blame. I've decided to start with the weakest village right now, Sunagakure in the Land of Wind." Hirozen Sarutobi stated his opinion gravely, looking at everyone. Hamura Medicado, upon hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Sarutobi, don't be impulsive. The four great ninja villages have joined forces. Without a well-thought-out plan, it could easily trigger a chain reaction." However, Hirozen Sarutobi looked at the three with a determined gaze. Sunagakure's strength was significantly weakened after the Third Shinobi World War, especially with the daimyo of the Land of Wind cutting back on funding. Sunagakure had to implement an elite training program, and as a defeated nation, they have to compensate Konoha with 20% of their high-level missions each year. Hearing this, Kaoru Uchiha and Hamura Medicado immediately understood and breathed a sigh of relief. However, Danzo Shimura angrily said, "Sarutobi, this is war reparations. The village needs these missions to recover quickly. You can't take this." Before Danzo could finish speaking, Hirozen Sarutobi said in a deep voice, "Then, Danzo, what good plan do you have to break the alliance of the four great ninja villages?" Danzo Shimura was speechless, his face flushed and his neck thick with anger. He could only sit back down, feeling humiliated. The most important thing now is to break the alliance of the four great ninja villages. I think that as long as one of them withdraws first, the other villages will develop rifts. After all, there have never been true allies between ninja villages, Hirozen Sarutobi said firmly. Kaoru Uchiha nodded solemnly after hearing this. Sarutobi is right. The alliance between ninja villages is only based on sufficient benefits at present. If we offer a certain amount of benefits, this so-called alliance can be easily broken. So, how much should our village offer to Sunagakure? Hamura Medicado raised a crucial question. If you offer too little benefit, they might be angry and secretly target you. If it were just Sunagakure, they would have already found a way to deal with them. they wouldn't be in such a frustrating situation now. 10%, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as the longest-serving Hokage, directly offered a temptation that Tsunagakure could not refuse. Upon hearing this data, Danzo Shimura jumped up, slammed his fist on the table, and roared, 10% of high-level missions. Sarutobi, do you know how long this will delay Konoha's economic recovery? This isn't just 1 year. It's a full 15 years. As the most devastated defeated nation in the Third Shinobi World War, Tsunagakure gave Konoha 20% of its high-level missions free of charge. These high-level missions, those of C rank or higher, were guaranteed to last for 15 years. With this shift in power, Tsunagakure effectively cut its high-level missions by 20%, while Konoha could accelerate its recovery with those same 20%. And this was only a few years ago. They had just begun to reap the benefits, and now they had to give away half. Each year, the 10% of mission revenue is enough to sustain Root's entire budget. With a surplus to spare, the benefits were immense. 10%. I think it's acceptable, although she also felt a pinch. Kaoru Uchiha, her face grim, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. 10% of the benefits will break the alliance of the 4 great ninja villages. Even if the Sands village wants to get this benefit, they'll have to take some action, otherwise, it won't be a free lunch. As she said this, Kaoru Uchiha subtly glanced at Danzo Shimura. Using a high-level mission that originally accounted for 10% of the Sand village's profits, they're exchanging it for an ally. The 4 great ninja villages alliance will become 2 against 3. It must be said that Kaoru Uchiha had foresight in this regard. Even Hamura Midakato nodded in agreement. Excellent. Tomorrow I will personally visit the Sands village to discuss this matter. The Kazakage won't get this benefit with just a few words, he'll at least have to make a commitment. Danzo Shimura was heartbroken. He wasn't stupid, he could see the benefits of this exchange. However, the village was directly losing a huge amount of resources. Every year, his root organization received a large portion of the missions from the Sands village. Now, it had been cut in half, while everyone else sharing the profits remained the same. It was like a pot of rice that had become half a pot, but the number of people eating it remained the same. Danzo, don't worry about the small gains and losses right now. You need to look at the bigger picture. The 4 of them had known each other for so many years, so they naturally knew each other's character. Seeing Danzo's unwilling eyes, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This 10% isn't just about securing Tsunagakure's withdrawal, it also requires Tsunagakure to contain one of the other ninja villages. This will greatly reduce the pressure on the village. That's settled then. Now, let's talk about another important matter. As he spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly produced an urgent intelligence report requesting reinforcements. Looking at the 3, he said in a deep voice, the 3 mines in the land of whirlpools generate considerable profits annually, and their extremely important strategic location is the most crucial factor. They absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the Mist Ninja. The front lines have already suffered significant casualties. Now, with our rear reinforcements wiped out and morale in turmoil, the Mist Ninja has already sent substantial reinforcements. Our power in the land of whirlpools is in grave danger. We've already lost 10% of Tsunagakure's profits, and the land of whirlpools' profits can be sacrificed at critical moments, but we absolutely cannot lose this strategic location. The land of whirlpools not only involves enormous profits but also holds an extremely important strategic position. If it falls into the hands of the Mist Ninja, they can easily advance unimpeded in future conflicts. As long as the land of whirlpools remains under their control, this place will serve as a buffer zone against the hidden Mist village. Seeing this, everyone's faces showed worry. Kaoru Uchiha sighed with regret. If only we had known this would happen, we should have helped the land of whirlpools back then, even at a cost. How much better it would have been if the land of whirlpools had the Uzumaki clan. They would have had so much less to worry about. Someone would have been there to hold off the hidden Mist village. Now, they're facing 4 great ninja villages alone. It's truly miserable. HMPH, haven't we paid a heavy price? How many members of the Senju clan sacrificed themselves on the battlefield in the land of whirlpools? Otherwise, we wouldn't have risked our wood release research. Mentioning the wood release research plan from back then, everyone's faces turned extremely grim. It was a haunting nightmare, a nightmare that directly led to the annihilation of the Senju clan. Alright, now let's talk about reinforcements at the front. The events of that year were taboo subject. So Hiruzen Sarutobi directly addressed the current issue in a deep voice, looking at the three of them and saying, "I've decided to transfer 600 ninja from the rear to provide support. At the same time, we'll reinforce the border region of the Land of Water with 1,000 troops. If the Mist Ninja continues to increase their forces on the Uzushiagakure battlefield, we'll also commit more." He felt pressure facing the four great ninja villages, but a mere Mist Ninja. Even with a 3-on-2 advantage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was filled with anger. They were, after all, the #1 ninja village. To bully them like this, did they think they were made of clay? Transferring 600 men. Isn't that a bit much? You must understand that once the number of ninja at the front exceeds 1,000, the situation changes drastically. Kaharu Utatane and Hamura Medikato both showed serious expressions. A ninja army exceeding 1,000 men. The battle they faced was already on the verge of a full-scale war. If it escalated even slightly, it would be a full-scale war between two major ninja villages. They suffered heavy losses in the Third Shinobi World War, which had just ended, and now there seemed to be a danger of starting a fourth Shinobi World War. Even they were filled with solemnity. The horror of the Shinobi World War required even them to treat it with utmost care. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent. Kaharu Utatane and Hamura Medikato exchanged a glance before Hiruzen saying in a deep voice, "Sarutobi, try to keep the number of ninjas on the Uzushiagakure battlefield under 1,000 for now. We can spare some elites to stabilize the situation. Once the Sand Village rebels, that will be our chance to break the deadlock." Even Danzo Shimura nodded in agreement with a grim expression. He said in a deep voice, "Among Orochimaru's remaining forces, there are quite a few decent civilian ninjas in the village. We can send some to provide support. At the same time, the various clans can send some people to stabilize the situation. Now is not the time to start the Fourth Shinobi World War." Seeing that the three of them had chosen to be conservative, Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment and then said solemnly, "I was short-sighted in this matter. A battle with 1,000 ninjas has indeed crossed the line. Visit the Sand Village as quickly as possible. The sooner we get the Sand Village to defect, the sooner we can break the current predicament. Narashikaku is currently the commander of the Land of Lightning's border. I intend to transfer Sarutobi Shinizuke to the Land of Water's border as the supreme commander. Simultaneously, send a message to Jiraiya, ordering him to guard against the appearance of the Noki at the Iwagakure border as a deterrent. It must be said that Janghai is still shrewd and experienced. Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods were simply a show of force. Konoha didn't want war, and neither did any of the four great ninja villages. Shinizuke? Not bad. Almost all of Orochimaru's elite forces have been sent to the Land of Whirlpool's front lines. The remaining ones are of little use. Sending Shinizuke to guard the Land of Water's border can eliminate any remaining threats." Agreed. Seconded. In an instant, the Konoha F4 formulated a plan for Konoha's confrontation with the four great ninja villages. Perhaps none of them expected that a misunderstanding would lead to such a major incident. Similarly, the four great ninja villages were also caught off guard. Request for support. Chapter 154. The Sand Village wants to pick up the cheap shots. The Sand Village of the Land of Wind. Kazekage Raza looked at the letter of visit from Konoha. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the meaning was clear. Even though he had read it several times, a strange expression still lingered on his face. Good heavens, Konoha was completely overthinking things, but it was still quite appealing. Two elders, it seems Konoha has misunderstood something. Beneath Raza's enigmatic expression lay an barely suppressed smile. This was his greatest achievement since taking office. However, before Ebizo could say anything, Granny Chiyo sneered sarcastically, "It's not a misunderstanding. This time, the four great ninja villages have secretly joined forces. Do you think that old fox Inoki will let this opportunity pass?" Ebizo smiled and nodded, "That's right. That Tsuchikage Inoki will definitely not let such a good opportunity pass. Just wait. In a few days that Tsuchikage's delegation will come to persuade us. Joining forces with the four great ninja villages against Konoha might be a good suggestion. TCH, Inoki has always been cunning and treacherous, and Sarutobi is no pushover either. This time, they must take back more benefits from Konoha. What Tsunagakure needs now is to recuperate, not to target Konoha." Ebizo and Granny Chiyo, speaking back and forth, had almost figured out the thoughts of the two old foxes in the ninja world. And the fourth Kazekage, Raza, even showed a rare smile. "I understand what the two elders mean. The losses of the Third Shinobi World War were too great, and it is indeed not suitable for Tsunagakure to participate. On the contrary, we can take this opportunity to stay out of it and recuperate. The young fourth Kazekage, Raza, had a very clever plan, but Granny Chiyo sighed softly. Konoha's Sarutobi is cunning and shrewd. He will not let us stay out of it so easily. If we want to gain more benefits for Tsunagakure, we must choose to join forces with a country, and the amount of missions that Konoha mentioned in the letter is exactly what we need. If we want more missions, then we will have to make sacrifices. As someone who had been through it all, Chiyo knew this perfectly well. No one would let you stay out of it. If you dare to do so, Iwagakure and Konoha would choose to join forces to deal with you first. Want to get out of it in this situation? Dream on. Such a major event in the ninja world could not be kept secret. Sure enough, unrest broke out on the borders. The Raikage and Tsuchikage, upon receiving the information, immediately smiled. They even secretly prepared a plan for the four great nations to join forces and weaken Konoha. However, they were unaware that before the plan even began, Tsunagakure had already succumbed to Konoha's sweet talk. After all, Tsunagakure was poor. Faced with a choice between weakening Konoha and enormous profits, Tsunagakure unanimously chose the immediate gain. Amidst the turmoil in the ninja world, the battlefield between the two great ninja villages, Mist Village and Konoha, exuded an oppressive atmosphere of impending doom. Mist Village's base. What? Lord Mizukage is actually ordering a full-scale attack on Konoha's base? Sujetsu Hazuki's eyes widened in disbelief, his hands still wrapped in bandages. My lord, the Mizukage's meaning is very clear. If we attack Konoha now, the three great ninja villages of Kumagakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure will use our interference and sabotage of Konoha's aid. Whether for their own benefit or for negotiations, it must be said that the fourth Mizukage, Obito, does have some sense. Between ninja villages, there are only interests. Similarly, this time, regardless of their own interests, once Lee starts fighting, the other three villages won't let this opportunity pass. They need to weaken Konoha or negotiate with Konoha to become the dominant party. Uchiha Yoru hadn't expected his actions to cause such a commotion, directly involving all five great ninja villages of the ninja world. At this time, Konoha's strength is not weak, don't worry, although the Mizukage Sama sent us 300 elite troops, many were killed or wounded during the ambush on Konoha. But now there are still 200 members who are capable of fighting and will be at your command. Upon hearing that there were 200 reinforcements, Sujetsu Hazuki's grim expression improved somewhat. After all, the rumors circulating outside about a mist ninja reinforcing the front line seemed quite plausible, but he knew very well that there was no such thing as reinforcements. After their defeat last time, Konoha inexplicably suffered heavy losses upon their return, and there were even rumors that the Mist Ninja had secretly reinforced the front lines in large numbers and directly attacked Konoha. Although he didn't know what was going on, in order to save face after his defeat, Sujetsu Hazuki didn't refute it. On the contrary, his tacit acceptance made all the Mist Ninja believe that he had secretly given the order. In other words, the Mist Ninja's real reinforcements so far were only this 200-man ninja legion, not at all as terrible as the rumors made it out to be. Alright, I'll order the elite troops to be mobilized and an attacking force organized right now. Sujetsu Hazuki wasn't one to be trifled with. His large, fat face and small eyes darted around, instantly revealing a sinister glint. Although he didn't know the specifics, this seemed like a good opportunity. Konoha's reinforcements were gone, and while they had suffered a defeat last time, the addition of these 200 reinforcements seemed to give them the upper hand. Moreover, Konoha's morale was low due to the ambush of their reinforcements. He might be able to seize this opportunity to launch a fierce attack, reverse the humiliating defeat, and even, if the chance came, reclaim his Samehuda from the Uchiha brats. Samehuda was his deepest pain. He had kept it a secret, afraid to let others know, otherwise he would not only lose face but also have his dignity trampled upon, and he would likely face severe punishment. My hands are injured now. Although I can still command the ninja army on the battlefield, that brat from the Uchiha clan in Konoha is exceptionally strong. He even possesses a forbidden technique that allows him to reach cage-level combat power in a short time. I need someone to hold him off. The masked elite mist ninja in front of him paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "We have 2 candidates in our elite force, but we hope you can send one more. Kisame Hoshigaki has a massive amount of chakra. Although he was injured last time, it's not a big deal. He can assist in the battle." Sujetsu Hazuki revealed a sinister and bloodthirsty smile. It seemed that only Kisame Hoshigaki knew that he had lost his Samehoda. Perhaps this was an opportunity. If he died, no one would know. Although he was somewhat reluctant to lose him, after all. He was his trusted general, but at the moment, there was indeed no more suitable candidate. Alright, launch the attack in 2 hours. Inside the forest, the unbridled figures of the Mist Ninja moved swiftly, brutally disarming trap after trap. Explosions echoed continuously in the dark and damp forest. Konoha Camp. Lord Knight, the Mist Ninja has organized an attack force and will be advancing to the front lines in about 10 minutes. Thanks to the ninja's intelligence capabilities, the reconnaissance teams within the forest began frantically reporting and releasing signal flares as soon as the Mist Ninja made their move. Konoha had already begun preparing for battle. This was a high ground, situated in a humid forest terrain, adjacent to the sea, and with abundant underground water resources. It could be said that this was the Mist Ninja's natural battlefield, which is why Konoha Ninja always chose high ground. The advantage of high ground was that it wouldn't accumulate large amounts of water, and the underground resources were relatively deeper. Even if the Mist Ninja consumed a little more chakra to unleash their water release techniques, it would be a net loss for them. Order everyone to prepare for battle. Simultaneously, notify the other 2 bases. No one is allowed to rush to their aid, only to hold their positions. If the Mist Ninja launches a feint attack, abandon your bases and converge here if all else fails. Yes, everyone. Choose your best terrain and prepare for battle. Yes, inside the highlands, an open area had been revealed after the last great battle. Konoha ninjas were now urgently preparing for battle, some hiding in ditches, others in the surrounding forests. Ninja battles, even for legions, never begin with a direct charge. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru solemnly directed the various battle preparations. Uchiha Shisui was in charge of the other base, the closest to the coast. If things went wrong, the Uchiha clan's elite could secretly escort Itachi to safety. This might be the privilege of a powerful clan, but Itachi's arrival also brought some high-level Uchiha combat power. It was a mutual exchange. Privileges have existed since ancient times, they are impossible to eradicate. Another base was headed by Hyuga Hisashi, with Kakashi as his deputy. This arrangement was based on his own reasons. Hyuga Hisashi was the most experienced, and his strength was unquestionable. He was perfectly capable of overseeing the area. Uchiha Shisui was not only extremely strong, but also formidable without revealing his main decay Sharingan. More importantly, in the original story, Shisui earned a formidable reputation in battles against the Kurigakure ninja. There was no reason for him to lose now. Having Kakashi by his side served 2 purposes. Firstly, to share some of his administrative duties. After all, he would become the 6th Hokage. And secondly, to provide a balanced matchup. While somewhat jokingly, the concept of luck is quite mysterious, and with one of Kakashi's Sharingan sealed, his chakra was usually plentiful. Coupled with a new direction, his strength was no longer stagnant. Kakashi, once the battle begins, you'll be in charge of command and coordination. The Mist Ninja's target is me, and they'll definitely send ninjas to distract me, Uchiha Yoru solemnly ordered. Kakashi frowned and said in a low voice, Yoru, you're the highest commander here. You can't take risks. You command. I'll take charge. However, before Kakashi could finish, Uchiha Yoru stopped him. Kakashi, precisely because I'm the commander here, I can't hide behind you. At this point, Uchiha Yoru revealed his arrogant nature, surveying the tense Konoha ninja around him. He coldly raised his head and said, the Uchiha and Senju clans joined forces to create Konoha. There has never been an Uchiha hiding behind a Konoha ninja. As long as the Uchiha clan falls, Konoha will be protected by the Uchiha. What was clearly an arrogant statement, however, resonated with warmth in everyone's eyes. The Uchiha ninjas among the Konoha figures roared, that's right. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha. When did it become your turn to protect us? The pride of the Uchiha doesn't hide. Long live Lord Yoru. One by one, Uchiha ninjas stepped forward with haughty pride, and the atmosphere changed instantly. Someone shouted long live. And suddenly all the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield roared in unison with fervent passion. Long live Lord Yoru. Long live the Uchiha. This scene filled Kakashi Hatake with complex emotions. He was shocked and secretly terrified. Such terrifying infectiousness. It seemed that every time Uchiha Yoru appeared and spoke, there was an extraordinary power of influence. Even the image of Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, was gradually fading in the minds of these people, replaced by the image of Uchiha Yoru. Yoru, You truly are a born leader. Perhaps you really will change Konoha, and even bring about a huge transformation to the entire ninja world. Looking at the dazzling Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi Hatake muttered to himself, luckily, you're not an enemy, otherwise it would be too terrifying. Lord Yoru, we are your guards. Last time, we weren't there to protect you. How can we abandon you now? The three members of the Genma squad, Genma Shiranu, Redo Namishi, and Iwashi, revealed solemn expressions. The determination in their eyes showed they were prepared to give their lives for Uchiha Yoru. However, Uchiha Yoru smiled and looked at the three of them, saying, then you'll need to train hard in the future. But right now, other places need you, not just to protect me alone. With the cooperation of the three of you, you'll assist Kakashi in commanding and coordinating operations on the battlefield, so I'm counting on you. While the three members of the Genma squad were quite strong, he needed someone to hold the line even more. Otherwise, if he won against the elite Kurigakure who were holding him back but lost the battle, it would still be a crushing defeat. Besides, this time he didn't necessarily need to kill anyone, he just needed to stall them. And besides, there was still Kakashi. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru glanced at Kakashi imperceptibly, a slow smile playing on his lips. He believed Kakashi wouldn't stand idly by and watch him get hurt. Yoru, Matera Shianko showed a hint of concern. As ninjas, regardless of gender or age, having graduated from the Ninja Academy, they were naturally prepared for everything. They didn't live in the peaceful era of the protagonist. Yoru, you're the strongest, but I won't admit defeat, because I am Matera Shianko, the future strongest female ninja of Konoha. Suddenly, Matera Shianko revealed a bright and straightforward smile, giving Uchiha Yoru the beautiful thumbs up. There seemed to be a sense of deja vu, but being a young girl, she was undeniably pleasing to the eye. Seeing Anko's cheerful smile, revealing her little fangs, the tense atmosphere seemed to ease considerably. Uchiha Yoru also smiled, giving a thumbs up in return. I believe in you both. You will definitely be the strongest female ninja of Konoha in the future. Yuhi Kirni and Yuzuki Yugeo forced smiles. Since the last incident, they had both been consumed by self-blame. Yoru loved the village so much, but what were they to do? One was the beloved Third Hokage, and the other was a comrade who also deeply loved the village. Please support. Chapter 155 Facing Targeted Tactics. Enemy attack. A loud shout echoed through the heavens and earth. Instantly, a dense barrage of shuriken and kunai appeared in the sky, and explosive tags, trailing flames, flew towards the respective camps. Boom! Before the attackers even arrived, the projectiles carrying explosive tags had already struck. Water release, great waterfall technique. Elite Mist Ninja appeared, their hand seals already formed, and a massive waterfall unleashed its power. Simultaneously, 5 hidden Mist Ninja quickly formed hand seals, clapped their hands together, and shouted in unison. Earth release, earthquake core. Instantly, the ground directly in front of them rumbled, and huge craters appeared in the earth. This ninjutsu caused a large section of the ground to collapse within a certain area. Facing this wave of water release clearing the way from the Mist Ninja, the Konoha ninja seemed prepared. Those proficient in earth release formed hand seals and slammed their hands into the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. One after another, thick, massive walls appeared, creating a visual spectacle of towering waves crashing against the dam-like walls. As the force of the impact dissipated, the Mist Ninja's earth release techniques altered the terrain, transforming the created craters into massive reservoirs. Under the influence of gravity, people rise higher and water flows downhill. The moment the waterfall lost its momentum, the torrent of water began to flow backward, instantly filling the several massive craters. Several enormous lakes appeared on the battlefield. This is the terrifying power of ninjutsu. A single ninja might not be able to alter the terrain, but together they can easily change it, creating a favorable position. With the terrain created, the Mist Ninja roared bloodthirstily and charged out, the surrounding lakes providing them with immense support. All Konoha ninja, prepare for battle, the Konoha ninja roared in unison. Standing at the forefront, Uchiha Yoru saw the Mist Ninja charging towards him in a frenzy, and his 3-tomo Sharingan slowly materialized in his eyes. In the cold wind, a black, specially crafted soldier's ration pill, a secret recipe from the prestigious Uchiha clan, was slowly placed into his mouth, followed by a swallowing sound. Soldier's ration pills have the effect of restoring chakra and increasing chakra limits. Kishimoto abandoned soldier's ration pills later in Naruto because this concept had some flaws, Ordinary soldiers' ration pills have significant side effects and limited benefits. The specially crafted ones are much more precious. Hisui Shinwei, Uchiha Yoru pricked his fingers, rapidly forming hand seals, and then slammed his hand on the ground. Instantly, a huge plume of smoke rose. Summoning jutsu. A roar echoed across the battlefield. As the smoke from the summoning beast dissipated, Manda's ferocious face was revealed. Kid, before Manda could finish speaking, Uchiha Yoru pointed directly at the distant reservoir and shouted, "Manda, the Mist Ninja ahead are all your sacrifices. First, dive underground and breach the Mist Ninja's reservoir." Watching Uchiha Yoru jump away after issuing the order, Manda glared at him, but it held back, as the terms it had previously agreed upon were too tempting. "Kid, next time I hope to hear good news, not just fight for you every time you appear." Uchiha Yoru showed no mercy to the unruly Manda, coldly snorting. "If you don't want to part ways, well, your talent is what it is, your life is practically over anyway. If you want to become stronger, help me. I won't forget my promise. HMPH, you wretched brat." Roar, Manda roared, then dug a hole and disappeared from the battlefield. Some of the Mist Ninja immediately guessed what the giant snake was up to and shouted excitedly. Similarly, the Konoha ninja also shouted excitedly upon seeing Manda. "It's Lord Manda, it's Lord Yoru's summoning beast. Kill, kill." Before, when they saw Manda, they would have been overjoyed, shouting that it was Lord Orochimaru's summoning beast. But now it was Lord Yoru. Clearly, this young man was gradually replacing Orochimaru's position. Kill. The Konoha ninja and the Mist ninja instantly clashed, ninjas fighting each other everywhere, in the forests, on the ground, even on the lakes. Both sides had intelligence on some of the powerful ninjas, so the moment the battle began, each side had corresponding ninjas devise tactics to surround and kill them. Uchiha Yoru, Konoha's current highest commander, was clearly being targeted. 3 ninjas formed a triangular formation to surround him. One of them was an old acquaintance, Kisame Hoshigaki. The other had one eye covered, and upon seeing him, Uchiha Yoru sneered. "So it's Ao, the Mist Ninja on the gold-lettered wanted list." During the Third Shinobi World War, Ao received the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan of Konoha, which he considered a precious trophy. Soon after, Ao was listed on Konoha's gold-lettered wanted list. Unworthy of Konoha's praise as a genius, the other Mist Ninja wore a mask, completely concealing his identity from head to toe, but Uchiha Yoru smiled as he looked at the battlefield. So that's how it is. Abandoning his most proficient large-scale water-style attacks, he opted for close-quarters combat from all sides. Not bad tactics, an improvement from last time. Looks like the fat pig hiding behind isn't so stupid after all. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Yoru suddenly unleashed a torrent of flames. Fire release, Phoenix Flower Technique, C-rank ninjutsu. He spewed out a series of massive fireballs towards the Mist Ninja. Simultaneously, the cursed seal on his neck began to heat up and slowly spread across his entire body. This time, the Mist Ninja had all his battle intelligence, unlike last time when they could catch him off guard. Facing the relentless onslaught of fireballs as tall as a person, Kisame Hoshigaki, whose chest was still clearly bandaged, quickly formed hand seals. Water release, water wall. At the same time, Ao and another Mist Ninja attacked from both sides. This battle was entirely designed to restrain his overwhelming ninjutsu attacks. The chaotic battlefield virtually eliminated his sweeping ninjutsu. A burst of lightning erupted from his body, and Uchiha Yoru transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging forward. In the instant of their collision, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and Ao and the other Mist Ninja's pupils were filled with shock. So fast. Fast speed, and the speed of drawing his sword was even faster. With a crack, a corner of his mask was torn off, revealing a strand of brown hair, ready to meet the cold counterattack of the two combined. Clang facing Uchiha Yoru's attack, Ao and the other Mist Ninja were even more shocked. They, working together, were being suppressed. Although they weren't particularly skilled in taijutsu, they had to remember how young their opponent was, and they were working together. Water release, great exploding water wave. Suddenly, a huge splash of water swept in, and Uchiha Yoru immediately cried out in alarm. However, this time, the speed of the water release technique gave him no chance to react. Rumble. The surging waves instantly formed a massive ellipsoidal water prison, trapping Uchiha Yoru inside. Kisame Hoshigaki, who had just unleashed this ninjutsu, was panting heavily. Clearly, He wasn't at his peak, especially with his injuries. This ninjutsu had taken a toll on him. Haha, this was a tactic specifically designed for you. Despite his panting and disheveled state, Kisame Hoshigaki was all smiles. Although this ninjutsu was only A rank, the amount of chakra consumed was entirely controlled by the caster. This time, he had released a colossal water sphere, comparable to a forest. In the original story, Kisame Hoshigaki had used this giant water sphere to trap the Eight Tails, Killer Bee. Glug glug. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru, submerged in the water, held his breath, his three Tomo eyes calmly surveying his surroundings. He had to admit that his information leak had put him in a very passive position. In the water, your fire release will be completely ineffective, and as for lightning release. How? Kisame Hoshigaki smiled, inwardly sneering. This water prison is comparable to a forest. How wide can your lightning release ninjutsu range be? Kisame, now smiling, felt like he was in paradise in the water. No matter how the opponent moved, the massive water prison would revolve around him, trapping him. Plan complete. Ao and the Mist Ninja, also trapped in the water, immediately swam to the sides, knowing the opponent's lightning release was terrifying. Don't they care about their comrades' lives? As expected, the cold-blooded Mist Ninja are difficult to deal with, using themselves as bait. Trapped in the water prison, Uchiha Yoru pondered. The three Mist Ninja made him feel constrained, not because of a difference in strength, but because of intelligence. From the beginning, the opponent had devised a strategy to deal with him, just like the Akatsuki's immortal duo. Hiden and Kokuzu were defeated because of a leaked intelligence, allowing the opponent to devise a targeted tactic. Indeed, one should never underestimate anyone. From the beginning until now, he hadn't even unleashed many ninjutsu techniques, and yet he'd been outmaneuvered. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned even more serious. In lightning release mode, he was fast, but in water, he couldn't outrun these Mist Ninja. Even so, he quickly moved to one side, while Kisame Hoshigaki, standing in the center of the water prison, revealed a bloodthirsty smile. In water, his speed was second to none, even without Samehoda. On the battlefield, this sudden scene filled the Konoha side with worry, while the Mist Ninja side was filled with soaring morale, each one roaring with excited, bloodthirsty cries. Hidden in the rear, Sujetsu Hazuki revealed a sinister smile upon seeing this. Kid, this is to repay you for the tactic I specially devised for you last time. I hope you like it. Trapped and facing his predicament, Uchiha Yoru showed no panic. Instead, he calmly moved quickly while observing his surroundings. Seeing Kisame's determined expression, a cold smile slowly crept onto his lips. Every ninjutsu has a weakness. Let me tell you about this ninjutsu's flaw. Jinjutsu. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru turned sharply. His three Tomo Sharingan spun, and Kisame, in the center of the water prison, faced the Sharingan's direct gaze with a mocking smile. Jinjutsu is indeed his weakness, but only on his own. Jinjutsu, release. Behind Kisame was the figure of Ao, whose seal had been broken and whose eyes were closed. With Ao's Byakugan assistance, the two were virtually immune to Jinjutsu below S rank. Some say the Byakugan counters Jinjutsu, but in reality, any bloodline limit amplifies the user's physical body. The Byakugan does not have the ability to counter Jinjutsu, official. However, the Byakugan has a powerful ability, X-ray vision, to observe chakra. At such close range, even with his eyes closed, the Byakugan could clearly see the chakra flow within Kisame Hoshigaki's body. Under the influence of the Jinjutsu, Kisame's chakra would inevitably show an anomaly, which he could instantly detect. He could then use his own chakra to disrupt the Jinjutsu, freeing Kisame from it. Silence fell on the only sound, the gurgling of water. Seeing that his Jinjutsu had failed, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a smile. It seemed he had even considered the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, quite impressive. The opponent's water-style techniques could follow the caster's movement, making this water prison a massive mobile fortress. But it had more than one weakness. He instantly pulled 10 smoke bombs from his weapon pouch, and in a muffled thud, thick black smoke appeared in the water, clearly obscuring his vision. Kisame's face immediately darkened. Had he found a weakness? Was he preparing to use shadow clones to break the Jinjutsu? As the caster, how could he not know the weakness of this ninjutsu? With shadow clones, he couldn't distinguish which was the real body. Although he was fast, the opponent's lightning release was no pushover. No. It's not a shadow clone. Uchiha Yoru, who was swimming rapidly in the water, swam downwards at high speed. Instantly, Kisame Hoshigaki realized the opponent's purpose, and his eyes flashed with anxiety. The water sphere could move, but such a large water prison was incredibly heavy. He needed to maintain and move it to trap the opponent, but it couldn't penetrate the earth. The opponent wanted to break the stalemate using earth release. Water release. 5 flavor shark. The chakra released from his 5 fingers instantly transformed into an incredibly ferocious shark and swam rapidly towards Uchiha Yoru. In the water, no one could match the speed of a shark gurgle 10 meters from the surface. 5 sharks attacked. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru sneered, releasing an arc of electricity that instantly shattered the sharks. Water conducts electricity. Although the sharks were composed of chakra, the electricity disrupted their stable chakra structure. Just as Uchiha Yoru touched the bottom, his hands rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to use earth release ninjutsu to break the technique. There were many ways to break it at this point. He could use earth release to escape, or he could use it to launch an attack from the outside. However, in the instant Uchiha Yoru formed the hand seals, a cold light flashed. The panic on Kisame Hoshigaki's face in the center of the water prison vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile. A long ninja sword emerged from the ground, piercing Uchiha Yoru's foot and simultaneously penetrating his abdomen. Crimson blood flowed, revealing a hideous, enormous head. It was Kisame Hoshigaki. Although the gaping maw of Sujetsu Hazuki couldn't make a sound underwater, the shape of his mouth clearly conveyed his meaning. "Kid, I've been waiting for you for so long." A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, blooming into a vibrant, eerie flower in the water. The next moment, Uchiha Yoru transformed into a ferocious serpent, and Sujetsu Hazuki's small eyes flashed with fury. The serpent, in pain, lunged at him. Sujetsu Hazuki didn't resist, allowing the serpent to bite him. Under his resentful gaze, his massive body also transformed into a pool of water, a water clone. Thanks to, for the 1,500 coins, and X for the 100 coins. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Breaking the Impasse. Meidarumi's Fatal Crisis. No. It's up there, as Uchiha Yoru swam downwards, revealing his true form, a giant serpent. Kisame Hoshigaki immediately investigated, his blue Byakugan instantly spotting his target. It was a thin senbei needle. Almost invisible in water, yet it was rapidly escaping the water prison. Damn it, Kisame glared resentfully. The massive water prison could move with him, but flying upwards? Carrying so much water, he was human, not a tailed beast. PFFT with a soft sound, a black metal senbei needle detached from the massive water prison. A sudden bang followed, and amidst a flash of white smoke, Uchiha Yoru's soaking wet figure was revealed. After holding his breath for so long, he finally breathed in fresh air. A very good tactic, but unfortunately, all ninja techniques have weaknesses. You failed, and now it's my turn, Uchiha Yoru, soaking wet in midair, sneered. Facing the pull of gravity, he was about to fall when his strength waned, his hands already forming hand seals, the seals for a summoning jutsu. But at that moment, a dark figure appeared directly above him. Is that so? Too bad you won't have your chance, handsome man. Let me send you on your way with a beautiful kiss. A soft, seductive voice echoed in his ears, but at that moment, Uchiha Yoru was drenched in cold sweat, feeling no seduction whatsoever. Reflexively, he turned his head and saw another mist ninja. It was the mist ninja whose mask was chipped, revealing brown hair. It was her. Lava release, lava monster technique. A large, blotting, milky yellow, sticky, and highly corrosive acid liquid gushed from her pink lips, completely obscuring Uchiha Yoru's figure. A hissing sound of corrosion filled the air as Meidarumi, wearing a mask, began to fall from the sky. She sighed softly, such handsome looks, what a waste. I'll give you a kiss that melts your heart. However, as she fell, the smile on Meidarumi's face, which had seemed certain of victory, froze instantly. In the corrosive acid, she saw a gigantic, hissing snake being corroded. Oh no. Meanwhile, Kisame Hoshigaki, inside the water prison, breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with this monster from Konoha. It was terrifying. But then, the Byakugan behind him showed shock, gripping his shoulder and tightening its hold. Kisame, who was about to dispel the jutsu that had drained his chakra, froze. The Byakugan pointed in shock at the black area created by the smoke bomb in the water. The 10,000 Snakes Formation. In the water, a chilling scene unfolded. A dense, black mass of venomous snakes surged out, their movements incredibly fast in the water. Especially with their overwhelming numbers, so many snakes lurking in all directions, they couldn't possibly discern which snake the opponent had transformed into. Particularly noteworthy was the sheer number of venomous snakes, each spewing a gleaming blade from its mouth, sweeping over them in an instant. At that moment, Kisame Hoshigaki hastily formed hand seals, instantly summoning countless sharks into the water, which swam frantically towards the numerous venomous snakes. Sharks versus venomous snakes. This was a battle of numbers, and in an instant, the massive water prison was stained red. Inside the water prison, Kisame Hoshigaki was deathly pale. Although he possessed immense chakra, this enormous water prison constantly drained it. Without the replenishment from his Samehuda sword, he was clearly experiencing chakra depletion. Especially given his existing injuries. Gurgle. The water was filled with scenes of sharks tearing apart venomous snakes, the blood staining the water prison crimson and making the massive structure even more murky. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked across the sky above the water sphere, accompanied by a loud eagle's cry. When Terumi Mei, about to land on a tall treetop, widened her eyes, recalling the scene from just moments before. It was the shadow shuriken technique hidden in the shadows. It could even be used within tiny senbei needles. Is this the Sharingan's perception? No, as Terumi Mei recalled the senbei needles, she realized when the opponent's true form had escaped. There weren't just one senbei needle, but two. Even her Byakugan couldn't see them with the naked eye, as the two senbei needles were almost parallel. The instant they burst out of the water prison, one senbei needle transformed into the true form. The white smoke from the transformation jutsu perfectly concealed the true form. At this moment, she was already drawn to the white smoke from dispelling the transformation jutsu and didn't notice the senbei needles continuing to shoot into the sky from within the smoke. The clone, a giant snake, deactivated the transformation jutsu. The main body deactivated the transformation jutsu only after being outside a safe area, and then used the summoning jutsu. Not good. The operation plan has failed. Their meticulously planned tactics, entirely aimed at the enemy, were so easily broken. Madarumi hurriedly shouted into the water prison, her hands rapidly forming hand seals. However, Uchiha Yoru, who appeared in the sky at that moment, was even faster than them. An eagle soared across the battlefield, and Uchiha Yoru, having completed her hand seals, revealed a bloodthirsty smile, suddenly spewing out a monstrous flame. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. A fireball resembling a falling meteorite suddenly shot down from the sky and crashed into the forest, the flames instantly spreading to form a sea of fire. This ninjutsu is described as a ninjutsu capable of instantly igniting a forest, with power greater than great fire annihilation. A deafening roar erupted as a raging fire instantly engulfed the forest, alarming both sides' ninjas on the battlefield. The Konoha ninjas, seeing their commander, erupted in cheers, their energy seemingly boosted to fever pitch. A massive water barrier within the forest blocked the flames from a radius of 10 meters. As the water receded, a figure was revealed, the Mist Ninja's commander, Sujetsu Hazuki. Damn brat! Facing the clenched teeth of the furious Sujetsu Hazuki, Uchiha Yoru, towering above him, revealed a domineering smile. Very good tactics. If I hadn't been thoroughly familiar with your intelligence, I probably wouldn't have been able to succeed so easily. Knowing that Kisame Hoshigaki and Sujetsu Hazuki were on the Mist Ninja's side, he hadn't failed to prepare. Even though Kisame wasn't at his peak, he had studied him as if he were, especially this water-style ninjutsu. Although the sudden arrival of Byakugan and Madarumi surprised him, he was confident in Kisame's ninjutsu. He was also secretly relieved that Kisame didn't yet possess Samehuda, otherwise, with a fusion and the ability to absorb chakra, the balance of power would be extremely difficult. Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru activated his ninjutsu again. Especially considering his superior position, he unleashed a highly compressed fire dragon technique, spewing out 5 fire dragons in one breath. With immense chakra, 5 fire dragons, each the size of a small house, attacked. Meanwhile, Sujetsu Hoshigaki roared angrily in the burning forest below, because the target wasn't him, but rather Kisame, Byakugan, and Madarumi, who had just dispelled their ninjutsu. Just as the massive water prison collapsed with a devastating burst of chakra after the exhilarating jutsu, Kisame, panting heavily, was caught off guard by the towering fire dragons hurtling towards him. His chakra was nearly depleted, and his shark-like face was deathly pale. Water release, water dragon bullet. Instantly, 5 water dragons surged forth, directly clashing with the 5 fire dragons. Amidst the hissing collision of water and fire creating a thick fog, Byakugan quickly grabbed Kisame and fled to the side. Run. The plan has failed. Your chakra is almost gone. While the Mist Ninja were ruthless, they weren't so easily sacrificed against Jonin-level opponents, especially since Kisame's strength far surpassed that of ordinary Jonin, and he had even greater potential. Found you, a fierce cry rang out in the sky. Madarumi, who had just released the water dragon bullet to rescue Kisame, suddenly changed her expression. As she looked up, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. With a deafening roar, the cracks in the mask widened, and Madarumi, sent flying backward, barely suppressed the churning blood in her chest, managing to snarl, "You're so handsome, yet you don't know how to cherish a woman." At that moment, the Mist Ninja, who had already spotted him, rushed in. Uchiha Yoru, descending from the sky, faced this encirclement, his 3 tomo swords spinning rapidly, capturing everyone's movements. Some were forming hand seals to prepare for ninjutsu, others were releasing hidden weapons, and still others were charging towards him. All the scenes flashed through his mind in an instant. The Sharingan's perception was undeniably powerful. As the Kusanagi sword returned to its sheath, his wrist guards revealed their hands, each bearing the character for sword clearly. In a flash, with lightning speed, his hands became after images. White smoke flickered from the wrist guards, and shuriken, gleaming in the cold light, appeared one after another, a dazzling display of shuriken techniques unfolding in an instant. A hail of shuriken filled her vision, a dense, gleaming mass of blades, each trajectory incredibly precise, almost all aimed at vital points or the hands. Keep in mind, she was facing over 10 enemies simultaneously. In an instant, the shuriken rained down upon her like a storm. Using the shuriken shadow clone technique, she unleashed hundreds of shuriken in one go. Before the fatigue in her fingers could even register in her brain, she was already rapidly forming hand seals, instantly doubling the already overwhelming number of shuriken. Damn it! Are all handsome guys this ruthless? Faced with this tempestuous onslaught, all the attacking and ninjutsu-wielding Mist Ninjas could only hastily halt and begin to defend themselves. Madarumi was particularly frustrated. As a ninjutsu-type ninja, this was too much. On the battlefield, knowing his opponent was Madarumi, Uchiha Yoru showed no mercy, coldly choosing to strike with deadly force. At that moment, who cared who you were? As for the future of the ninja world becoming unfamiliar, what did he care? From the moment he decided to step into the limelight, the world was about to undergo a massive change. Supersonic lightning released blade. As all the Mist Ninja hastily dodged or used Kunai to deflect a barrage of shuriken, Uchiha Yoru instantly erupted in lightning, his figure vanishing from his spot. The Kusanagi sword at his waist was already drawn, radiating intense lightning. Thud thud. He's here, a monster. He's a monster. Wielding the Kusanagi sword, Uchiha Yoru used his lightning-fast movements to plunge into the crowd. His exquisite, lightning-fast swordsmanship caused screams of agony among the Mist Ninja who were caught off guard. Faced with a sharp Kusanagi sword and the supersonic lightning release blade ninjutsu, the kunai and ninja swords used to defend against the attack were instantly sliced in half. Some, unable to react in time, had limbs severed. Arms and wrists were either decapitated or killed instantly, while others had their hands crippled from releasing the ninjutsu. Blood splattered everywhere, and the screams of the Mist Ninja were incessant. Damn it! Get out of the way! After dodging the barrage of shuriken, Madarumi witnessed a scene that shocked her. Under the terrifying dynamic vision of the 3-tomo Sharingan, she was like a tiger among sheep, accurately dodging all attacks and launching a swift counterattack. Boom! An explosive tag suddenly exploded, creating a cloud of smoke. As the screaming Mist Ninja hurriedly dodged, several dark figures emerged from the fog. Hidden shadow serpent hands. In an instant, more than a dozen large snakes attacked, 5 of them heading straight for Madarumi. Seeing the giant serpents attacking, Madarumi hastily dodged. Her opponent seemed to know her, and her ninjutsu, being wide range, was difficult to use effectively in this chaotic situation. Earth release, earth flow wall. Just then, a wall suddenly rose behind her, an earthen wall carved with serpent heads, directly blocking her retreat. With a thud, her back slammed into the wall. Before she could even feel the pain, facing the attack of 5 giant serpents, she spat out a mouthful of lava. Release acid sizzle. The 5 giant serpents screamed in agony as they were instantly melted into nothingness. PFFTA flower of blood bloomed on the earthen wall. Wearing a mask, Madarumi quickly dodged to create distance, but a piercing wound had appeared in her abdomen. Blood instantly stained her abdomen. Now, the masked Madarumi was drenched in cold sweat, staring intently at the long sword flashing with lightning protruding from the distant earthen wall. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been cut in half at the waist. A layer of cold sweat broke out on her back, and Madarumi hurriedly bandaged her wound. Quick reaction, what a pity. Just a little bit more. The earthen wall collapsed with a rumble, revealing Uchiha Yoru, wielding the Kusanagi sword with a devilish smile. The tip of the Kusanagi sword still bore traces of blood. I've heard that the blood mist policy of the Mist Ninja is extremely hostile to bloodline ninjas. You didn't need to worry about their lives just now. Why didn't you use ninjutsu? Isn't your policy very cold-blooded? The devilish voice echoed around them, and Madarumi's expression changed drastically upon hearing it. Fortunately, her mask concealed her true identity. Behind you, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out, and Uchiha Yoru, under the evil smile, gradually turned into mud. Please support. Chapter 157 Chain Reaction in the Ninja World. The Kusanagi sword, crackling with lightning in the sunlight, had already appeared behind her. Terumi Mei's pupils instinctively contracted in fear of death. Through the reflection of her kune, she clearly saw that handsome face now displaying a devilish smile. Too late. Terumi Mei cried out inwardly, as if her fate was sealed at that moment. However, at that instant, the surroundings suddenly changed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding mist ninjas didn't care about her presence, indiscriminately unleashing ninjutsu, and some even threw shuriken and explosive tags. Just as the Kusanagi sword was about to strike, facing the indiscriminate attacks from all sides, Uchiha Yoru's sword stance changed. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck from behind, and Terumi Mei almost coughed up blood. Boom, a vicious kick landed squarely on Madarumi's back, showing no mercy. The immense force sent her flying. It wasn't out of kindness, she was being used as cover, her body shielded from the incoming explosive tags, kune, and shuriken. Looks like the Mist Ninja really do ostracize bloodline ninjas. The methods were ruthless, and the words were shameless. Although she knew it was a ploy to sow discord, Madarumi couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in her eyes. Water release, water wall. Suppressing the churning in her chest, Madarumi seized her only chance to survive, immediately forming hand seals and unleashing a defensive water release ninjutsu. Boom, explosive tags exploded all around. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of Madarumi's mouth, especially from the sword wound piercing her abdomen. Had it not missed a vital spot, she would likely have perished there. A scream rang out as the water wall ninjutsu dissipated. Without even glancing at anyone else, Madarumi opened her mouth and exhaled a thick cloud of water mist. Water release, hidden mist technique. The instant the thick fog appeared, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Looking at the blood on the Kusanagi sword, Uchiha Yoru shook his head in surprise, saying, "Escaped? As expected of you." Managing to escape even in this situation, in the distant forest, a figure slowly emerged from a puddle. It was Madarumi, the Kurigakure ninja wearing a mask. She was severely wounded in the abdomen and had a deep gash in her chest, her clothes stained crimson with blood. She was gasping for breath. Uchiha clan. This is never over. Having nearly died twice from the Kusanagi sword, Madarumi was filled with fear and rage. She had considered the lives of her fellow villager ninja, but they hadn't cared about her at all. Her anger stemmed more from the current policies of Kurigakure. Just then, a series of pitiful screams and cries echoed from afar. When she turned to look at the battlefield, she witnessed a scene she would never forget. A figure flashing with arcs of electricity charged into the battlefield like a tiger among sheep. With his cursed seal in full power, Uchiha Yoru's speed and strength surged, especially in lightning release chakra mode, transforming him into a meat grinder. The chaotic battlefield limited his vast ninjutsu, but it also became his personal stage. His Sharingan's abnormally powerful dynamic vision, his masterful swordsmanship, and his lightning-fast movements made him unstoppable. His raging lightning release swept across the battlefield with unbridled speed. And the paralyzing effect of lightning release, Chidori's stream was the bane of countless mist ninja. Lightning release. Chidori, high-intensity electricity formed from lightning release chakra concentrated in his hand, and the super-fast thrust speed combined with the Sharingan's superior dynamic vision transformed him into a streak of lightning that pierced through his target on the battlefield. Like a tiger among sheep, it was almost a one-sided slaughter. With no one to restrain him, Uchiha Yoru unleashed his full power on the battlefield, specifically targeting and killing ninjas who exposed their weaknesses or were injured. Damn it, hidden in the shadows, Suigetsu Hazuki saw this in Konoha's morale sword. Meanwhile, their elite ninjas, meant to hold the enemy back, had been routed. Frustrated, he could only shout angrily before ordering the release of retreat signal flares. Bang! Bang! The signal flares exploded in the sky, instantly creating a thick fog over the battlefield. Water release, hidden mist technique. Under the wide-range hidden mist technique, the fiercely contested battlefield was instantly enveloped in dense fog. The mist ninjas who were fighting just a moment ago could instantly retreat without hesitation. It must be said that the adaptability of the mist ninjutsu is remarkable. Not only does it have corresponding assassination techniques, but it can also be used as cover for retreat. More importantly, this ninjutsu is only a D-rank ninjutsu. Its range depends entirely on the amount of chakra released, making it simple and convenient. Hyuga's Byakugan confirms the location of the Mist Ninja. Mist Ninja retreating at 11 o'clock, Mist Ninja retreating at 13 o'clock, Mist Ninja have retreated from the forest at 8 o'clock. Reconnaissance and sensory ninjas shouted in the thick fog. As the continuous reports echoed in their ears, the tense Konoha ninjas revealed joyful smiles. All Konoha ninjas, do not let your guard down. Wind release ninjas, disperse the fog. Wind release, great breakthrough. Although wind attribute ninjas are rare, they do exist. In addition, this ninjutsu is only C rank. Especially since the battlefield is an open area, under the blowing of more than a dozen huge gusts of wind, the thick fog was instantly dispersed. The fog that was pitch black a moment ago became visible to the naked eye, and gradually the black dots of the retreating mist ninjas could be seen in the distance. That's how the ninja battlefield is. It comes quickly and goes quickly. With various strange ninjutsu combined, the battlefield returned to tranquility in the blink of an eye. Among the corpses left behind, all the mist ninja bodies had been finished off before their escape, especially their heads. A ninja's hide holds important secrets, so they were always killed before a retreat. As for the wounded ninja, even the cold-blooded mist ninja wouldn't abandon them carelessly. After all, wounded ninja could recover and return to battle. The 5 great ninja villages weren't so extravagant as to be so casual, unless absolutely necessary. Treat the wounded. Uninjured reconnaissance ninja, go and scout the surroundings. Ninjas still capable of fighting, return to your lines and stand guard. With these orders issued, the Konoha ninja army quickly returned to combat readiness. At the same time, medical ninjas appeared on the battlefield. Severely wounded ninja were treated first, while those with minor injuries were given initial treatment using bandages to stop the bleeding. Everyone, hurry and recover your chakra and stamina. With these orders issued on the battlefield, everyone performed their duties and entered their respective states. The special Jonin and Jonin, in particular, calmly began to command, with the Chunin squad leaders cooperating in their efforts. After years of training at the Ninja Academy, every ninja had ingrained obedience to orders into their very bones. One could say ninjas were born rapid response forces. Captain Knight. This time, the Mist Ninja's surprise attack came with great force but lacked follow-through, or perhaps this battle was merely a probe. When Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and the other ninjas arrived, Uchiha Knight's expression was extremely grave, showing no joy at being repelled by the Mist Ninja. This attack by the Mist Ninja was a probing attack, intended to ascertain our strength here. Immediately send orders to Hyuga Hizashi and Uchiha Shisui, telling them that the Mist Ninja will likely launch a probing attack on both locations next. Yes, Shiranyu Genma, name is Shirado, and Dewashi immediately responded respectfully, demonstrating their obedience to their superiors and serving as a competent guard team. Kakashi Hatake, as the second in command, frowned upon hearing this. He lowered his headband to cover his left eye, sealed his Sharingan, and said in a deep voice, "Yoru, are you saying that the Mist Ninja wants to weaken us?" Clearly, Kakashi's thinking in this regard was more far-sighted than anyone else's. Uchiha Yoru nodded with a satisfied smile. That's right, the Mist Ninja's blood mist is the most brutal elite policy in the ninja world. It can be said that the number of mist ninja among the 5 great ninja villages is not large. For our Konoha, we are clearly at a disadvantage. Once we get into a war of attrition, the mist ninja, who are conquering more territory, will only have their strength dispersed. It's better to concentrate our forces so we can launch an attack at any time. Uchiha Yoru suddenly paused, then said in a deep voice, moreover, the mist ninja's goal is not the wealth of the land of whirlpools. The current 4th Mizukage is probably eyeing the land of whirlpools, a strategic location. Otherwise, why would they suddenly start border skirmishes? At the same time, he looked at Kakashi and pondered silently. The strategic location of the land of whirlpools was also bait thrown out by the 4th Mizukage. After all, the current 4th Mizukage was being manipulated by Obito. Konoha's progress was being slowed down, and Obito wanted to weaken Konoha while also weakening the power of the bloodline clans in Kirigakure, which could be described as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 2 mines in the Mist Village are very close together, while our 3 mines are quite far apart. The Mist Village can concentrate their power at 1 point, while our power is scattered in 3 parts, Kakashi Hatake said gravely. Yoru Uchiha nodded and said in a deep voice, that's right. Things will probably get even worse from now on. The Mist Village, with its concentrated power, has the initiative and can harass us at any time. At the same time, the refined iron and chakra metals we mined will likely become the Mist Village's targets. After all, we don't need to protect or guard them ourselves. We can obtain enormous wealth simply by plundering. The Mist Village, with its dominant advantage, is uniquely positioned, unless the village sends a large number of reinforcements, Yoru Uchiha stated his analysis, and Kakashi Hatake's expression became even more solemn. He wasn't stupid. The other ninjas around him only saw their own passive situation, but they didn't see the long-term strategy. This was a war between Konoha and the Mist Village. Konoha was large and powerful, but the Mist Village held the initiative, and Konoha was also tied down by other ninja villages. It could only be described as a 50-50 war. Kakashi, be careful with your eyes. Uchiha Yoru's sudden words of concern led others to believe he was referring to the burden of the Sharingan, but only Hatake Kakashi gave a wry smile. He knew the other was referring to the main Gekkai Sharingan's side effects. He had secretly prepared for this when Uchiha Yoru was trapped. Shisui and he only needed to bear the side effects of the main Gekkai Sharingan, controlling its use and taking good care of it. But Hatake Kakashi not only had to bear the side effects but also the burden of the main Gekkai Sharingan, which was far greater than the 3-Tomo Sharingan. While Konoha was in a difficult defensive phase on the battlefield of the land of whirlpools, undercurrents were surging throughout the ninja world. In the land of water, in Kirigakure, the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karachi, coldly stared at the intelligence scroll in his hand, the traces of his Sharingan appearing in his eyes. A laughable ninja world, but it suits me perfectly. I can use your power to weaken Konoha. As the Sharingan in Yagura's eyes faded, he spoke in a deep voice towards the door. Tell the Raikage and Tsuchikage that Kirigakure wants the land of whirlpools, but how they obtain it requires them to restrain Konoha's power. Yes, an Anbu appeared in the office, kneeling respectfully and speaking in a deep voice. Yagura then took out an intelligence scroll, sneering, send another 300-man ninja unit from the village to support the land of whirlpools. Yes, with another 300 men, Kirigakure's forces in the land of whirlpools now exceed 1,000 ninjas, practically crossing a red line. This was also a message to the Raikage and Tsuchikage. If they don't intervene, they won't fight. If they help restrain Konoha, then they will fight. It must be said that Obito's methods after his corruption were quite formidable. Kumagakure, Raikage's office. A rare smile appeared on the 4th Raikage's dark face. Haha, good. It seems Konoha is going to suffer a great loss this time. Let's see how you deal with this old thief Sarutobi. Tell the 4th Mizukage that the Cloud Ninja has already increased their ninja presence on the border, doing their best to contain Konoha. Haha, Sarutobi, no matter how cunning you are, this time the Mist Ninja has their eyes on the land of whirlpools, a strategic location. We've all just finished the Third Shinobi World War. Konoha first suffered the Nine Tails attack, resulting in the loss of the 4th Hokage, and then the Orochimaru incident involving Hokage candidate. Haha, it seems everyone wants a bite out of Konoha now that it's weakened. The rude 4th Raikage laughed excitedly, clapping his hands and ordering, go. Spread rumors about Konoha's current predicament to all the smaller ninja villages, and at the same time, incite friction between the smaller ninja villages and Konoha. Yes. Iwakage village, Tsuchikage's office. That Hokage, the red-nosed old man Inoki, looked at the intelligence report he had obtained, a cunning smile spreading across his face. Hell, we couldn't use Akatsuki last time because we were uniting with other ninjas, but this time it's perfect. Hire the roaming ninja Akatsuki organization and have them stir up as much chaos as possible in Konoha on the border. Yes, sir. However, when Inoki saw another intelligence report, he immediately frowned and cursed inwardly. The short-sighted Kazekage deserves to be at the bottom of the rankings. Choosing to abandon weakening Konoha for personal gain at this time, although Inoki was cursing the Kazekage, he was mostly helpless. The situation in Sans Village was obvious to all, but fortunately, Konoha would have to pay a huge price to win them over. Someone, quickly go and inform the envoy to Tsunagakure. Give this intelligence to the Kazekage and tell them that Iwagakure is willing to befriend Tsunagakure. Yes, sir. Looking at the setting sun over the western mountains, Inoki wore a smug smile. Sarutobi, you want to win over Tsunagakure? Fine, but the price won't be small. Kazekage, since you want to restore your village's strength, I'll help you out. We all have the same goal. Konoha has finally shown signs of fatigue after so many years. This time, we must drag the strongest ninja village down from its pedestal. Thanks to book friend 20180905143542637 feet for the 200 coins. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. Chapter 158 The True Face of Politicians. The Land of Wind, Tsunagakure. The howling winds of Sand have been a constant feature of the Land of Wind, and everyone there has grown accustomed to this harsh environment. Inside the round, earthen yellow building, which houses the Kazekage's meeting room, two elder advisors of Tsunagakure are personally receiving envoys from Konoha. Chiyo and Ebuzo, the siblings and currently the highest-ranking advisors in Tsunagakure, greeted their old acquaintances from Konoha, Midakato Hamura and Uchiha Yoru, with smiles on their faces. The only sound in the quiet meeting room is Chiyo calmly sipping her tea. Uchiha Yoru, seeing this, frowns, a hint of displeasure on her face. She remembers that the Third Shinobi World War was still fresh in everyone's mind, and Tsunagakure was a defeated nation. Recently, a ninja corps of ours was attacked on the border of the Land of Fire, and ninjas from your Sans village were discovered among them, and on a large scale. Kahoru Uchiha preemptively revealed her strong dissatisfaction, her tone arrogant and overbearing, clearly there to question them. However, those present were all seasoned veterans, and they were not intimidated by such tactics. Chiyo smiled and squinted, not even putting down her teacup, and casually said, "This is probably someone trying to provoke friction between Sans Village and Konoha. After all, the ninja world hasn't been very peaceful lately, and some small, clueless ninja villages often have such ambitions. Then how do you explain the obvious discovery of Sand Village ninjas on the border of the Land of Fire?" Kahoru Uchiha pressed on, revealing her anger. Chiyo chuckled and shook her head, saying, "I also want to see which ignorant little village dares to impersonate our Sans Village. I urge the Konoha ninjas not to show mercy, kill them all if you find them. Just remember to send us a copy of the information you find." Seeing Chiyo's unyielding attitude, Kahoru Uchiha cursed her inwardly despite her angry expression. As a seasoned politician, how could she easily reveal her emotions? It was merely a preemptive strike, but Chiyo wasn't buying it. The Sand Village is a reliable ally of Konoha, and we naturally trust them. However, some people are secretly sowing discord, so we've come to foster friendship between our two countries, Midakato Hamura said, acting as a peacemaker. Although the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, had stated his bottom line before they came, the relationship between these two countries and villages wasn't so simple. Otherwise, why would they need to visit? As the saying goes, demand the moon and haggle. How much loss can be reduced, how much more can be demanded, all depends on individual skill. After Midakato Hamura spoke, Uchiha Kahoru's expression softened somewhat, but she still maintained a stiff, unpleasant look and said rigidly, "Since we are allies, and there are frequent harassments on our border, we hope that Tsunagakure can provide assistance." Good grief. Failing to find fault, she immediately switched to demanding troops. Upon hearing such a shameless remark, Granny Chiyo immediately revealed a mocking smile, her cloudy eyes drifting towards the glass as she sighed. "Now that the daimyo of the Land of Wind has cut funding to Tsunagakure, we in Tsunagakure are preparing to formulate a corresponding elite ninja training program. If things go wrong, Tsunagakure might have to learn from Kirigakure's blood mist policy. Perhaps this could alleviate Tsunagakure's red finances somewhat. As for aiding your village's border, Granny Chihayo said, feigning shame as she shook her head, Konoha, as the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, ranks first in both the quantity and quality of its ninjas. We are even preparing to request Konoha to send an elite ninja legion to help deal with the recent turbulent border issues. Chihayo's words filled Kaoru Uchiha and Hamura Midakato with resentment. It was clearly a joke at their expense. Everyone knew that Konoha had suffered greatly in the Third Shinobi World War. To say that Konoha completely overwhelmed the other ninja villages would be a stretch before World War II. At that time, Kirigakure had the land of whirlpools as a natural barrier, meaning Konoha was essentially fighting against the three great ninja villages single-handedly. While they weren't as numerous, their quality was undeniable. Back then, the Senju and Uchiha clans had plenty of skilled ninjas, not to mention the legendary White Fang and the Sannin who rose to fame during the war. They were truly a single village that could dominate the entire village. However, starting with the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha began its decline. The Senju clan was almost wiped out, the Uchiha clan fared slightly better, and many of the village's once renowned elite ninjas died of illness or illness due to the war, while others simply faded away due to declining health. Adding to this the brutality of the Third Shinobi World War and the Third Hokage Hirozen Sarutobi's poor leadership, otherwise, there wouldn't have been talk of him resigning after the war, all contributed to the decline. The Third Shinobi World War turned into a defensive war within the Land of Fire, with countless elite ninjas dying on the battlefield. In the end, Konoha even had to send their children to the front lines, demonstrating the sheer brutality of the conflict. The Sand Village, in particular, fought with frenzied madness during the war. Although the Sand Village is now weakened and considered the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, a look at the distribution of the tailed beasts among the 5 great shinobi villages to balance power reveals which village was once the strongest besides Konoha. The Sand Village, having received the weakest tailed beast, Shukoku, was undoubtedly the strongest village after Konoha at the time. However, subsequent defeats and depletion, especially the desperate fight against Konoha in the Third Shinobi World War, led to its fall from grace. It was precisely because of the Sand Village's past glory that Konoha implemented a series of measures against them after the Third Shinobi World War. You Sand Village, you Konoha? Inside the meeting room, the elders and advisors from Sand Village and 2 elders and advisors from Konoha began a frantic argument. It was clear that women seemed to be born with a natural talent for haggling over exorbitant prices. Midakato Hamura and Ebizo acted as peacemakers, or, when necessary, to ease the tense atmosphere. The two were essentially acting as lubricants. As night fell, the meeting room was filled with a thick, tense atmosphere. Chihayo's eyes were wide open, her mouth dry and her throat almost hoarse. Ebizo beside her wore a wry smile, indicating that 5 teapots of water had already been emptied. Sand Village's water resources were extremely scarce. Across from them, Uchiha Kaoru was also red-faced and glaring. Neither of them was willing to back down. At first, they managed to restrain themselves, but soon they couldn't hold back anymore. Slamming their fists on the table and glaring were standard practice. Just as tensions were building, a knock sounded at the door. Under Ebizo's questioning gaze, the wooden door slowly opened, revealing Maki, who had rushed back weary from his journey. Entering the meeting room, Maki first respectfully nodded to the 2 elders of Konoha, then solemnly walked to the 2 elders of his own village. Maki whispered something in a low voice, and upon hearing it, Chihayo's anger instantly vanished, replaced by a broad smile, and she nodded repeatedly. I see. Go back and tell Lord Kazakage that I will immediately receive our distinguished guests from the land of Earth. Chihayo, who had risen with a broad smile, seemed to realize her rudeness and immediately smiled at Midakato Hamura and Uchiha Kaoru, bowing slightly. You two have come from afar. It's getting late, so please have Baki take the 2 Konoha advisors to rest. We can explore the customs and culture of our land of wind tomorrow. After these pleasantries, Chihayo's wrinkled face broke into an even wider smile, and she walked towards the door with obvious delight. Midakato Hamura and Uchiha Kaoru, seemingly unfazed, nodded slightly, displaying the air of the first ninja village, maintaining their superior demeanor. However, a glance between them revealed the anxiety in each other's eyes. The land of Earth? What could they be doing here at this time? It's definitely not good news, damn it. It seems we're really going to have to spend a fortune this time. Midakato Hamura glanced worriedly at his old friend beside him, while Uchiha Kaoru subtly shook her head. At this point, it was no longer up to them to decide. They should return and quickly relay information to Sarutobi via their summoning beast before further negotiations. Since they were already at the negotiating table, it meant there was still room for discussion. If they couldn't reach an agreement, it simply meant the benefits weren't sufficient. Meanwhile, in the Kazukage's office, Raza and 2 elder advisors received an envoy from the land of Earth late at night. Kazekage, advisors, our Tsuchikage is very sincere. Back then, Sunagakure was hailed as the second best ninja village after Konoha. And now? Who in the ninja world doesn't know that Konoha is just sucking Sunagakure dry, using such despicable means to restore its strength? Konoha is afraid of Sunagakure's resurgence. This envoy sent by the Tsuchikage was incredibly smooth, launching into a barrage of flattery upon arrival. Although everyone knew it was just polite talk, everyone likes to hear nice things. Chiyo, adopting an honest demeanor, nodded with a sigh, saying, Alice, only Inoki still remembers the friendship between Sunagakure and Iwagakure. Konoha is too despicable. After the Third Shinobi World War, our Sunagakure was reduced to this state, yet they still forced us to sign such a vile treaty. You act, and I, this old woman, act too. You praise me, and I cry my heart out. Everyone knows what's really going on, so a few sighs are enough. Whoever takes it seriously loses. The envoy from Iwagakure looked sincerely at the Kazekage and the 2 elder advisors, directly saying, our Tsuchikage has long been indignant on behalf of Sunagakure. And this time he's even more sincere. Our Tsuchikage knows that Konoha wants to extort your village because of the turmoil on the border, so we have come. This is a private alliance treaty. The 3 of you can take a look. The Kazekage Raza, Chiyo, and Ebizo exchanged glances after receiving the alliance treaty scroll, while secretly cursing Inoki for being so cunning. The envoy from Iwagakure, with a beaming smile, said, Konoha claims to be the overlord of the ninja world, and it has been brazenly bullying our small ninja village. Only by uniting and forming an alliance could we resist Konoha's bullying. Therefore, the Raikage of the Land of Lightning and our Tsuchikage are preparing to join forces to invite all the ninja villages that have suffered from Konoha's bullying to unite and fight against this behavior. While the words sounded good, Raza wasn't stupid. He was young, but someone in this position couldn't be a mindless brute. What did he mean by fighting against this bullying? The Raikage and Tsuchikage had a clever plan. They didn't need to do anything, just talk, and then the Sans village would stand up and shout, we'll fight back, and terminate the treaty of defeat signed with Konoha. And then what? The Raikage and Tsuchikage could only shout a few words, but Konoha would definitely be enraged. Even if they didn't want to fight, they would have to fight for their dignity. In the end, only the Sans village would suffer. If they still can't understand this simple truth, then they've lived in vain, and Raza is utterly unworthy of this position. We, the Sans village, abhor this bullying the most, but Konoha's strength forces us to endure it. After all, you know our current situation in Sans village. Old Granny Chiyo stood up, righteously uttering words against her will, and finally stated her true intentions, turn against Konoha. We don't have the resources for that now, so we're powerless to stop it. The envoy from Iwagakure, however, showed no alarm. Instead, he nodded with a look of sympathy and said, our Tsuchikage has taken this into consideration. The Third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi, has been bullying the dominant ninja world, and all the villages have witnessed his actions. Therefore, to avoid putting your village in a difficult position, our Tsuchikage is willing to help you put some pressure on Konoha. It's not that we at Iwagakure want to provoke a conflict, but Konoha's behavior is simply too shameless. They have brazenly seized 20% of Sunagakure's high-level mission quota. It's outrageous. It's too much. Our Tsuchikage and Raikage will simultaneously announce a joint effort to counter Konoha's hegemony. We will formally invite your village then. Of course, we also sincerely hope to help your village return to the negotiating table with Konoha on the treaty front. This 20% is simply too much. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was clearly trying to use Sunagakure to take a large slice of Konoha's flesh, even though Sunagakure believed that this flesh was rightfully theirs. Upon hearing this, the Kazekage Raza immediately showed a tempted expression, while the cunning Chiyo, though also tempted, didn't reveal a trace of it. Instead, she feigned a worried look and sighed, thank you for that Tsuchikage Inoki's kindness, but Konoha is simply too strong. If pushed too far, our Sunagakure village cannot withstand the damage caused by war, although it wouldn't harm Sunagakure at all. Chiyo had lived many years and experienced more than the young Kazekage Raza. This act of weakness was entirely intended to shut up the Iwagakure envoy. After all, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You're so kind as to help Sunagakure village reclaim some benefits without asking for anything in return? Nonsense. Sure enough, the Iwagakure envoy's face stiffened upon hearing this, inwardly cursing the old woman for being shameless, wanting benefits without giving anything in return. Bah, dream on. Well, our Iwagakure village also bears a huge risk. After all, Konoha's strength is evident to all the ninja villages in the 3 shinobi world wars. But for the sake of justice in the ninja world, and to no longer suffer the humiliation of Konoha's hegemony, our Tsuchikage resolutely chose to stand up. Politicians are never shameless. Finally, the Iwagakure envoy sighed softly. If the Kazekage is willing, we can join forces to fight against Konoha. Of course, our Tsuchikage understands the current situation of Sunagakure. After all, this is not a matter of fighting fiercely. We are willing to help Sunagakure renegotiate the treaty with Konoha. We hope that Sunagakure can allocate some of our share to Iwagakure, since we are also risking the wrath of Konoha. Bah. Finally, his true colors were revealed. Tsuchikage Inoki was envious of this share of the mission. To put it bluntly, he said, I'll stand up and help you renegotiate with Konoha, but I can't do it for free. I don't expect you to give me everything you get back from Konoha, but at least I should get some compensation for my efforts. To put it simply, it's a commission. Please support me. Chapter 159 finalized. In the Land of Wind, in Sunagakure, the hidden sand village, on the morning of the second day, Konoha's envoys, Kahoru Udatane and Hamura Mitakato, appeared calm, but their hearts were bleeding. In contrast, the 2 elder advisors from Sunagakure, Granny Chihayo and Ebizo, wore expressions of deep worry, entering with a series of long sighs. Sunagakure is suffering. I don't know how we'll get through these next few years. Kahoru and Hamura had a few words of utter frustration on their minds, but upon returning to the negotiating table, they took a deep breath. Kahoru slowly put down her teacup, and, without hesitation, stated in a deep voice, we don't need to beat around the bush regarding the battlefield in the Land of Whirlpools. After the Third Shinobi World War, Sunagakure and Konoha formed an alliance. Now, Konoha needs its ally, Sunagakure, to restrain Iwagakure. They gave the other side no chance to stall for time. After all, time was of the essence, and they needed to end the turmoil on the border as quickly as possible. The Nine-Tails attack and Orochimaru's actions, 2 extremely damaging incidents, not only severely harmed Konoha but also caused turmoil on the border. Konoha urgently needs to end this border unrest as quickly as possible to allow time for recovery. Iwagakure? It's not that we, the Sand Village, are unwilling to fulfill our obligations as allies, but we are simply powerless. The village has no extra funds. Moreover, our Ninja Academy is preparing to implement an elite program. Faced with Kahoru Udatane's directness, Chihayo also spread her hands with a bitter face. We're broke. The Sand Village is already dirt poor. We can't help you. Kahoru Udatane sneered inwardly, but her face remained calm and unreadable. She said in a deep voice, we are well aware of the Sand Village's predicament. Therefore, we are willing to reduce our annual mission quota by 5%. She didn't mention that this was a treaty of defeat, but rather that she was asking for a 5-point reduction from the 20% quota they provided to Konoha. Before Chihayo could say anything, Ebizo, standing beside her, immediately became excited and said to his sister, Sister, with 5% of the mission workload, the annual funding will finally be enough to buy the Ninja Academy kids decent clothes and weapon pouches. Damn it, shameless. Kahoru Udatane and Hamura Mitakato cursed inwardly upon hearing Ebizo's words. Wasn't this blatantly saying they were just trying to fob off a beggar? Ebizo sneered inwardly, giving us back 5% of the mission workload and you expect us to fight off Iwagakure? Dream on. The Land of Fire occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world, possessing countless abundant resources, while our Land of Wind is plagued by sandstorms and suffers from severe resource shortages. We implore Konoha to be lenient and abandon the war mission agreement. Our Sand Village is willing to form an eternal alliance with Konoha and stand with Konoha through thick and thin. Granny Chihayo feigned an old and pitiful appearance, as if to say, you're already so wealthy, what do you need from us? Don't take it, shameless. She speaks so sweetly, but she just wants to take back all these missions. It's blatant price gouging. Ahem, it's not that Konoha is unwilling, but the losses from the Third Shinobi World War were too great. These mission shares have been almost entirely distributed among the major clans in Konoha who suffered the most losses. We have no choice, Mikado Hamura seemed to be explaining helplessly, but his words carried a hint of toughness. These mission shares had already been divided up, now you want them all? Do you think the major ninja clans of Konoha would agree? Taking such a large piece of meat from the ninja clans' mouths? The ninja clans might dare to start another war with you. Just haggle like crazy, as if anyone can't do that. The sandstorms of our Tsunagakure, our children, one after another. Tsunagakure kept crying poverty, both sides arguing and stalling, ultimately sticking to a single share of the bargaining chips, neither willing to budge. 12%, only 8%, towards the end, both sides were red-faced and furious, their initial restraint long gone. The two old women, Kahoru and Chihayo, were glaring at each other across the table. Kahoru, you want Tsunagakure to hold Iwagakure back for you? Everyone in the ninja world knows Iwagakure's strength. 8% of the mission share? At most, we Tsunagakure will cheer. As for sending troops to intimidate you, forget about it. Tsunagakure is so weak, this small benefit isn't worth such a big risk for us. Chihayo angrily spread her hands, saying, we're talking about benefits now, what's the point of restraint? If we get it, we'll be heroes. Looking at Chihayo's shameless demeanor, Kahoru Uchiha sneered, Chihayo, don't put it so harshly. The Sand Village is so weak because you started this war against us without provocation. It's their own fault. 8%. If the Sand Village agrees, we're still allies. If they don't agree, Kahoru Uchiha retorted, feigning weakness, just as you said, Konoha enjoys the greatest resources in the ninja world. We can afford to wear them down, but none of you can sit back and watch us and the Mist Village wear each other down while you recuperate. Since you want to wear them down, then we'll wear them down together. You want to start a war? Chihayo's eyes widened, filled with a threatening gaze, while Kahoru Uchiha snorted, do you dare? Or does Inoki dare? Diplomacy between two countries relies on the deterrence of force. Only under such circumstances can friendship be discussed. Without the support of force, you're just a piece of fat meat. Who would talk to you? They just bite you off. Seeing Kahoru's blatant provocation, Chihayo glared angrily and said, fine, if that's how it is, then go back. The Sand Village can't accept Konoha's kindness. And don't worry, under our alliance, the Sand Village won't attack Konoha. The last sentence was utter nonsense. They wouldn't attack openly, but who knew what they were up to? This was a pure test of courage. Anyway, the Sand Village was so poor, who was afraid of whom? Chihayo steeled her heart. Damn it, she didn't believe Konoha would actually dare to fight the four great ninja villages at the cost of their lives. Would that just benefit a small country? Alright, calm down. We represent the identities of two great ninja villages. That's right, sister, why are you still so impulsive? Mikado Hamura and Ebizo stepped forward, smiling and trying to smooth things over. Both sides played the good cop bad cop game. 9%, that's the most we can go. Kahoru Uchiha gritted her teeth, as if to say this was the absolute limit for Konoha. And it seemed so real. But after the arrival of Iwagakure yesterday, and after discussions with the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, they had relaxed their initial bottom line of 10% to 13%. Seeing Kahoru Uchiha's furious expression, Chihayo said to Ebizo, feeling aggrieved, brother, even if we get back 20% of the mission quota, our Tsunagakure won't be doing well. With the daimyo cutting funding, we're suffering. 12%, that's really the least we can go. Your Konoha is so big and powerful, this is nothing to you, but for us Tsunagakure, it's like a life-saving grace. First, she cried poverty, then immediately offered a gesture of gratitude, completely abandoning any pretense of decency. Both sides were using every trick in the book. With this mutual complaining and shameless haggling, Mikado Hamura and Ebizo eventually took turns bargaining. 11.5%, 11.5% it is. For the sake of our friendship with Konoha, for our eternal alliance, we, the Sand Village, will do it. After countless exchanges, finally, with the sun high in the sky, both sides reached a mutually acceptable agreement. Chihayo and Ebizo, beneath their smiles of for the sake of our alliance and friendship, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed they would have to put on a good show to defend Konoha against Iwagakure. However, the painful part was Iwagakure's demand for 3% of the mission's share. Fortunately, Iwagakure only wanted it for 5 years. After 5 years, it would all be theirs. On Konoha's side, Kahoru Udatane and Hamura Mitakato, beneath their forced smiles, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least their bottom line of 13% had been reduced, salvaging 1.5% of their losses. Over time, that added up to a lot of money. Saving is earning. They had reduced the village's losses. If the situation hadn't been so urgent, they could have pushed the price even lower. The battlefield in the land of whirlpools was extremely fierce. Under the Mist Ninja's policy of living in a bloody mist, almost all Mist Ninja were desperate criminals. Although the Konoha side was on the defensive, due to the dispersed forces, while there were no huge casualties, almost everyone was wounded after 3 days of continuous attacks from the Mist Ninja. Reinforcements. Our reinforcements have arrived. The fighting on the battlefield came to an end with the arrival of Konoha's reinforcements. One by one, Konoha ninjas transferred from the rear charged into the battlefield with high morale. Although the number of reinforcements was not large, their quality was definitely elite. If someone had paid close attention, they would have noticed that this reinforcement was almost entirely composed of the elite of Orochimaru's old guard. It could be said that the battlefield in the land of whirlpools had become a gathering place for Orochimaru's former elite forces. The advantage of doing so was that, with the arrival of Sarutobi Shinosuke, he could place his own people everywhere along the border defenses against the land of water. The elites who had once hindered him were now being deployed to the front lines to provide support. After landing, Konoha's reinforcements quickly began to rush to the various battlefields. In the war-torn forest, dazzling ninjutsu danced, explosive tags roared, and countless hidden weapons flashed, turning it into a veritable forest of death. Fat Pig, something seems off about your Sumehoda. In the dark, damp forest, Uchiha Yoru, wielding the Kusanagi sword, revealed a mocking smile. A tiny fragment of Sumehoda, broken from the blade, could be seen, only because he had held back at the last moment. As the two clashed swords, Sujetsu Hazuki's face was extremely grim. Suppressing his anger, he said in a low voice, "Kid, you've been keeping quiet. Just say what you want." Although Sujetsu Hazuki appeared rough, he was a cautious and meticulous person beneath his rugged exterior. His opponent's reluctance to reveal his desire for Sumehoda, and his deliberate holding back in their clash, clearly indicated a conspiracy. At Uchiha Yoru's signal, Sujetsu Hazuki coldly snorted, his face extremely ugly. Then, suddenly, as if wounded, he transformed into a water clone, instantly filling the forest with thick white fog. Water release, hidden mist technique. Beneath the dense fog, the sounds of clashing swords still echoed through the forest, but with visibility obscured, the two, who had initially fought with deadly intent, were now merely putting on a show. The mistake of losing the great sword Sumehoda is something even you, Sujetsu Hazuki, can't bear, Sujetsu Hazuki said, his face turning even more ashen. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were elite ninja who carried out highly difficult missions for the successive Mizukage. Legend had it that the 7 of them could conquer a small country in a single night. This was an inherited title in the land of water, the Hidden Mist Village, essentially a title based on a sword, and these 7 swords were the symbol of the Hidden Mist Village, carrying immense significance. The responsibility of losing a ninja sword would likely have driven most people to defect, but it was only because Sujetsu Hazuki held a high position and was unwilling to relinquish his status, and because he believed there was still a chance to reclaim it. Seeing the other man's sinister smile, Sujetsu Hazuki, though filled with anger and resentment, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed this brat had hidden it and hadn't reported it. There was still a chance. Personal interests differed from those between nations. If the sword were reported and involved 2 major ninja villages, his situation would be far more serious, and beyond their control. But this was clearly a private matter between the 2 of them, driven by self-interest. It was far better than letting the villages know he had lost his ninja sword. Sujetsu Hazuki knew the sword's importance. If his affair were exposed, even if he survived, the shame would be permanent, and he would never be able to stay in his position. "Kid, what do you want? Ninjutsu? Secret techniques?" He knew the other party's identity clearly. With the backing of the Uchiha clan, how could they be short of money? So, it could only be these 2 things. Seeing Sujetsu Hazuki's question, which he was barely suppressing his anger, Uchiha Yoru revealed a strange smile. He would use this as leverage for the rest of his life. Ninjutsu and secret techniques? Do you think I lack them? Or do you look down on my Orochimaru sensei, or rather, look down on the Uchiha clan's foundation, A sarcastic smile and a question made Sujetsu Hazuki glare with anger and growl in a low voice. Then what exactly do you want, kid? I want people. After Uchiha Yoru's voice came, Sujetsu Hazuki's eyes widened. He didn't think the other party wanted him. In the ninja world, people usually meant either bloodline ninjas or some young geniuses. Impossible. You want a genius boy from Kirigakure? I would never betray the village. Forget about it. Sujetsu Hazuki's angry rebuke made him seem like a loyal servant willing to sacrifice everything for the village, but Uchiha Yoru, who knew the original story well, only smiled mockingly. Please support. Chapter 160 The Deal with Sujetsu Hazuki. Sujetsu Hazuki, a member of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen of the Mist, betrayed his country by selling intelligence and ultimately died at the hands of Kisame, who also stole Samehoda. However, the official guidebook states that he carried out underground missions for many years to protect the village of the Bloody Mist. He was very shrewd and wary, even respected by Bido Uchiha. His ruthless actions were all for the sake of the village. He was a complex person. Yoru Uchiha didn't know his exact thoughts, but one thing was certain: if he cared about the village, he would never choose to fight to the death. Temporary losses were insignificant. A direct confrontation with Konoha would be the worst outcome for the Mist Ninja. Therefore, whether Sujetsu Hazuki was truly a villain who betrayed the village's interests, there was nothing more to say. Yoru held leverage over him. If he was secretly protecting the Mist Ninja through his own means, then Yoru would have to continue down that path to climb higher and gain more power. Sushiyama Fuguki, you secretly sold out Kirigakure's information to a neighboring country. Do you really think nobody knows? A light, airy voice echoed in his ears. Just a moment ago, Sushiyama Fuguki had been composed and imposing, now enveloped in thick fog. His expression changed drastically, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. The other party knew his information. Damn it, Konoha had even infiltrated Kirigakure. At this moment, Sushiyama Fuguki felt a chill run down his spine, a fear that gripped him. If things came to light, his only option was to defect. Hell, but don't worry. Your information has always been handled by the former Root Vice Captain, my Orochimaru sensei. And before he could even upload your information, something happened. I think you understand. Uchiha Yoru's meaningful smile made Sushiyama Fuguki breathe a sigh of relief, but also filled him with resentment and anger. Another weakness had been discovered. Damn it. This brat held his weakness. He could never escape this situation. No. Should he really defect? At this moment, Sujetsu Hazuki was clearly flustered, while Uchiha Yoru secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It seemed this fat guy was incredibly bold, having already started betraying village information so early on. It wasn't that Sujetsu Hazuki hadn't suspected the other man was bluffing, it was that when the other man mentioned Root, he believed him. That damn group of Root assassins, the so-called dark forces of Konoha, most likely actually had evidence against him. Fatty, don't panic. You know my current situation. In Sujetsu Hazuki's eyes, this Uchiha brat revealed a wicked, demonic smile. You must know about my Orochimaru sensei's incident. After all, it's the fuse that ignited the turmoil in the ninja world. I'm not too bothered right now, since I still have the Uchiha clan behind me. But the core group my master left behind will likely face a purge. I think you understand what that means. Having broken through the enemy's defenses, Uchiha Yoru didn't want to rush things and let this guy defect. Although Kirigakure would suffer losses, he didn't seem to gain much. At most, the commander of Kirigakure would just change. Upon hearing Uchiha Yoru's self-destruction, Sujetsu Hazuki suddenly realized something. This kid was also ambitious, unwilling to be an ordinary ninja. He actually wanted to gather a force. Ambition. Just like him. Unwilling to give up power. At this moment, his panicked heart seemed to calm down a little, but Sujetsu Hazuki's expression was still unpleasant. He said in a deep voice, "What kind of people do you want? It's not easy for me to be on the front lines right now, and if I go too far, it'll be easy to be discovered. Then neither of us will have a good ending." Sujetsu Hazuki's words also carried a threatening tone, as if to say, "Don't go too far. If I'm exposed, I won't let you get away with it." Uchiha Yoru shrugged and revealed an arrogant and disdainful smile. "You're wrong about one thing. You won't have a good ending. After all, once things are exposed, you can only go into exile in the ninja world. But I'm different. I have the strongest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha." Damn it, Sujetsu Hazuki cursed inwardly, his eyes turning red. He felt incredibly envious. These damn bloodline clans. The fourth Mizukage's policy of weakening bloodline clans was indeed correct. The clans had too much power, so he agreed with weakening them, but he didn't agree with exterminating them. Fatty, I know your ambition, and I know you want to climb higher. This might be a bridge between us. For example, if you have any enemies, you can give me their information, and I'll be happy to clear the way for you. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's shameless words, Sujetsu Hazuki almost vomited blood. What did he mean by clearing the way for him? He was just trying to gain merit, damn it. However, he was somewhat tempted. Kid, once or twice is fine, but if it happens too often, how long do you think I can stay in this position? Sujetsu Hazuki was being blunt. Since things had come to this point, why hide anything? He glared and said, your merit is a loss for me. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens too often, the Mist Ninja will replace me as the frontline commander. Seeing Sujetsu Hazuki gradually soften and accept this, Uchiha Yoru loosened his grip on the Kusanagi sword by a third, a mocking smile on his face. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, I know your Mizukage's methods against bloodline ninjas. Isn't this perfect? I'll deal with the bloodline ninja for you, which will also help you clear obstacles. You don't need to thank me then, shameless. Sujetsu Hazuki cursed inwardly, but he could only suppress his anger. The bloodline ninjas of Kirigakure can only be weakened gradually, not all at once. And what exactly do you want? What do I need to give to get back Samehoda? Sujetsu Hazuki wasn't stupid. Once the other party had a handle on him, they would only become more greedy. He would be in trouble sooner or later unless this brat died, which was obviously impossible for him now. So there was only one option left, defection. But he was unwilling to be a wretched exile in the ninja world. Moreover, Samehoda was his possession. Without Samehoda, his strength would be reduced by more than half. In the perilous ninja world, only strength could bring peace of mind. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get Samehoda back. Only with a Samehoda sword in hand could he guarantee his survival while in exile in the ninja world. Don't worry, I only need some decent kids. I think you understand that. Of course, some precious experimental subjects of bloodline limit ninjas would be best. After all, my Orochimaru sensei is on this island. Under Uchiha Yoru's meaningful smile, Sujetsu Hazuki broke out in a cold sweat. Barely suppressing his shock as he stared at the other man. Orochimaru is also in the land of whirlpools, damn it. I knew it. How could this brat have such audacity? It's obvious that Konoha's Orochimaru is unwilling to accept defeat and wants to make a comeback. No wonder his information wasn't leaked. It turns out Orochimaru instructed this brat, the two of them working together to plan something big. Clearly, Sujetsu Hazuki had misunderstood. He thought Orochimaru was unwilling to accept defeat and wanted to return to Konoha to compete for the Hokage position again. Uchiha Yoru naturally saw through the other man's gaze, but he wore an indifferent smile. His mention of Orochimaru was, of course, just a cover. He needed to cover himself up. If the other side really went all out, he could simply feign ignorance. After all, his Orochimaru teacher would always take the blame. If they really wanted to investigate, Orochimaru's presence in the land of whirlpools wouldn't lie, they would simply shift their focus. How can you give me back my Samehoda? Having thought he'd figured out the whole truth, Sujetsu Fuguki immediately chickened out. He only wanted to be a captain, while Orochimaru coveted the Hokage position. They were on completely different levels. Besides, Orochimaru was the third Hokage's student. It was an internal conflict. What was he anyway? His plan to fight to the death instantly failed. You can't be that naive, can you? You want your ninja sword back without giving anything in return, Uchiha Yoru said sarcastically, feigning surprise as if to say, do you think I'm an idiot? He then shrugged and added, I forgot to tell you, Samehoda seems to be a living entity. My teacher is very interested and wants to study it for a while, so you know what I mean. Sujetsu Fuguki gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was completely on the defensive, being led by the nose. He secretly resolved that if the other party went too far, he would definitely stop when he got Samehoda back. The signal flare just now indicated that our Konoha reinforcements have landed. It seems this war will have to be temporarily suspended. We'll contact you again later. With that, Uchiha Yoru turned to leave, but then suddenly remembered something and stopped in his tracks. The ninja who ambushed me last time, that shark-faced one and the masked bloodline ninja, I think you wouldn't be too reluctant to part with them, would you? Seeing Uchiha Yoru about to leave, Sashiro Hazuki suddenly said this, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face, his eyes filled with ferocious bloodshot veins. How, it seems these two ninjas offended you quite a bit, to be so hated by you. Shark-faced is my capable subordinate, named Hoshigaki Kisame. I still need someone to serve me, but I'll hand him over to you when I'm no longer needed. Don't worry, I can give you information on Hoshigaki Kisame first. As for the other masked bloodline ninja you mentioned, I don't know yet. But don't worry, with Konoha's reinforcements this time, the Mizukage's orders will likely arrive soon. Then this elite force will be under my command, and I'll secretly investigate and give you the information, even towards his own village ninjas. Even his assistant, Sashiro Hazuki, was utterly cold-blooded, showing no hesitation whatsoever, displaying his selfishness to the fullest extent. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, "Alright, I'll wait for your good news. Anyway, bloodline ninjas don't have it easy in your Kirigakure village. Why don't you put more effort into squeezing out the bloodline ninjas on the front lines and create more opportunities for me?" Hearing such shameless words, Sujetsu Hazuki silently nodded. He comforted himself, thinking that the village's policy towards bloodline ninjas was to exclude them anyway. It would be better if they died. He was just complying with the village's policy. "Kid, I'm afraid I can't hide the secret of Samehoda for long. Once my affair is exposed, there will definitely be a new commander here, and then your schemes will all be in vain." Sujetsu Hazuki had nothing left to threaten them with, so he could only use this as leverage. As long as he was there would be people cooperating with him. If someone else came, everything would start anew. "Don't worry, I believe in your abilities. How could Samehoda be returned so easily?" Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, and as the thick fog gradually dissipated, both of their figures disappeared into it. At the same time, signal flares appeared in the sky, some signaling the retreat of the Mist Ninja, others signaling the arrival of Konoha reinforcements. With the arrival of Konoha reinforcements, the battle between the two major ninja villages of Uzushiagakure temporarily ended with both sides retreating. Konoha base. Quick, bandages to stop the bleeding. His arm has been set, now he needs rest. Yes, next, although the war was over, the fierce fighting on both sides over the past 3 days had resulted in numerous wounded. Uchiha Yoru, covered in sweat, solemnly performed medical ninjutsu to treat the wounded at the rear of the base. For those with severe injuries, stabilize their condition and try to prevent it from worsening. Depending on the urgency, find Dr. Nono to treat them. Yes, Uchiha Yoru issued orders while his hands were busy. Although his medical ninjutsu wasn't as good as the experienced Dr. Nono, it was still quite good, especially in suppressing the worsening of injuries. Inside the rear tents, there were medical ninjas and wounded ninjas. Screams and wails echoed constantly, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and medical equipment. "Captain Kakashi, Kakashi-senpai," just as everyone was busy, a respectful voice suddenly rang out in the camp. Uchiha Yoru, without looking up, was solemnly treating a ninja. "Captain Yoru, since the last time, Hatake Kakashi's attitude seemed to have changed. His behavior now subtly revealed a superior-subordinate relationship, and he arrived with an extremely respectful expression. How are the camp arrangements going?" Facing Uchiha Yoru without even looking up, Hatake Kakashi nodded solemnly. "Everything is arranged perfectly. The lightly wounded ninja squads, along with the newly arrived reinforcements, are adapting to the frontline environment as quickly as possible." "Good. Remember to send additional reconnaissance ninja squads. Be extremely vigilant against a Mist Ninja taking this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. I've already dispatched 9 additional squads to monitor the area around the clock." The surrounding Konoha ninjas watched as their supreme commander, Uchiha Yoru, immediately went to the temporary field hospital to treat the ninjas after leaving the battlefield, handing over power to his assistant. Now, he was simultaneously performing medical ninjutsu to heal the ninjas and handling administrative affairs, which truly impressed them. It must be said that in a ninja world filled with treachery and intrigue, yet in this distorted world, the ninjas are somewhat naive. Uchiha Yoru had easily won over countless hearts with just a few simple tricks. It was precisely because of this distorted world that it was so easy. "Captain Knight, this is the list of this batch of reinforcements. Due to the urgency, this is a temporary allocation, and we'll reorganize it based on the battle situation later." It has to be said that having Kakashi Hatake around is incredibly convenient and saves a lot of effort. No wonder he's destined to become Hokage. Although still somewhat inexperienced, he's certainly his most capable assistant right now. Please support Chapter 161 Orochimaru's information. The situation in the ninja world changes as rapidly as the weather in June, more fickle than a woman's face. Tsunagakure and Konoha righteously emphasize their alliance, even agreeing to cooperate in combating ninjas who are using their names to cause trouble on the border. Then, Iwagakure began establishing diplomatic relations with Tsunagakure. Although it wasn't yet an alliance, it was clear to everyone that they had received benefits. One moment there was a trend of the 4 major ninja villages uniting against Konoha, the next the tide had turned. Tsunagakure became close to Konoha again, and Iwagakure also showed a desire for peace. Clearly, all 3 villages got what they wanted. Tsunagakure used the opportunity to reclaim 11.5% of the mission's share. Iwagakure clearly cooperated with Tsunagakure, and ultimately benefited, achieving their goal with great satisfaction. Only Konoha ceded some benefits to satisfy greedy hearts. Meanwhile, in the land of lightning, Kumagakure. Inside the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage, slammed his fist on the brand new desk in a fit of rage, roaring in frustration, "Inoki! You despicable bastard!" Just moments before, Inoki had been the most proactive in contacting them, explaining the advantages and disadvantages of joining forces against Konoha, but behind their backs, he'd colluded with Tsunagakure, taking a bite out of Konoha's profits and then remaining silent. Damn it, the 4th Raikage's eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger, hatred, and above all, envy. Konoha had returned such a huge benefit to Tsunagakure, such a large-scale operation couldn't be kept secret from those with ulterior motives. Clearly, Inoki of Iwagakure had also profited from it, otherwise, why would he have turned on them so quickly? So, after all the efforts of the 4 great ninja villages, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure got their share and then abandoned them? Tsunagakure, after all, was one of the 5 great ninja villages. 20% of the high-level missions were enough to support a mid-tier ninja village. Damn it! Inoki! You treacherous villain, the 4th Raikage, was furious that the Sands village hadn't included him in their scheme. He was also eyeing the enormous profits. The 5 great ninja villages had all suffered heavy losses in the Third Shinobi World War, and none of them wanted to start a 4th Shinobi World War at this time, otherwise they might have been swayed by smaller nations. While the Third Shinobi World War had crippled them, they still maintained their status as the 5 great ninja villages. But if a 4th Shinobi World War broke out now, and war truly erupted, they could all fall from grace. Sent the order to incite hatred between the smaller ninja villages and Konoha, especially saying that the Mist village is preparing to go to war with Konoha. In short, I want to ensure that Konoha's borders are never peaceful. Having gained nothing, the 4th Raikage, was clearly envious, and now he could only use the current Mist village as leverage. Of the 5 great ninja villages, Tsunagakure and Iwagakure chose to settle things peacefully. With 2 out of 5 villages gone, Konoha faced a significantly reduced pressure, and although he was reckless, he didn't want to let others gain an advantage so easily. This meant that Kurigakure would still hold the main force. Snowflakes fell heavily on the front lines of the land of whirlpools, seemingly putting a temporary pause on the war. The heavy snow symbolized the passing of a year, and the ninja world welcomed a new one. This year, Itachi Uchiha was 8 years old, and Yoru Uchiha and Kakashi Uchiha had turned 17, becoming the most dazzling geniuses of the year. One was Kakashi Hatake, a genius who graduated as a Jonin at 5, a Chunin at 6, and a Jonin at 12. The other was a genius of the Uchiha clan, a student of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and now a genius commanding a nearly 1,000-strong ninja army on the front lines. His calm mind, command of a ninja army several times larger than his own, and numerous battlefield achievements solidified his status as a genius no less than, and perhaps even surpassing, Kakashi Hatake. This year has been incredibly tumultuous for Konoha. First, the Hyuga clan split, then came the Orochimaru incident involving Hokage candidates, and immediately afterward, the borders, which had just begun to stabilize, became unstable again. The successive upheavals within Konoha particularly fueled the greed of neighboring small and large nations, leaving the village constantly struggling to cope with the border unrest. Konoha could only choose to defend itself externally, while internally it began to beautify everything, creating the illusion of a peaceful environment within the village, unaware of the turmoil on the borders. The land of whirlpools. Under a blanket of snow, as if draped in a silver armor, even the battlefields of yesteryear seemed to have quieted down. Konoha's base. Camped a night, Recently the Mist Ninja have attacked several of our strongholds. Following your strategic guidelines, we prioritize protecting our ninjas before securing supplies. Therefore, while we suffered significant material losses over the past few months, our casualties haven't been substantial. With the war temporarily subsided, the Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. For the past few months, they and the Mist Ninja had been constantly at war, with small skirmishes every 3 days and large battles every 5. The entire forest had become their battlefield. It was a close call, with both sides experiencing victories and defeats. Either the Mist Ninja ambushed them or they ambushed the Mist Ninja. Overall, the situation was relatively even, with the battle at a stalemate. Both villages tacitly kept their ninja forces under 1,000 men to avoid escalating the conflict. However, this was only Konoha's perspective. Obito, the Mist Ninja's ally, was more driven by anger. Although he controlled the Mizukage, the Mist Ninja village wasn't entirely under his control, especially given the risk of escalating the conflict and triggering the Fourth Shinobi World War. Kirigakure faced numerous obstacles, from the daimyo down to the village's jonin. No one believed now was the time to escalate the war. Listening to the latest battle reports inside the tent, Uchiha Yoru nodded with a satisfied smile. A few supplies are nothing compared to the preciousness of our ninjas. The jonin inside the tent looked at Uchiha Yoru with a kind of fanaticism. After all, ninjas were tools, regardless of rank. Even the Third Hokage only spoke of them, he never actually did anything. Yet, even so, the Third Hokage had swayed countless hearts with just his words. Uchiha Yoru, however, wasn't just talking, he was truly committed to action, and he would carry it out thoroughly. He prioritized the lives of ninjas above all else, protecting even the wounded and disabled. In Uchiha Yoru's words, they were heroes. They were the future of us. Keep a close eye on things lately. Although this blizzard has temporarily brought the Mist Ninja to a standstill, we can't let our guard down. I don't want our ninjas to be attacked again during the New Year holiday. Haha, don't worry, Lord Yoru. Our reconnaissance teams have already expanded their search area. We definitely won't let the Mist Ninjas get close easily. The ninjas in the tent all showed hearty smiles. Having spent so much time together, they had almost figured out Uchiha Yoru's character. As long as it wasn't a mission or battle, he was a very easy person to talk to, and even liked to guide talented people in the camp. Uchiha Yoru had been at the front lines for less than a year, first proving his strength with solid battle achievements, and then, over time, his powerful personal charm had made countless people feel a sense of belonging. Night gradually fell, and the blizzard howled. The land of whirlpools and the land of iron were not too far apart, and it seemed that a blizzard in the land of iron had caused a once-in-a-century blizzard here. Both Konoha and the Mist Ninja were caught off guard and chose to rest during this time. The howling north wind and blizzard made it impossible to open one's eyes, and all living things in the world seemed to have chosen to cower in fear. The world was utterly silent, especially the blizzard under the night sky, which exuded an aura of destruction. Inside a huge tree hollow in the forest, Uchiha Yoru cautiously glanced around and, finding no one following him, secretly breathed a sigh of relief before slowly entering the hollow. Orochimaru-sensei, the recent ceasefire probably won't yield many experimental subjects. In the empty tree hollow, Uchiha Yoru spoke calmly to the deserted surroundings. However, at that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the ground, accompanied by that unique, hoarse laugh. How, the recent ceasefire isn't just because of the blizzard? Orochimaru slowly appeared, looking at Uchiha Yoru with a meaningful smile. He had never imagined his student would grow so quickly. In such a short time, he had already replaced him in the eyes of those on the front lines. Although he no longer cared, he had to admit the student's talent. This wasn't just a talent for combat, his almost innate political acumen and exceptional battlefield command skills made him a near-perfect genius. If it weren't for the numerous problems discovered with his reanimation jutsu, this body would have been the perfect vessel. Thinking this, Orochimaru shook his head, a hint of regret in his greedy snake eyes. It was a pity, reanimating a powerful soul would cause significant damage, and he had already found another path, so he had to abandon this perfect vessel. Orochimaru-sensei, do you mean there's another reason for the ceasefire? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Yoru immediately showed curiosity. He never underestimated anyone, especially Orochimaru, who had been in Konoha for so many years. How could his forces have been wiped out so quickly? Even 10 years after the start of the original story, some people in Konoha still remembered him. While Orochimaru was good, he still lacked in foundational strength, something that needed time to overcome. In response to Uchiha Yoru's doubts, Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. The commander-in-chief defending the Land of Water's border, Sarutobi Shinizuke, has stabilized the rear. While the skirmishes in the Land of Whirlpools aren't significant, there hasn't been any substantial progress. Some people in the village don't want to drag this out any longer and want to end the war as soon as possible. After all, although the skirmishes in the Land of Whirlpools aren't major, all the major ninja villages in the ninja world are currently recuperating, especially Iwagakure and Kumagakure, who are secretly expanding their military forces. Upon hearing this news, Uchiha Yoru frowned even more. He truly hadn't expected the village to become so anxious. However, it was true, although things seemed largely unchanged since his arrival, some things had actually changed. Orochimaru-sensei, do you mean the village is preparing to send Sarutobi Shinizuke to the front lines to establish prestige? Although it was a question, he already knew what was going on. Uchiha Yoru's face immediately revealed a mocking smile. Someone with no significant achievements, yet now trying to establish prestige on a small battlefield, actually dares to dream of becoming Hokage. It seems this son of the Third Hokage is ambitious, but unfortunately, his strength doesn't match his ambition. Hell, with those old guys pushing him from behind, it won't take more than a few years. Orochimaru's eyes clearly showed mockery as he said this. The Third Hokage is old. The sharpness of the ninja hero of yesteryear is fading year by year. When talking about the Third Hokage, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with complex emotions, both hatred and sorrow. It was truly tragic that a once great ninja hero had gradually become like this, and it made him see the fragility of life. People lose their sharpness as they grow old. When Uchiha Yoru heard that Sarutobi Shinizuke was coming to the front lines, clearly intending to replace him, he scoffed and mocked, as if to say, does he think I'm made of clay? It was obvious that Shinizuke was coming to weaken Yoru's prestige and, consequently, the strength of the front lines. Since Shinizuke wasn't one of their own, they could be freely and recklessly weakened, gaining impressive victories while simultaneously weakening Orochimaru's old guard. For the old guard of Konoha, it was a win-win situation. How, Yoru-kun, it seems the old guard of your Uchiha clan has been too focused on root. Orochimaru, in his imagination, assumed the Uchiha clan was only concerned with Shimura Danzo, their most hostile member, and had underestimated the other three old guards. With a gulp, an intelligence scroll was spat out. Orochimaru then tossed the scroll over, licking his lips and revealing a grotesque smile as he hoarsely said, that idiot Jiraiya was recently sent to the vicinity of Iwagakure to gather intelligence, and it seems another of the Sannin has arrived here. My research has also reached a crucial moment, another of the Sannin? Princess Tsunade. Upon thinking of this name, Uchiha Yoru frowned, his face turning ugly. Damn, he had a good father. It was obvious that if Sarutobi Shinizuke encountered problems on the front lines, this man would step in to help him through the crisis, a typical case of arranging for a powerful protector. Isn't Princess Tsunade homophobia? Uchiha Yoru frowned as he spoke, while Orochimaru revealed a hoarse smile. I didn't expect that Yoru-kun would also know this secret. I really underestimated Yoru-kun's intelligence capabilities. It's true that Tsunade has homophobia, but you seem to have forgotten Tsunade's abilities. It's not too difficult for the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world to sever and adjust the nerves that cause retinal pigment degeneration. Do you think she would still have homophobia in this situation? After Orochimaru uttered this technical term, fortunately, Uchiha Yoru was also proficient in medical ninjutsu and knew what it meant. To put it bluntly, it meant severing the nerves in her retina that perceive red, which would make her colorblind. Although it would have some impact, at least she wouldn't be affected by homophobia. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru showed a look of realization. He hadn't thought of this point. In the original story, this method wasn't used in Tanabata Street, probably because Tsunade didn't react in time or chose to avoid it before her life was in danger. Princess Tsunade, upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru fell into deep thought. It seemed he would need to tone down some of his methods in the future. I stayed up too late writing last night and completely forgot to set a timer. Luckily, I woke up early this morning. Chapter 162 Kabuto's Choice. In the Land of Whirlpools, at Konoha's base, a fierce snowstorm raged. Inside the medical ninja's tent, Yakashi Nanao and Yakashi Kabuto sat respectfully to one side. Lord Yoru addressed them respectfully, shaking his head. There are no outsiders here. There are some things I need to clarify with you, Yakashi Nanao, you've been here for so long. Danzo seems to trust you, but he's also wary of the many secrets you possess. I think you should know this." Hearing this, Yakashi Nanao smiled gently and nodded. She never complained about fate. Compared to many ninjas, her fate was far better. "Lord Yoru, rest assured, I'll handle everything regarding Root." Looking at the two, Yoru gently shook his head. "I think you might have misunderstood me. You two are both from Root. I'm afraid I can't protect you both right now." "What's going on?" Kabuto, who had been calm, had a look of seriousness flash in his eyes behind his glasses upon hearing this, while Nanao, standing beside him, smiled gently without changing her expression, as if no news could move her. "I have my sources of intelligence, and someone will soon come to the front lines to replace me." When Yoru Uchiha said this calmly, Kabuto was immediately startled, his fingers trembling as he held his glasses. "Lord Yoru, you mean?" Kabuto wasn't stupid, he knew nothing about this. Did Root not know? No. How could Root not know? Therefore, Root was keeping it from them, even testing them. "After someone comes to the front lines to replace me, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you anymore, and you'll be easily exposed. I'm giving you two choices." Looking at the two of them, Yoru Uchiha seemed concerned, as if saying that if they hadn't completed Root's mission after being on the front lines for so long, they might not have a good time back, especially Nanao. Although my teacher Orochimaru was expelled from the Land of Fire, he was still a powerful ninja, and he valued talent. "If you're willing, you don't need to worry about the Root curse seals on your bodies," Uchiha Yoru said, trying to keep a calm tone. He added softly, "I'll arrange an accident, so don't worry, there won't be any trouble." Uchiha Yoru is still the highest-ranking commander on the front lines, and his words carried considerable weight. Kabuto Yakashi was well aware of this, and he began to think things through calmly. Root. While it was a good choice, his cursed seals and his mission meant that something unexpected might happen one day, especially with a headmaster involved. Thinking of this, Kabuto Yakashi's gaze hardened as he looked at the headmaster beside him and said, "Headmaster, you know too many secrets of Root. Danzo won't trust you. Shall we go to Orochimaru's place together?" Looking at Kabuto, Nanao Yakashi smiled and gently shook her head, saying, "What will happen to the children at the orphanage if I leave?" Kabuto fell silent, but Nanao smiled sincerely. "Kabuto, go. Root will only limit your talent. I'll stay in Konoha, at least there will be one more person to take care of the orphanage." "Headmaster, you?" Kabuto was filled with resentment. He wanted to stay and face the situation with the headmaster, but Nanao smiled and shook her head, saying, "Kabuto, now is not the time to be reckless. The hope of leaving Root is right before your eyes. You are still young, besides, although Orochimaru has been expelled, there is still Yoru-sama. As long as there is hope, anything is possible in the future." Saying this, Nanao turned to look at Yoru Uchiha with a smile, but her wise eyes seemed to know everything. For the sake of the orphanage, she couldn't leave. But if she followed Root all the way, Danzo wouldn't let her go. She knew that, and Danzo knew it too. The orphanage was her lifeline, and Danzo already held everything. Before, she had no choice, but now she had one. Though it wasn't a big one, it was better than no hope at all. As the best spy, and given that Uchiha Yoru hadn't concealed his intentions, she naturally saw everything. Change requires sacrifice, and she didn't know how long she could stay en route. If Kabuto had another path to choose from, she would naturally let him go. Headmistress, looking at Kabuto, Yakashi Nanao smiled and shook her head, saying, "Kabuto, you're not a child anymore. Even the children at the Ninja Academy know not to put all your eggs in one basket. If you stay, the orphanage will only have one hope, but if you leave, it will have another," or rather, Yakashi Nanao wanted Kabuto to stay away from trouble, away from the dark and suffocating place that was Root. Although Orochimaru wasn't a good person, Yakashi Nanao knew one thing clearly: Kabuto's greatest talent lay in medical ninjutsu, and he wasn't a bloodline limit ninja. Relatively speaking, Orochimaru probably valued Kabuto's medical talent more. After a long silence, Kabuto respectfully bowed his head and said in a deep voice, "Lord Yoru, take care." As a smart man, Kabuto knew that only if Uchiha Yoru is safe would the orphanage be safe. Looking at Kabuto Yakashi, Yoru Uchiha shook his head and sighed, "You're all sensible people, so I won't hide anything. We're executioners with blood on our hands, how can we be good people? I can say I'll do my best to ensure the children in the orphanage don't starve, but you should also understand the principle of moderation. No matter how much power you possess in the future, the orphanage must remain as it is. No one will see if they barely have enough to eat, but if they live too well, then that's a sin. Yoru Uchiha's meaning was simple: although I have the power to make the orphanage better, I won't do it. I'm doing this to protect the orphanage. Kabuto, 3 days from now, I'll arrange for you to accompany a small team to the rear to treat the wounded. We'll encounter an ambush by Kurigakure on the way. Under Yoru Uchiha's calm tone, Kabuto Yakushi revealed a smile that was hard to tell whether to laugh or cry. Leaving Root was something he had never dared to even imagine. He had even thought he would never leave this dark place in his life. But the opportunity had suddenly arrived, but it also meant leaving Konoha. Konoha is rotten. Your departure might preserve a new spark. Uchiha Yoru's words caused a silence to fall between them. Kabuto Yakushi hadn't been particularly interested in reform. His only concerns were the headmaster and the orphanage. But now, he seemed to have an urge to reform. If he succeeded, he could return to Konoha, back to the orphanage basking in the sunlight. Thank you, Lord Yoru, Yakushi Nanao said gently, bowing on Kabuto's behalf. She thanked him for giving Kabuto a chance to choose his fate and for giving the orphanage another hope. Thank you, Lord Yoru. Kabuto was filled with gratitude towards Uchiha Yoru. He considered himself an insignificant person with insignificant thoughts, lacking the greatness of someone who wanted to change Konoha. He could only admire such a great person. He simply wanted to live a good life. But life was like that, and he couldn't escape it. At the headmaster's signal, Kabuto respectfully thanked him and left. I'll go prepare. With Kabuto's departure, the howling snow outside left only the two of them standing facing each other in the tent. Looking at Nono Yakushi, this walking shrine maiden, Uchiha Yoru knew he couldn't lie to her, just like he had to Kakashi and the others. Those who aspire to greatness need more talent under their command, and lies and deception are only temporary, only sincerity is eternal. You don't need to thank me. I just want to preserve a spark for my comeback. After all, no one knows whether tomorrow or an accident will come first, just like White Fang and Orochimaru-sensei. With a self-deprecating smile, Uchiha Yoru didn't lie. If he really lost in this game, he couldn't rise again alone, could he? Orochimaru wasn't the perfect candidate right now. He could serve as his mentor outside Konoha. He needed talent, and Orochimaru needed talent too, a win-win situation, perfectly capable of cultivating talent for him. Since Root has dispatched you, their walking priestess, I suspect Danzo Shimura isn't just here to gather simple information. Uchiha Yoru calmly asked the question he had been wanting to know. After all, they had already been frank with each other. Yakushi Nanao gently tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear. Her nun's attire and gentle smile gave off a refreshing, spring-like feeling. What Lord Danzo wanted to find out was whether Lord Yoru had awakened the main Decay Sharingan. Yakushi Nanao's gentle tone followed by her next sentence shocked Uchiha Yoru, who then became even more serious. Why would Danzo suspect this? Now he had no time for caution. Uchiha Yoru pondered deeply, going over every possible opportunity to expose a flaw since activating the main Decay Sharingan, but he simply couldn't find where it might have been. Yakushi Nanao smiled gently. Lord Yoru's strength has improved too quickly, especially in such a short time to be able to withstand the renowned Kurigakure ninja Sujetsu Azuki, and even fight against Lord Jiraiya. Furthermore, Lord Yoru's Sharingan power seems stronger than that of ordinary three-tomo Uchiha. According to Danzo's speculation, awakening the main Decay Sharingan stimulates a surge in eye power, even significantly increasing the power of a three-tomo Sharingan. Moreover, the evolution of bloodline limits also strengthens the body. Hearing Yakushi Nanao's explanation, Uchiha Yoru showed a look of realization, letting out a sigh of relief while secretly marveling. Indeed, one should not underestimate anyone. After all, ninjas excel at intelligence analysis. So, how does Danzo plan to have you investigate whether I have awakened the main Decay Sharingan? Or rather, how do you plan to investigate? Uchiha Yoru's expression became somewhat serious. After all, if the cunning Danzo had any suspicions, this guy would stop at nothing. He really needed to be wary. However, Yakushi Nono calmly chuckled. The evolution of the Sharingan causes a special chakra to surge within the brain, acting on the optic nerve and causing changes in the eyes. This special chakra also strengthens the entire body. Certain special methods might be able to analyze the changes in Lord Yoru's body. Outside, a blizzard howled, but inside the warm tent, a warm, jade-like hand slowly touched a hard spot. Yoru's expression immediately hardened. Looking at Yakashinono who had approached him, he frowned and said, "It's medical ninjutsu. Danzo wants you to use medical ninjutsu to analyze my body, and at the same time, to use your own body to get close to me." Dressed in a nun's habit, Yakashinono's naturally gentle, maternal smile made Yoru realize something, secretly relieved that he knew her weakness. However, a surge of anger rose within him. "You Third Hokage and Danzo, you two are cut from the same cloth, both using such schemes. Lord Yoru, I can help you. If anything happens in the future, the Uchiha clan is wealthy and powerful. I only ask that you donate some to the orphanage so that the children don't starve." Yakashina now knew the orphanage's plight better than anyone. She was a sacrifice when Danzo sent her out, and she probably wouldn't survive. After all, she possessed too many secrets. It was only a matter of time. Now, her biggest concern was the orphanage. What the orphanage needed was a considerable expense for others, but for a powerful clan like the Uchiha, a mere hint was enough. This was the difference between the wealthy and ordinary people, a chasm. With a gentle smile, Uchiha Yoru let her do as she pleased. He needed her trust, and he needed her as a powerful ally. A top spy from Root, and one with considerable strength, he wasn't about to waste such a powerful asset. In the dim candlelight, an atmosphere of hormones permeated the tent. The intertwining shadows seemed to depict the most primal aspects of humanity. A tender, gentle heart met a body with a potential to rival a tailed beast. Yakashina now used every means at her disposal to analyze the other's physical abilities, both to complete the Root's mission and for the orphanage. After a tumultuous night, Yakashina now lay limp and powerless on the bed, her face flushed with satisfaction. Outside, the blizzard continued, its howling winds drowning out the sounds within the tent. "I'm leaving. Just report the data truthfully. The Uchiha Yoru Sharingan isn't so easy to unlock." A refreshed Uchiha Yoru picked up her disheveled clothes, while Yakashina now, her face flushed, took a sealed test tube from her weapon pouch, then spat out liquid. Looking at the precious research cells in the sealed test tube, Yakashina now breathed weakly. "Lord Yoru, I'm afraid Root needs me to send back some cells. After all, Elder Danzo of Root has begun to suspect me." Although he was filled with disgust at Danzo's research on his cells, Uchiha Yoru thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Danzo is truly a rat hiding in a ditch, utterly unworthy of respect. The Yoru Sharingan wasn't so easily deciphered. The cells Danzo needed immediately made Uchiha Yoru think of poison, and he sneered inwardly. It seemed this man was truly despicable, actually trying to develop a targeted poison to counter him. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Letter of Recommendation. This blizzard was truly rare. After 3 consecutive days without sunshine, it showed no signs of abating, instead appearing to intensify. Everything withered under the blizzard. The once lush forest was now just bare branches. Inside a cave amidst the snowstorm, a man named Sujetsu Hazuki, who had sneaked in through the blizzard, muttered angrily in a low voice, as if afraid of being overheard. Uchiha Yoru, who had been waiting for him, simply smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't be so formal. We've been partners for so many times." "Partners? To hell with it." Sujetsu Hazuki was filled with rage at Uchiha Yoru's insatiable greed and lack of any moral compass. "Dude, are you kidding me? I live in constant fear in the camp. Can you please stop asking me out? Do you know that if I'm discovered, my only option is to defect?" Sujetsu Hazuki's disguise was impeccable. He perfectly portrayed a ninja on the verge of collapse, caught in a compromising situation, fearing discovery while simultaneously succumbing to threats. While the other was acting, Uchiha Yoru was doing the same. He patted Hazuki's shoulder with a smile, reassuring him like a superior. "Don't worry, I trust your abilities. No one will find out. Besides, your Samedhoda is at a crucial research stage, so just wait patiently. Once the research progresses, I'll return it immediately." Upon hearing about his sword, Sujetsu Hazuki's small eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Damn it. My precious sword is being researched by you two. Just you wait. I'll get my sword back." "Don't look at me like that, as if I'm some kind of scoundrel. But you should also think about your own problems. How long has it been? You keep making excuses for me, using some minor character to brush me off. What am I supposed to do? After a lot of back and forth, Sujetsu Hazuki finally backed down. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but rather that the other party had something on him, and the Samehoda sword prevented him from acting impulsively. I already told you, you make proper arrangements to force Kisame and Maida Rumi to betray us. Then I'll take those two, you get your ninja sword back, and we'll each get what we want. Uchiha Yoru's shameless words immediately enraged Sujetsu Hazuki. Damn it, Maida Rumi is one of our Kirigakure's elders. The elder is an old Kager, but he has the same power and status as the Mizukage. He manages everything in Kirigakure, and the most important matters in the village are all discussed with him. You have to give me some time. Sujetsu Hazuki was truly at his wit's end. He said aggrievedly, although they are under my command now, I only have the authority to command operations. I can't let anything happen to them. Everything must be done perfectly. As for Kisame Hoshigaki, I promise to give him to you, but right now I really need men under my command. If you need him urgently, fine, at most 2 months. I'll definitely find an opportunity. However, without Kisame Hoshigaki as an ally, my influence on the front lines will likely be affected. Sujetsu Hazuki showed no remorse for betraying his village. Instead, he was only concerned with his own interests. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, I'm not forcing you. It's best to take it slow. Only by being absolutely certain can we avoid leaving any leverage, making future cooperation easier. I've come to meet you today to inform you of something important. Uchiha Yoru casually shrugged. I have intelligence that someone will likely replace me as commander on the front lines after spring. So, let's join forces for something big. I'll give you a major reward. It'll be good for you too. What? Someone's going to replace you? The shock in Sujetsu Hazuki's eyes was genuine. His greatsword Samehoda was still in the other's hands. If the other was transferred, he would have made a fatal mistake. Don't worry, they won't easily transfer me away. Uchiha Yoru appeared relaxed, but Sujetsu Hazuki's eyes darted around, feigning anxiety as he asked, who'll replace you? Anyone who didn't know better would think Sujetsu Hazuki was overly concerned, but actually, he wanted to gather intelligence on Konoha, perhaps to devise a plan. Sarutobi Shinosuke. Upon hearing this name, Sujetsu Hazuki's expression immediately changed. So it's him. His fire release and earth release techniques are quite proficient. If it weren't for my Samehoda, I might not have been able to hold out. He's a formidable opponent. Damn it, if this bastard comes, once the front lines open, I can't just cower like a coward, can I? But once we fight, my Samehoda will be exposed as a fake. What am I supposed to do then? Previously, the two of them had at least had a secret deal, and the previous encounters were all fake fights. However, the other party wouldn't fake a fight with him. Sujetsu Hazuki, looking anxious, gritted his teeth and angrily said, either give me back my Samehoda first, or this is off. Clearly, Sujetsu Hazuki had seized the opportunity to reclaim his Samehoda, but Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and sneered. Fatbig, stop your damn act. You've been acting since you came in. I'm already being lenient by not exposing you. Now you're pushing your luck. Don't play these tricks on me. Do it or not, I have Samehoda anyway. At worst, I'll just report to the village that I defeated you and seized Samehoda. That'll be a great achievement. Seeing Sujetsu Hazuki's murderous gaze, Uchiha Yoru sneered even more. Don't glare at me. I have all your weaknesses, but I haven't left a single one. Faced with Uchiha Yoru's blunt rebuke, Sujetsu Hazuki's feigned anger gradually disappeared, revealing a sinister gaze fixed intently on his opponent. Kid, even a rabbit will bite when cornered. Don't go too far. Too far? Fine, go back now, and we'll fight it out. You dare? We're all old foxes. Stop pretending. People like Sujetsu Hazuki are too cunning. There's only one way to deal with them, ruthlessly crush them. Since you're not leaving, let's talk business. Seeing the silent Sujetsu Hazuki, Uchiha Yoru, after giving him a warning, knew he could offer a sweet treat. His tone softened from its previous arrogance. Shin-chan Sarutobi will come to replace me. It will be kept secret at first, as he needs to stabilize morale. I don't think you'll miss this opportunity, will you? With a teasing tone, Uchiha Yoru shook his head. Don't worry. With my past achievements, Shin-chan Sarutobi won't easily go to the battlefield to fight you unless he makes a major breakthrough. Nobody's a fool. Shin-chan Sarutobi understands the principle of having a proven track record. Some people in the village want to end this pointless war. I'm afraid that after sending Sarutobi Shinosuke to the front lines, They'll adopt a defensive posture to wear down your Kirigakure's morale. Once you realize there's no benefit to be gained, you'll end this meaningless friction. Or perhaps you Kirigakure are confident you can take over the land of whirlpools. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's confident demeanor, Sujetsu Hazuki rarely revealed his thoughts, sighing, "Perhaps you're overthinking it. Let me be frank with you regarding the battlefield in the land of whirlpools. Very few people in Kirigakure agree to open this battlefield, especially now that things are at a stalemate. There are even more opponents. It's just that our fourth Mizukage, for some reason, is stubbornly determined to wear down Konoha. Many people in the village are secretly speculating about the Mizukage's intentions. Personally, I think the fourth Mizukage wants to use this opportunity to weaken the major clans, thereby solidifying his supreme power." Sujetsu Hazuki, with an air of self-assurance, appeared like a wise man, but this scene only elicited a mocking smile from Uchiha Yoru. "You're overthinking it," he thought. "What fourth Mizukage? It's clearly a Bito who's determined to fight to the death, purely for revenge for love. There aren't so many hidden agendas. Konoha failed to protect his Rin, and the Kirigakure ninja participated in her murder. You could say the Kirigakure and Konoha fought tooth and nail, and your fourth Mizukage would be applauding it." "Alright," Yoru continued, "what I'm telling you now is that we're planning something big soon. Once Sarutobi Shinosuke arrives, you can use any means necessary." Uchiha Yoru's meeting with Sujetsu Hazuki today was to discuss a major operation before his replacement arrived. In short, Sujetsu Hazuki had leaked information about their minds to him, so Yoru would secretly lead an attack, achieving a resounding victory and pocketing 5 or 6/10 of the spoils. Similarly, Sujetsu Hazuki attacked Konoha's transport route, intercepting Konoha's chakra metal and refined iron, and again pocketing a large kickback. The difference was that each time, a hint of resentment lingered in Sujetsu Hazuki's greedy eyes. This greedy brat always demanded more than half of the spoils from him. Damn it, he was trying to profit from both sides. This blizzard lasted a full half-month before the sun finally broke through, and the snow in the forest reached a terrifying depth of 2 to 3 meters, demonstrating just how extreme the weather in this world was. Not only were the trees extremely tall, each one a towering giant, but the extreme weather itself was also incredibly harsh. Inside the Konoha base camp, Uchiha Yoru, his face grave, gripped the brush and wrote on the scroll, addressing the person who had come to report from inside the tent, "This is the recent merit list. I will report everything truthfully to the village. You're all here, perfect timing. This is a letter of recommendation I wrote for you, along with your merits. I personally believe that Kurina Iyuhi, Yugeo Yuzuki, Anko Materashi, Might Guy, and others have made contributions and possess the strength sufficient for promotion to Special Jonin. Also, Duwashi, as part of the Genma team's trio, has improved quite rapidly recently and made considerable contributions. I'm prepared to vouch for them and petition the village to promote them to Special Jonin, and the future of our village, Iruka Umino, Mizuki, have worked diligently on the front lines and are barely qualified as Chunin. I think we should appropriately encourage some of these young people." Uchiha Yoru seemed intent on promoting his own people, and the ninjas inside the tent showed gratitude. In contrast, Kakashi Hatake, standing to the side, frowned slightly. "Yoru, what you're doing might cause some dissatisfaction." Kakashi Hatake's meaning was clear: promoting your own people like this is obviously an attempt to build a faction. Isn't that a bit too direct? Uchiha Yoru, however, smiled and shook his head, personally writing the report scroll. The ninjas who had been summoned below all showed expressions of gratitude. The promotion of Special Jonin and Jonin requires selection and recruitment, especially letters of recommendation from fellow Jonin, which are practically guarantees. During wartime, some steps might be omitted, but regardless, Jonin promotion requires the Hokage's personal signature. Chunin generally follow 2 paths. One is selection and recruitment based on a combination of strength and mission workload. Chunin selected this way are generally of average strength. The other is selection through the Chunin exams, which are almost always based on universally recognized talent, the elite chosen from the top teams. In special circumstances, outstanding performance, special consideration, or meeting the required strength standards can lead to skipping ranks. There's another scenario, during wartime. Although it's not currently the 4th Shinobi World War, it's still a battlefield, and he's qualified to submit an application to the village. However, such applications require a year of evaluation to determine eligibility. After writing the letter, Uchiha Yoru smiled at Kakashi beside him and said, "I'll trouble you with this Chunin selection scroll. Kakashi. Go down and have these Jinan sign it themselves, then we'll see how well they've done over the past year, okay?" Since Uchiha Yoru had decided, Hatake Kakashi wouldn't refuse. He put the scroll requiring the Jinan's personal signature into his weapon pouch, and then it was the turn of the Chunin to be promoted. The promotion from Chunin to Special Jonin is a huge leap. The Book of War details that Jinan are the village's main fighting force, the most numerous. Chunin are high-ranking officers, like captains. Jonin are the most elite ninjas, with strength beyond ordinary people. Special Jonin are somewhere between Chunin and Jonin. You could say that Jinan are like soldiers, Chunin are like squad leaders, Special Jonin are like centurions, and Jonin are like junior officers. Kurona Iyuhi, Yugeo Yuzuki, Anko Materashi, Might Guy, and Devishi all showed excited smiles. The difference between Chunin and Special Jonin is enormous. Although they weren't true Jonin yet, they were at least one step closer. "Yoru, this is amazing. I'll definitely be the first Jonin," Anko Materashi exclaimed excitedly, stepping forward to sign her name on the scroll. But just as Anko was about to sign, the commendation on the scroll instantly froze her smile. The smiles of the others around her were now filled with suspicion as they exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 164 Kakashi. If anything happens to me, please keep yourself safe and useful. As everyone's gaze turned towards them, their expressions stiffened. Uchiha Yoru, however, looked at them casually and chuckled. "What are you all standing there for? Don't think promotion is so simple. There's a multifaceted evaluation from top to bottom. It'll take at least several months, so be prepared." However, Materashi Anko took a deep breath and slammed down the scroll in her hand, her large eyes fixed on Uchiha Yoru. She said, word by word, "Yoru, why wasn't your contribution mentioned above? To be promoted from Chunin to Special Jonin, one must excel in a single area, such as Kurona Iyuhi's mastery of Jinjutsu or Might Guy's mastery of Taijutsu. They might have a skill that surpasses Chunin, but overall, they're not as strong as Jonin. When their strength reaches between Chunin and Jonin, they must also have sufficient mission experience. Of course, a letter of recommendation is even better. However, a letter of recommendation is a guarantee from the writer that the person excelled in a certain aspect of a mission and possesses excellent leadership skills." During this time, in their missions and recommendation letters, it was clear that Uchiha Yoru deliberately downplayed his presence, giving them more space. "Haha, Yoru, this is youth. Don't worry, we'll definitely become Jonin through our own abilities." Might Guy laughed heartily, even giving a thumbs up, but the meaning was clear. They didn't need to take credit for their comrades' achievements. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yuzuki Yugeo and Yuhikiroi in the crowd had complex expressions in their eyes, as if their guilt had deepened. However, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone and shook his head with a smile, saying, "No, perhaps you're overthinking it. I truly acknowledge your strength. Putting aside the comradeship, objectively speaking, each of you is a genius among your peers, whether in terms of strength, mental fortitude, or even command ability. You can learn powerful ninjutsu from me through connections, even have me guide you, but promotion." As he said this, the smile on Uchiha Yoru's face gradually turned serious. "Don't even mention you guys. Even if a Jinan becomes a Chunin needs to lead a team of 3 Jinan in battle, bearing an extremely important mission, especially in terms of command ability. One mistake can lead to the loss of the entire team. So, trying to pull strings through me won't work on that. Take you, Might Guy, for example." Uchiha Yoru looked directly at the unexpected Might Guy and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps you're not as good as Kakashi in command ability, but you're a responsible ninja. Similarly, your disciplined and steady command might not be outstanding, but it will never go astray. And your character makes everyone trust you, which is the most valuable thing. On the battlefield, a convincing and reliable commander already possesses the qualifications to become a Special Jonin or even a Jonin. What you lack is only a little experience and strength, but I believe in you." As Uchiha Yoru spoke candidly, everyone's expressions changed, especially towards Might Guy's playful, tearful eyes. They were deeply moved. He knew many secretly laughed at his actions, yet they hadn't expected him to possess such a great virtue. Similarly, after hearing Yoru's assessment of Might Guy, the others suddenly realized, when had they forgotten to doubt Might Guy on the battlefield? Or rather, Might Guy was simply incapable of arousing suspicion. You could doubt anyone, but Might Guy was always the one fighting the hardest, and he would never abandon his comrades. This was almost a given. Such qualities might be precious to others, but for Might Guy, They seemed ingrained in his very being. Everyone had taken them for granted, forgetting just how precious they were. So, you don't need to feel guilty. Not just you, but I'm going to personally recommend all the other Chunin in the camp who meet the standards. How could Uchiha Yoru possibly pass up such a tactic to win people over, especially knowing that his position was about to be revoked? He understood the saying, power unused is power wasted. Besides, these so-called achievements are important to ordinary ninjas, but for the Uchiha name, they're just a pretty resume. Saying this, Uchiha Yoru shrugged self-deprecatingly. These were all his own people, so he naturally didn't need to care too much. Did he even need these achievements for the Uchiha name? He was already a Jonin, and the Uchiha name, along with his status as a disciple of the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, already gave him enough leverage. As for achievements, he had commanded nearly 1,000 men in frontline battles, and had even defeated the renowned Kurigakure ninja, Sujetsu Hazuki, on the battlefield. Wasn't that enough? Just you wait and see, Yoru, I'll become a Jonin as quickly as possible. As Yoru's words fell, Materashi Anko grinned heartily, quickly writing her name and leaving her handprint. Anko's smile instantly lightened the atmosphere. Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, I just wanted to make things easier. After all, I still trust my judgment after you become special Jonin. As for whether you'll disappoint, that's up to you. He'd already said all that. The credit wasn't for them, but given to them. It showed his trust in them and his desire for them to better protect the village. What more could he say? Haha, this is youth. Yoru, I will definitely not let the will of fire down. Sure enough, the most impulsive Might Guy suddenly roared, startling everyone around him, who all stared at their clueless companion with twitching eyes. Might Guy, tears streaming down his face, quickly signed his name and left his handprint, finishing with his signature thumbs up and flashing his white teeth, leaving Uchiha Yoru somewhat embarrassed and at a loss for words. So awkward, I just want to leave. With Might Guy's efforts to ease the tension, everyone relaxed, smiling as they signed their names and left their handprints. But their determined eyes clearly showed they wouldn't betray that trust. Uchiha Yoru's words weren't empty boasts. After all, in the original story, these people were all either Jonin or special Jonin, proving their potential. He was simply placing the burden on them orally, tapping into their potential. Moreover, under the influence of his will of fire, everyone felt a sense of pressure. Special Jonin was no longer the goal for them, but a stepping stone. After all, as part of the reform, Jonin was practically a given. After everyone signed, Uchiha Yoru, looking at the group still immersed in this atmosphere of trust, chuckled irritably, don't you all need to work anymore? Go back to your posts and call the others over. You're not the only ones with potential. Everyone immediately smiled. Although they knew Uchiha Yoru was just trying to put them at ease, they couldn't help but find the feeling incredibly appealing. As everyone left, Yuhi Kurani and Yuzuki Yugeo felt a sense of turmoil. Was Yoru wrong? It seemed not. The corruption within the village's upper echelons wasn't just something others said, they had witnessed it firsthand. They even felt a stirring of desire for change. The village needed change, but their current dilemma was their status. If they spoke out, would they face Yoru's disappointed gaze? Torn by this internal conflict, they chose to conceal certain things. After all, they had seen the village's corruption firsthand, and they wanted to see the sunlight shine on every corner of the village. After everyone left, in the quiet end, Kakashi Hatake frowned and asked in a low voice, Yoru, has something happened? Others might not see anything, but he seemed to have discerned something. Uchiha Yoru's actions were somewhat urgent, as if he wanted to help those in need within his power. Seeing Kakashi's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru gave a wry smile. He had to admit that Kakashi's observational skills and political acumen were truly sharp. There are some things. According to information from Orochimaru Sensei's former associates in the village, it seems the village leadership is preparing to replace the frontline commander of the Land of Whirlpools. Upon hearing this, Kakashi Hatake's face immediately darkened. Yo, are we being suspected? This was Kakashi's first reaction upon hearing this news, but Yoru Uchiha shook his head with a smile, saying, what are you thinking? If we were truly suspected, do you think the village would be so easily apprehended? I'm afraid the root organization would be the one waiting for me. It's likely that as the situation in the ninja world becomes clearer, the withdrawal of Tsunagakure and Iwagakure has led the village to decide to end the turmoil on the border as soon as possible. Once the conflict in the land of whirlpools ends and the root cause is resolved, the harassment from the other small ninja villages is nothing but a clown. After hearing Yoru Uchiha's words, Kakashi Hatake frowned and said in a low voice, "They're here to steal the credit, aren't they? I remember after the Nine Tails attack, Lord Orochimaru had just stabilized the turbulent situation on the front lines, and now someone else has taken the credit." Kakashi's quick thinking is undeniable. He immediately grasped the situation. After all, the battlefield in the land of whirlpools is a lucrative prize for those who crave fame. If Uchiha Yoru had led the war to its end, the village would have remained silent, downplaying their contribution. But if it were one of their own, they would naturally exaggerate the victory and glorify the hero. Having experienced so much, especially the events involving his father, White Fang, and Orochimaru, Kakashi was deeply disgusted by this. Heroes didn't receive the glory they deserved, while clowns basked in the limelight. Kakashi, it's good that you understand. Some things are better left unsaid even if you see through them, Uchiha Yoru said with a smile and a nod. Kakashi was silent for a moment before saying, "So you want to distribute some of your credit to useful people before someone replaces you?" Seeing Kakashi's expression, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't put it so harshly. I have complete faith in my judgment. I only choose people with potential. They shouldn't be buried. Besides, I might as well use my credit, I won't have the chance later." Uchiha Yoru's carefree smile completely disregarded his own credit. He valued the future of the village more. "Kakashi, you're smarter than anyone else. Shisui might be a competent ninja, but he's not suited for the underhanded tactics of higher-ups. So, there are some things I can only reveal to you. You've probably noticed, haven't you? Yes, I'm secretly in contact with Sujetsu Hazuki of the Mist Village. But don't worry, I have leverage over him." At this point, Uchiha Yoru revealed a cunning smile, saying, "The Samehoda sword is in my hands, which is why Sujetsu Hazuki is so compliant." Hearing these secrets, Hatake Kakashi suddenly understood. No wonder the recent personnel losses on both sides weren't too great, it was just that their logistics were constantly being compromised. "Yoru, this is too dangerous." Even so, Hatake Kakashi's face remained serious. Conspiring with the enemy commander was like walking a tightrope. The slightest mistake could lead to utter ruin. After all, to put it bluntly, it was selling out one's own village's interests to the enemy. However, as Uchiha Yoru spoke, a crimson glint appeared in his eyes, and his three tomo spun, one of his eyes transforming into a Mangekyo Sharingan under Kakashi's gaze. After confirming that no one was around, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned grave as he said in a deep voice, "Kakashi, there's something I've been investigating. Now that we've reached this point, although I don't have conclusive evidence, I'm about 60% certain. But I'm afraid something might happen to me, so I need you to keep this a secret. If anything happens to me, you must immediately return to the Third Hokage's service. Remember, you must use my information to gain the Third Hokage's trust and preserve your own life. This matter is so serious that I dare not trust anyone else, not even Lord Jiraiya." Uchiha Yoru's heavy tone immediately made Kakashi Hatake's expression turn serious. He knew that they had probably discovered a shocking secret. Could it be the Nine Tails? That was the only thing he could think of. As expected, Kakashi's guess was correct. Uchiha Yoru lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, "The Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eye is an indisputable fact. It's possible that only the Mangekyo Sharingan level possesses this eye power to control a tailed beast. No one in the Uchiha clan, or rather, perhaps the Uchiha clan head, is a prime suspect. According to my covert investigation, Uchiha Fugaku is highly likely to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan." Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock. "Yoru, you suspect the Uchiha clan head?" Chapter 165. A colossal conspiracy surfaces? No, however, what shocked Kakashi even more was yet to come. Uchiha Yoru, his face grave, slowly shook his head, saying each word slowly and deliberately. "At first, I also had that suspicion, but then I gave up on it, leaving aside the question of whether Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan was real or not. Just consider Fugaku's character, more inclined to maintain the status quo than to expand. He seems rigid, but his personality is actually indecisive." Speaking of his clan head, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed with a self-deprecating expression. "Uchiha Fugaku is ambitious but lacks wisdom, outwardly fierce but inwardly cowardly, jealous of those he opposes but lacks authority, and internally he is unclear in his division of responsibilities, leading to inconsistencies in the clan's administration. He acts hesitantly, looking before he's done anything. This is fine for small matters, but he's incapable of handling major issues. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed with even more disappointment. If he had the guts to manipulate the Nine Tails, the Uchiha clan wouldn't be where it is today. Good heavens, such an assessment of his clan leader, Kakashi Hatake, was incredibly embarrassed. In the ninja world, the clan leader was the head of the clan. How could anyone look down on their own clan leader like that? However, regarding Uchiha Yoru's courage and analysis, although Kakashi didn't know if it was true, he couldn't help but admire him. Yoru truly possessed the aura of a Hokage, giving him the feeling of a legendary ninja guiding the world with unparalleled heroism. Yoru, since he's not the Uchiha clan leader, then who is your suspect? Kakashi asked solemnly, voicing his doubts. A faint killing intent even flickered within him. The Nine Tails attack had caused immense casualties in the village, and his teacher had perished in it. I suspect the main Decay Sharingan controlling the Nine Tails is Uchiha Kageme's. What? Beneath Uchiha Yoru's solemn expression, Kakashi's usually calm demeanor showed rare shock. He was moved. If others were unaware, as a student of the Fourth Hokage and a former member of the Anbu, how could he not know of Uchiha Kageme's existence? The second Hokage had 6 disciples: Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitsukato, Kahoru Utatane, Torifu Akimichi, and Uchiha Kagami. They were essentially contemporaries of the Third Hokage, and had all perished long ago. Under Kakashi Hatake's shocked gaze, Yoru Uchiha said hoarsely, Elder Kagami was Shisui's ancestor. I secretly researched the records, and in recent decades, only Elder Kagami has awakened the main Decay Sharingan, and the cause of his death remains a mystery. Kakashi was so shocked by this news that he swallowed hard, unconsciously touching his left eye, and nervously asked, Yoru, you mean someone transplanted the main Decay Sharingan? When Yoru Uchiha nodded, Kakashi's scalp tingled instantly. He was so shocked he didn't know what to say. He felt as if he had fallen into a massive conspiracy, but this was not the end. Kakashi, there's another piece of information. I don't know if it's true or not, and I can't tell you where I got it from, but I can tell you that the 4th Mizukage of Kirigakure in the Land of Water, Yagura Karachi, is being controlled by the main Decay Sharingan. Boom. At that moment, even Kakashi Hatake's exposed right eye involuntarily contracted its pupil. A village's cage was being manipulated? Terrifying. This completely overturned all his understanding of conspiracies, far exceeding his imagination. Yoru. What you've said, Kakashi Hatake said in a hoarse voice, truly unable to believe that such a terrifying conspiracy had occurred. I know you're a little confused, but there are some secrets I'm afraid I won't have the chance to tell you later. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru is someone who knew a huge secret but worried that he couldn't protect it, so he chose to pass on this seed. Kakashi, I secretly had Hyuga Hisashi use his Byakugan to observe the village's higher-ups. They weren't controlled. Just as Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's next words made him turn deathly pale. But Root Leader Shimura Danzo's eyes are the same as yours under his bandages. These words sent chills down Kakashi's spine, making his scalp tingle with fear. Yoru, you mean Elder Shimura Danzo's eyes are Sharingan? When he saw Uchiha Yoru nod, Kakashi's mind went blank. But as he pieced together the information, he gasped, his face filled with terror, because he seemed to have uncovered a horrifying conspiracy. The village's higher-ups weren't controlled, but Elder Shimura Danzo had a Sharingan. Did the higher-ups all know? Whose Sharingan was it? Was it Kagami-senpai's main Decay Sharingan? If so, then the Nine Tails was being controlled by the main Decay Sharingan. All of this was to kill the 4th Hokage. This wasn't just a conspiracy by the 3rd Hokage, but by the entire upper echelon. After all, the existence of the 4th Hokage would only gradually erode their power, so they orchestrated all of this to reclaim it. It's chilling to think about. Shimura Danzo, the leader of Root, the dark side of the ninja world, manipulated the Nine Tails with his main Decay Sharingan. On the night of the Nine Tails, Root directly ordered the Uchiha clan not to participate, completely preventing any accidents. Subsequently, the 4th Hokage died, and the 3rd Hokage naturally returned to power, along with all the high-ranking officials from the 3rd Hokage's era, who once again firmly grasped power in Konoha. The manipulation of the 4th Mizukage, the policies in the Blood Mist, how similar they are to Root. Only Uchiha Kageme's main Decay Sharingan matches the timeline. Then, They ordered the front lines to be opened, weakening the disobedient forces within the village, such as Orochimaru's old guard, and sending the Uchiha clan to the front lines for attrition. No wonder the Mist Ninja surprised everyone in the ninja world by insisting on fighting Konoha to the death in the land of whirlpools. Rumors even circulated that this could potentially spark the Fourth Shinobi World War. But no one knew that the skirmishes between Konoha and the Mist Ninja were part of a massive conspiracy, manipulated by someone else. How could they possibly trigger a Shinobi World War? Although Kakashi Hatake would become the sixth Hokage in the future, he was still quite naive. This chilling thought left him momentarily stunned and speechless. Seeing Kakashi's shock, Uchiha Yoru seemed to have revealed a secret he had kept hidden for a long time. He shook his head and sighed. Kakashi, this information is kept to yourself. Just as you suspected, neither of us has the power to get involved in this conspiracy, so, if something happens to me, remember this, you are Konoha's last hope. Abandon me. Sell me out to the Third Hokage and his superiors, preserve yourselves, and perhaps you will be Konoha's last hope. Uchiha Yoru's dying words sent turmoil through Hatake Kakashi's heart. He even suspected that Orochimaru knew the secret, which was why something happened to him. Damn it. A madman. So crazy for power, manipulating the cage of an entire village. If something happens, once this conspiracy is exposed, Konoha will face the condemnation of the entire ninja world. He's completely insane. Seeing the fear and lingering dread in Kakashi's eyes after the initial shock, he fell silent, but inwardly sighed. Kakashi, I didn't lie to you, Danzo Shimura's Sharingan in his eye sockets is real. Whether it's the main Gekkai Sharingan or not, I don't know, but it's definitely the Sharingan, and he also has an arm with it. It's also true that the Konoha high-ranking officials weren't controlled, and it's true that the Nine Tails was manipulated by the Sharingan. As for who the real culprit is? Obito Uchiha? Who would believe that? A dead man. Even if he wasn't dead, Obito was only 14 years old on the night of the Nine Tails' death. If you say that, no one in the ninja world will believe you. It's also true that the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure was controlled by the Sharingan. Everything he said is true, except he concealed one thing. No. It should be said that he didn't know this. It's because Obito hid it so well that this scene has occurred. So everything I said is true. I'm not afraid of you investigating, I'm only afraid of you not investigating. The truth is never afraid of investigation. Night. Let me calm down. The usually calm Kakashi Hatake was deeply shocked and thrown into disarray for the first time. This conspiracy was simply too terrifying. However, Uchiha Yoru, looking at Kakashi's expression, shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma has been chosen as one of the 12 guardian ninja to protect the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Seeing Kakashi's shocked expression, after all, he had just mentioned a conspiracy, and now this matter was brought up. Clearly, there was a connection. Otherwise, a mere guardian ninja wouldn't have moved him so much. At this crucial time, Asuma was dispatched to the daimyo's residence. It's not that I want to view all this as a conspiracy, but reality forces me to think this way. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's voice was hoarse and deep. The daimyo's residence has always been wary of Konoha's strength, especially the Third Hokage, the Sarutobi clan, which has grown from an ordinary clan to what it is today. Konoha's existence is the daimyo's strength, but he doesn't want this tool to be in the hands of only one person. According to my intelligence, the daimyo's residence is secretly accumulating power, and the villages higher up seem to be plotting something in secret. Is the daimyo's power weak? The ninja villages have powerful samurai loyal to them, as well as mysterious Onmyaji, yin-yang masters. On the surface, there are temples like the Fire Temple that train ninjas for the daimyo, while secretly, the daimyo's own ninja training also exists. It can be said that ninja villages only have ninjas, while the daimyo's government is a collection of products from various eras. Perhaps the number is small, but the quality is definitely considerable, given its abundant resources and control over the economy of the Land of Fire. The daimyo is like a feudal lord, and the ninja villages are like the strongest force under his control. In this world, the people's genes are ingrained in their bones. Ordinary people respect the daimyo, and the number of ordinary people far exceeds that of ninjas. Furthermore, the daimyo also possesses his own armed forces. Essentially, the daimyo is the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, controlling the entire country's economy, and ordinary people, that is, politics, are entirely under the daimyo's control, and the daimyo also possesses a considerable military force. While the ninja villages are powerful, this same powerful force has terrifying supply consumption, all of which depends on the daimyo's government. The ninja villages are the strongest military force of the daimyo. Without the daimyo, they lose the support of the state, just like an army without state funding. Eventually, the ninja villages collapse and become wandering ninja, seeking new protection. Yoru, do you suspect that the higher-ups are planning to overthrow the 1,000-year-old ruling tradition? They're planning to overthrow the daimyo's rule. At this moment, Hatake Kakashi was already shocked and somewhat at a loss. Today, Uchiha Yoru had shocked him too much, so much that he didn't know what to do. Of course, these are just my suspicions, but we only need to see what happens in the daimyo's prefecture in the future. If there's unrest, at this point, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kakashi, you don't think it's just a coincidence, do you? Asuma arrived in the daimyo's prefecture, and the daimyo's prefecture immediately became turbulent. Kakashi fell silent. Uchiha Yoru couldn't foresee the future. At most, he could only make deductions. For example, his current deduction was that if there was unrest in the daimyo's prefecture, it was probably really related to the power behind Asuma. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been fine for so many years, but something happened right after Asuma arrived. Wasn't the power behind Sarutobi Asuma the higher-ups of Konoha? Secretly controlling the 4th Mizukage and trying to incite unrest in the daimyo's territory? What is the village trying to do? Madman. A combined attack from the 4 great ninja villages would at least offer a chance of survival, but if they actually attack the daimyo, the entire ninja world will unite to destroy Konoha. Even all forces within the land of fire will defect, and the village's ordinary people and countless ninjas will fall into division. Damn it. This is tantamount to destruction. Kakashi. Keep these thoughts to yourself. Under Uchiha Yoru's solemn admonition, Hatake Kakashi was already horrified by these conspiracy theories. This wasn't ambition, it was clearly a mad descent into destruction. Yoru. What are you planning to do? Hatake Kakashi hadn't even realized he was caught in such a massive conspiracy. In his confusion, he began searching for a guiding force. The usually decisive Kakashi was now panicking for the first time. It wasn't surprising, given the sheer size of the conspiracy. It was so vast it seemed the sky would fall. Me, Uchiha Yoru chuckled self-deprecatingly. I can barely protect myself now. I can only do my best to accumulate strength and unite everyone I can. Perhaps I can stop the village's corruption and madness. The village's ambitions are too great now, so great that it simply doesn't have the strength to match them. Once something goes wrong, all I can think of is endless destruction. He rubbed his temples wearily, as if utterly powerless against such ambitions. Uchiha Yoru seemed determined to reveal all his secrets, fearing that if something happened to him, these conspiracies would be exposed. Alright, Kakashi, maybe all of this is just a lie. Seeing Kakashi's heavy expression, Uchiha Yoru immediately feigned a relaxed demeanor and laughed, waving his hand and saying, alright, stop thinking like that. Let's discuss how to cooperate with a mist ninja to make a killing before the village changes leadership. While I'm still in charge here, this might be the last time. After this, everyone should stop now. These funds might be key to our future development and rise. Uchiha Yoru casually changed the subject, a scene that made Kakashi smile wryly. Truly worthy of being the person he valued, his magnanimity far surpassed his own. Please support. Chapter 166 The Whereabouts of the 3 Sannin, Tsunade. In the land of whirlpools, at Konoha's base, under the cover of night, Uchiha Yoru, lying in his tent, had just finished a heart-to-heart talk with Kakashi, and naturally, he had to keep up the act. Feigning exhaustion, he slipped into bed and soon fell asleep. However, just as Uchiha Yoru slept, a warm little hand suddenly appeared, and he squinted at her with one eye. Anko, what are you doing here in the middle of the night instead of going home to rest? Seeing the person who came, Uchiha Yoru felt a headache coming on, but Anko pretended to be calm, though her panicked eyes and trembling hands betrayed her inner turmoil. Yoru, I don't want to leave you, I want to smell your scent. Under Anko's greedy gaze and with her weak voice, Uchiha Yoru felt a pang of pity and couldn't help but stroke her smooth, soft hair. Anko, Anko had suffered a devastating blow to her spirit, and ever since then, she had developed a morbid obsession with him, a fact that Uchiha Yoru had naturally noticed. Although this spirit was somewhat distorted, it was clear that he was the one who provided Anko with emotional security, and besides, only a fool would refuse a beautiful girl with such extraordinary talent. Beauty was merely a secondary asset. For Uchiha Yoru's situation, power was everything, and those with similar talent were also part of that power. Therefore, he didn't mind opening his heart a little to gain that power. Under the caress of his hand, Mitarashi Anko transformed into a docile kitten, lying directly in the blankets, greedily inhaling the familiar scent while enjoying the warm embrace. It must be said that Anko's development was quite remarkable. In the ninja world, development, both psychologically and physically, was relatively early. Yoru, I want to hold you while I sleep. Mitarashi Anko's sickly, dreamy eyes held a pitiful, kitten-like look, which made Uchiha Yoru smile. He nodded slightly, earning her a delighted gaze. However, the kitten lay in the warm blankets, and soon several layers of clothing slowly slipped away, revealing the smooth, close-fitting fishnet clothing to Uchiha Yoru's hand. Fishnet clothing was breathable and quick-drying, its close-fitting design allowing for greater agility. Even if the outer garment was damaged in battle, the fishnet clothing wouldn't compromise its concealment, making it a favorite among many ninjas, both men and women. Feeling the touch of the delicate body, the kitten let out a dreamy sound. Yoru, Mitarashi Anko, as expected of a genius, possessed a vast chakra reserves that had nurtured her physique for years, resulting in skin as smooth as milk, further enhanced by the allure of the fishnet clothing. Under the cover of night, a ninja's powerful vision was almost unrestricted, and the kitten in his arms could see him clearly. With trembling eyelashes, Mitarashi Anko looked into Yoru's eyes, feeling the caresses on her body, and instantly felt a surge of heat. Yoru, what Kurone and the others can do, I can do too. Seemingly unfamiliar with this aspect, Mitarashi Anko recalled the scene she saw at the waterfall. After all, he was a genius back then, while not exactly photographic memory, he was close. Mitarashi Anko merely recalled Kurone's actions, and she nimbly moved within the covers, directly leaning over. Uchiha Yoru instantly narrowed his eyes, transforming into a valiant sailor, battling a ferocious little octopus sea monster. The monster, initially reckless, seemed to find its rhythm later, its hunting skills becoming increasingly refined, truly a genius. The little octopus exerted a powerful suction force. Yoru, exerting all his strength, his skin turning red, veins bulging, was instead ensnared by the monster's tentacles and dragged violently into the deep sea. Seawater relentlessly poured in, and Uchiha Yoru gradually found it hard to breathe, feeling like he was about to drown, especially as the opponent's tentacles were sucking everything in sight. Suddenly, he woke up. Mitarashi Anko coughed violently, as if choking on something. Beneath the coughing, there were clear, greedy swallowing sounds, like a kitten frantically stuffing food into its mouth, afraid of being caught stealing it. Then, in the little wildcat's panicked eyes, she saw the rage in her owner's eyes after being caught stealing food. Caught red-handed by her owner, the little wildcat began a merciless whipping and scolding, a good lesson for this disobedient kitten. The next morning, after a night of whipping and training, the kitten's bones felt limp, and she opened her tired, pitiful eyes. Yoru, I'll work hard in the future, and I'll definitely make you satisfied. Seeing Anko's guilty expression, Uchiha Yoru shook his head, looking refreshed. Anko, you're different from others. Just be yourself. Indeed, she was different. He wasn't just talking about a difference in feeling. She was truly different. Anko's biggest difference was that she considered him the only one in her life, willing to give her life for him. He saw this clearly. Although this feeling was somewhat abnormal, it satisfied a certain possessiveness in a man. And even more different was that in this treacherous ninja world, Anko was someone he could completely trust, someone he could even entrust his back to. Kurone and Yugeo Yuzuki were still a little lacking in this respect, but he was close to trusting her soon. Kirigakure base. Madarumi, wearing a mask and with bandages wrapped from her neck to her chest, looked extremely pale inside her tent. This is a mission assigned by Commander Sujetsu Uzuki. Byakugan Blue solemnly handed the mission scroll to Madarumi, who became even more furious upon seeing it. As the conflict between Konoha and Kirigakure intensifies, countless profit-driven merchants have sprung up in the towns of Uzushiagakure due to the war. Upon hearing this, Madarumi scoffed. There are probably spies and agents from all the major ninja villages as well, perhaps even agents from the entire ninja world, a real mixed bag. Byakugan smiled wryly. Not only that, but countless rogue ninja and traitors are secretly gathering here, and countless shady dealings are being sold here. So, this is the plan that Sujetsu Uzuki Jonin, with the 4th Mizukage's approval, has devised. To have you infiltrate here and gather intelligence on the island. After all, our goal is this strategic location. After reading the mission scroll, Madarumi coldly retorted, I'm afraid it's not just me. Byakugan Ao fell silent. This was a classified mission. He couldn't tell the other party, even though they were both Genshi. Since there are those who gather intelligence, there must also be those who secretly hoard these valuable, illicit resources. Many of those gathering intelligence have already infiltrated the area. Both were seasoned ninjas, not simple rash fools. After speaking with a cold laugh, Madarumi added sarcastically, he really looks like a fat pig, like a watermelon. Last time, he even blamed us for the defeat. Sujetsu Hazuki was an absolutely unwelcome figure to them. He never took responsibility and always shirked it, always the first to claim credit for any achievements, otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I wonder if the fourth Mizukage's brain has gone mad. I admit this is a very important strategic location, but now that we, the Mist Ninja, are fighting Konoha to the death, it will only deplete the village's strength, Madarumi said with a cold laugh, secretly understanding that the village probably wanted to use this opportunity to weaken the power of the bloodline ninja clans within it. She felt more sorrow than anything else, the sorrow of being a bloodline ninja. She possessed immense power to protect her village, yet the villagers only looked at her with fear and disgust. The policies of the Land of Water have led to widespread hatred of bloodline limits among ordinary people, who even view them as monsters. Remember your meeting code, and don't reveal your ninja identity. At least you won't be in too much danger this time. Seeing Byakugan's comforting words, Madarumi glared at him irritably, saying, which spy doesn't lurk in dangerous places? You say there's no danger. Faced with Madarumi's anger, Byakugan clearly backed down, awkwardly scratching his head. I have to go. Watching the disheveled Byakugan leave, Madarumi, wearing a mask, clenched her fists in resentment. Damn it. Uchiha Yoru, you're lucky. I'll definitely get my revenge someday. She was furious because she had suffered a great loss at the hands of the other side, and now they were transferring her away from the main battlefield. Such deep hatred, and she had no chance to get it back. Thinking of the 2 wounds on her abdomen and chest, Madarumi couldn't help but grit her teeth and mutter, you bastard who doesn't know how to cherish a beautiful woman. Next time, I'll definitely give you a kiss that melts your heart and soul. What a waste of such a handsome face. Madarumi wasn't a love-struck fool. She naturally appreciated his handsome appearance, but she harbored a deep resentment towards his actions, especially the 2 times he nearly cost her life on the battlefield. She would never let him go if she had the chance. A town in the land of whirlpools. Although it was a chaotic place, it had to be said that due to some special reason, its prosperity was in no way inferior to the most prosperous towns of the 5 great nations. Here, anything could be traded, including contraband from various countries, and even ninja slaves. The chaotic land also had its own rules, which also gave rise to a unique kind of prosperity. The town instantly became bustling after the snowstorm. Ordinary people rarely saw this place. The streets were filled with wandering ninjas, samurai, and even merchants from the 5 great nations. On this day, 2 figures arrived outside the town. We've arrived at our destination, a spirited voice rang out, golden hair flying through the air, and bright brown eyes held a hint of nostalgia. Lady Tsunade, take care. The girl, dressed in traditional black attire, showed a respectful expression, but when she looked up, her face, though not particularly beautiful, exuded a pure and innocent charm. Enough with the nagging. This time, you'd better stay in Shikatsu Forest and practice the ninjutsu I'm teaching you. It won't be long before we're no longer stuck in this damned place. With her golden hair flowing, Tsunade, now just 40 years old, possessed a mature air, but her expression clearly showed resentment towards having come here. A pair of delicate hands, painted with red nail polish like a young girl's, clenched into fists. She muttered angrily, damn Jiraiya, and those old bastards in the village who should be in their coffins long ago. If they're going to cause trouble, they should clean it up themselves. They made me clean up their mess. Clearly, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, though not in the village, was aware of certain things. For example, Orochimaru's defection filled her with rage, a bunch of filthy, rotten old men. Did the village say that Lady Tsunade should stay nearby, and that important item? It was obvious the village didn't dare order Tsunade around like they did with Jiraiya. After all, her status always granted her privileges. Alright, Shizune, you should go back now. Tsunade looked impatient, waving her hand dismissively. but her bright brown eyes were fixed on Shizune, or rather, on the briefcase in Shizune's hand. Shizune, feeling uneasy under Tsunade's gaze, put on a pitiful expression. Lady Tsunade, this is the village's allowance for us. If we lose it all, we'll be homeless again, enough already. Those old bastards who are practically half buried in the ground are annoying enough. Under Tsunade's irritated expression, Shizune, with a tearful look on her face, obediently handed over the briefcase. The moment she received the briefcase, Tsunade's irritation vanished, replaced by a joyful smile. Haha, this time I'm going to win big, Lady Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade suddenly lost in her own world, Shizune couldn't help but show a pitiful expression. At this moment, she strongly suspected that sending her to Shikatsu Forest for training was just a way to get rid of her so that Lady Tsunade could gamble recklessly at the casino. Seeing Shizune's pitiful eyes, Tsunade sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead and waving her hand. Alright, don't worry, Shizune. I'll keep some reserves this time, at least I'll pay for the lodging first. However, seeing Tsunade's assurance, the naive girl Shizune sighed helplessly. Clearly, she no longer believed Tsunade's promise. Hisui Shinwei, summoning jutsu, a sticky slug, as tall as a person, appeared, its first words being a respectful, sweet female voice. Lady Tsunade, it must be said that of the Sannin summoned beasts, only Tsunade's was truly respectful and obedient, and it even had a lovely young lady's voice. While Shizune used the summoning jutsu, the scene of Shizune biting her finger, though black and white, clearly touched her, though she hid it well. Lady Tsunade, take care. After Shizune was taken away by the slug, Tsunade shook her head, casting aside her earlier bad mood. Looking down at the heavy suitcase, a joyful smile instantly spread across her face. Haha, with Shizune gone this time, finally no one's watching me. With a hearty laugh, her golden hair tossed as she slowly walked into the city. Please support. Chapter 167 Winning Hearts and Minds. Konoha Base. Iruka, finished your patrol today? A silver-haired Jinan greeted a somewhat humble young man with a hearty smile. The young man was none other than Iruka Umino, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy a year ago. Oh, it's Mizuki. I had to switch shifts today, haha. The next patrol is the day after tomorrow. Clearly, the two were good classmates. Having graduated and become Jinan within a year, they were already experienced Jinan, and later, they were transferred to the front lines. On the battlefield, people grow the fastest. Just as Mizuki and Iruka were chatting and laughing, a figure suddenly approached from afar. The two quickly composed themselves, bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, and shouted, Lord Yoru. They were Jinan, and facing a Jonin required respectful etiquette, especially in this world where rules were very important. When Uchiha Yoru saw the two, he immediately smiled and nodded, saying, It's Iruka and Mizuki. I was just looking for you. Come on. As the highest-ranking commander here, he actually remembered their names, especially considering Uchiha Yoru's status far exceeded that of an ordinary Jonin. This calm reply made the two blush with excitement. They hadn't expected him to actually reply. Jinan usually only nodded when greeting Jonin, but he had not only spoken to them but also smiled calmly and gestured to them with his eyes. The two were indescribably excited. Although they were already mature Jinan at this time, their commoner backgrounds still limited their perspective. Mizuki and Umino Iruka were both important characters at the beginning of the story. Although their strength wasn't high, the former was clearly a minor villain who idolized Orochimaru's power, while the latter was an ordinary Chunin teacher brainwashed by the will of fire, but also an important person in the protagonist's life. Regardless of whether the two will follow the same path as in the original story, their very appearance, enough to make their names memorable, proves they are indeed fortunate individuals. Uchiha Yoru casually led the two into a nearby grove of trees, their expressions quite different. Mizuki, driven by his pursuit of power, was visibly excited. His father had been a staunch supporter of Orochimaru, naturally influencing him with his admiration for Orochimaru's power. Uchiha Yoru, inheriting everything from Orochimaru, had become Mizuki's current object of worship. Umino Iruka, looking at Uchiha Yoru, thought of his uncle and the prison guard unit from years ago. While he had been ignorant then, things were different now. Kindness didn't equate to naivety. Becoming a Chunin might only prove his ninja aptitude, but reaching the level of a Ninja Academy instructor definitely demonstrated some talent. Iruka Umino, Mizuki, you two were classmates and had above-average grades at the Ninja Academy. Because of your commoner backgrounds, After graduation you both focused your training on taijutsu such as Shuriken and Kyune, right? Uchiha Yoru calmly stated their information. Mizuki and Iruka quickly and respectfully nodded. That's right, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, you two were assigned to, and have been Jonin for a year now, carrying out missions, and transferred to the front lines, which is here. Although it's only been a little over 2 months, it's clear you've adapted to the battlefield. He had genuinely had his men investigate the two of them. Although Mizuki was also pursuing power, he hadn't yet revealed the ugliness of his humanity, nor had he begun to abandon his teammates. From some intelligence, it was clear that even Mizuki was still full of confidence in the future, so some of his darker side hadn't yet surfaced. No one is born bad, and no one is born good. Everyone is born a blank slate. What they become depends entirely on their experiences. My lord, both the men gazed excitedly at the legendary ninja before them. To them, Uchiha Yoru was like a legend, rising to a position they never dared to dream of. While your strength is somewhat lacking, I believe you have great potential. Uchiha Yoru smiled at them with the confidence of a superior, instantly filling them with excitement. However, his next words caused their faces to flush with even greater excitement. Because of your potential, I have recommended you to the village, acknowledging your ability to become Chunin. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Mizuki and Iruka were currently just teenagers, recent graduates and Jonin, not yet the mature characters they would become. The temptation of promotion to Chunin was incredibly alluring. Chunin. For ordinary ninjas, this was already a squad leader level, the lifelong goal of countless individuals. But don't get too excited. Although I've recommended you, the village will still have a testing period. So, you'd better train hard during this year and don't let me down. With a casual favor from Uchiha Yoru, Mizuki and Iruka nodded excitedly. Alright, go and prepare well. Make the most of your training time, and don't let me down. To Jonin, what he considered a small favor was a great kindness in their eyes, like a thoroughbred horse finding its discerning owner. By the way, because the captain in charge of your operation needs to return to the village to recuperate due to his injuries, I've decided to transfer Might Guy, an elite Chunin, to take over your squad. Don't underestimate Might Guy. You should know he's on track to become a special Jonin. More importantly, he's a commoner ninja. Beneath his casual, light-hearted smile, Mizuki and Iruka were moved to tears, bowing deeply once more. Thank you, sir. Alright, Might Guy is a very kind person. Get along well from now on. Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved, heading off to patrol another area, leaving behind two ninjas who were so excited they were ready to die for him. Just like the story from my past life, a general used poison to treat a soldier's wounds. The soldier's mother, upon hearing this, wept. My son is going to die somewhere. After the villagers inquired, the mother revealed a cruel reality. Back then, my father was treated by the general with poison. Out of gratitude for the general's kindness, he soon died fighting bravely. Today, my son is also being treated with poison by the general. I worry that he will follow in his father's footsteps out of gratitude. I don't know where my son will die in battle soon, which is why I'm crying so sadly. The principle is the same. Small favors from superiors are lifelong acts of kindness to those at the bottom of society. They will remember them for life and will be willing to give their lives for you when needed. Uchiha Yoru first called out their names, letting them know he remembered them. Then he said he saw their potential and planned to promote them, which already moved them deeply, making them think they had gained the appreciation of their superiors. Then he arranged for a special Jonin, also a commoner, to lead the team. Wasn't this a clear indication of his appreciation and giving them opportunities? Uchiha Yoru's casual bestowal of small favors yielded a huge reward, the unwavering loyalty of the ninja below. After the snowstorm, the spring breeze arrived, and with the melting snow, all things began to revive. Konoha and Kurigaki were once again engaged in fierce fighting and plundering, with both sides suffering losses. Just as the front lines remained deadlocked, a sudden order arrived, instantly stirring up unrest among the Konoha ranks. Inside the Konoha camp. Damn it, it's happening again. 2 years ago, Lord Orochimaru had just stabilized the border unrest, and now someone's already reaping the benefits. And now it's happening again. Lord Yoru, I'm not having it. Why should we stabilize the situation and let others come and reap the rewards? Exactly. I'm not having it. That's too much? Is it just because his surname is Saratobi? The people in the tent were buzzing with discussion. Uchiha Yoru looked at them and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Alright, what are you thinking? This is a good thing. Facing their indignant gazes, Uchiha Yoru deliberately feigned a relaxed demeanor and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Tell me, how long have you been on the front lines since the Nine-Tails attack? At least 2 or 3 years, right? This is such a good opportunity to go back and recuperate. Are you really going to miss this chance to make a name for yourselves on the battlefield? Are you forbidding others from coming?" A few words immediately eased the atmosphere. Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I've already reported your contributions to the village. Those who deserve promotions will be promoted, and those who deserve rewards will be rewarded. The village will definitely not treat you unfairly. It's time for us to rest. Besides," he continued, "this is our rear commander coming to the front lines, proving that the turbulent situation in our village has begun to stabilize. It's expected that you will all be rotated out within 6 months, with new people on the front lines, and we can go back and rest." With Uchiha Yoru's reassuring words, everyone suddenly realized what was going on. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. They hadn't been back to the village for several years. This time, with the frontline troops being replaced, it was only right that they retreated to the rear and rested. Last year, because of Orochimaru's incident, they were afraid of the village's retribution, let alone going back to recuperate. It was only after Uchiha Yoru's arrival that their morale was stabilized. Although Uchiha Yoru appeared relaxed, he inwardly sneered. What a shrewd move, he thought. I just managed to appease the people on the front lines, and the situation in the village was just stabilizing, and now they've discarded him like a used tool, shelving him. They've even directly recalled this force, a group bearing his mark. Back home, they'll either rejoin the 7th Division of the police department, perform routine missions, or be reassigned to various locations. In short, they've disrupted the power he just gathered. At first, it might not matter, they might even remember Uchiha Yoru's name for 2 or 3 years. But what about 5 or 6 years? 7 or 8? Gradually, their loyalty will fade. Then, Uchiha Yoru will only have the 7th Division of the police department at his disposal. The higher-ups are certainly playing their cards right. The crowd below had just calmed down when Hatake Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Having experienced so much, and with Uchiha Yoru's leaked information, he already knew everything. Now that it had actually happened, he fell silent, but he secretly gave Shiranu Genma a meaningful look. As expected, Genma Shiranu, a member of Genma's team who had long been a staunch confidant of Uchiha Yoru, snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "You still have the nerve to laugh? Do you even know where your promotions and rewards came from?" Everyone stared in astonishment at Genma's gloomy face. Uchiha Yoru, sitting at the head of the table, secretly admired this scene, but still maintained a stern and imposing demeanor as he looked at Genma. "Genma, we've finally made it back to the village, what are you yelling about?" Faced with Uchiha Yoru's stern tone, Genma lowered his head in shame and resentment, saying, "Lord Yoru, where's your credit? You shared all your credit with us in exchange for our chance to go back, eh, Genma?" "Shut up." Before Genma could finish, Uchiha Yoru glared at him angrily, slamming his hand on the table to cut him off. However, at this moment, everyone suddenly realized something. Countless people turned their gazes to the young face at the head of the table. Although Uchiha Yoru was not old, they seemed to have long forgotten his age, regarding him as someone on par with Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. But now, with Genma Shiranu's words, everyone suddenly understood. They secretly recalled signing their names on the merit list some time ago, where their contributions were clearly recorded. Upon closer reflection, some of their contributions seemed somewhat exaggerated, and they were secretly grateful to Uchiha Yoru. But now, they realized that their contributions were not exaggerated, rather, their commander, Uchiha Yoru, had distributed his credit to his subordinates. Many people had the strength, but the selection criteria for special Junin were extremely stringent, requiring not only leadership skills and a calm mind but also a certain amount of merit, which they lacked. Others not only lacked merit but were also barely qualified in terms of strength. However, upon closer reflection, they seemed to realize that their commander-in-chief, Uchiha Yoru, had inadvertently guided them, even arranging for them to cooperate with ninjas who were capable of mutual support. Lord Knight, however, facing the gazes of the crowd, and just as they were about to speak, Uchiha Knight looked down at them with an unapproachable expression, calmly saying, "All right, I'm tired today. Go and rest." The crowd exchanged ashamed glances. Seeing this, Uchiha Knight continued calmly, "My Uchiha clan, as the strongest clan in Konoha and even the ninja world, has never lacked powerful ninjutsu. So don't have any ulterior motives, we're all doing this for the village. He didn't say aloud what he meant. His Uchiha clan had no shortage of ninjutsu, and now that he had reached this position, what could possibly attract him? Given the way the higher-ups treated the Uchiha clan, even the greatest achievement wouldn't be rewarded with a ninjutsu from the Scroll of Seals. Therefore, merit was truly meaningless to him. It was better to use these trivial achievements to gain enough popular support and prestige. Right now, only the position of Hokage of Konoha could attract him. Therefore, his goal had never been these petty achievements. What was this loss? He wanted to gain the greatest value, not some paltry reward from the village. He wanted to silence the gossip, burying his guilt deep inside, waiting for it to erupt one day. Thanks to Maltos for the 100 coins. Thanks to all the brothers for their support. Chapter 168 The Arrival of Shinosuke. Time flies, spring breezes caress the earth, and green once again blankets the land. Within Konoha's base, reinforcements arrive in succession, ready to replace the ninjas who haven't returned to the village for years while stationed on the front lines. Sarutobi Shinosuke, the commander-in-chief of Konoha's defenses along the Land of Water's border, arrives with an elite force, instantly filling the tent with a different atmosphere. As for Sarutobi Shinosuke's appearance, well, as the eldest son of the Third Hokage, he perfectly inherited the Third Hokage's excellent genes. To be honest, while he doesn't look exactly like Asuma, they're practically identical. However, his height is quite striking. He looks like a mature man barely over 1.6 meters tall. Even the fourth Mizukage had a baby face, but this guy is, well, let's just say it's a bit hard to describe. No wonder Konohamaru's genes are so excellent. It's the Sarutobi clan's genes. It seems Sarutobi Konohamaru was only 1.57 meters tall in the second part of Boruto. Yorkun, you've really had a tough time at the front lines. Inside the tent, Sarutobi Shinosuke, having personally come to the front lines, wore a genuinely kind smile that revealed no flaws. He even smiled broadly at the tall Uchiha Yoru beside him. Uchiha Yoru nodded easily, saying, with Shinosuke-senpai here, I can finally relax. Uchiha Yoru appeared genuinely relieved, though beneath their friendly smiles, both were inwardly cursing each other. Little fox. Old fox. Although it was only their first meeting, it was undeniable that Sarutobi Shinosuke had truly inherited the methods of the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, displaying his righteousness openly. Uchiha Yoru thought to himself, no wonder the Third Hokage wanted his eldest son to succeed him. This was a successor nurtured by his own spirit and will, naturally the most perfect choice. Aside from strength, he almost perfectly matched the Third Hokage's choice, a choice that also aimed to avoid further turmoil within the leadership. Although the two had already clashed several times before, exchanging official orders, their first meeting was still filled with polite formalities. Especially with Sarutobi Shinosuke's smiling demeanor, they subtly began transferring power during their conversation. Uchiha Yoru not only didn't object, but calmly agreed. After all, he couldn't defy Konoha's powerful backing, and he also needed this excuse to send his men back to the village to recuperate, winning over hearts and minds while preserving his own power. Shinosuke-senpai, these are the records of meritorious ninjas on the front lines recently. I've already reported them to the Hokage. Seeing Uchiha Yoru's politically amused smile as he slowly handed over a scroll, Sarutobi Shinosuke accepted it with a similarly fake smile. The moment he opened it, his pupils contracted. Good bastard, you've got a clever plan, Sarutobi Shinosuke thought, secretly alarmed. They were supposed to be classmates, but the difference between them was enormous. This merit scroll, you reported it to the village and then gave it to yourself? This was a blatant, calculated scheme. If he agreed to sign his name, it would be tantamount to vouching for the meritorious ninjas on the front lines. His endorsement carried immense weight, virtually guaranteeing their promotions. And these people were undoubtedly this kid's men. But if he didn't sign, even a vague explanation would likely cause a stir in the front-line camps the next day, with rumors circulating that Sarutobi Shinosuke was narrow-minded and refused to recommend his soldiers for credit. Realizing this, Sarutobi Shinosuke looked up at the young man and gave him a stiff smile. Uchiha Yoru, of course, knew his methods were somewhat too direct, but he still nodded sincerely, saying, Uchiha Yoru is willing to fully assist Shinosuke-senpai. Instantly, Uchiha Yoru's attitude changed. It was as if to say, once you agree, I promise not to cause any trouble. All the ninjas on the front lines, and even I, will fully cooperate." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Shinizuki's stiff expression slowly blossomed into a smile. Inside the tent, the elite ninjas belonging to Uchiha Yoru's side lowered their heads at this sight, their hearts filled with rage. Their Lord Yoru is still using his merits to pave the way for them at this crucial moment, even trying to ensure they could return home safely. Uchiha Yoru's attempts to win hearts and minds were naturally not hidden from anyone, and Sarutobi Shinizuki saw it all, but he remained unimpressed. How many ninjas were there in Konoha? Within the Land of Fire, Konoha had over 20,000 ninjas, and that was only a few years after the Third Shinobi World War, before Konoha had fully recovered. At its peak, Konoha had a staggering 30,000 ninjas. And how many ninjas were there in the Land of Whirlpools? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Shinizuki sneered inwardly. At most 1,000. And before he came here, he knew perfectly well how many spies his father had planted among the enemy. Insignificant. Indeed, you are all heroes of Konoha. I will certainly recommend you for merit. Sarutobi Shinizuki laughed heartily, and without any hesitation, he signed his name and even left his handprint. It was just 1,000 ninjas, there was no need for division or co-optation. Time would heal all wounds, and reality would make everything seem mundane. The two then chatted and laughed in the tent, while the handover began. Sarutobi Shinizuki needed prestige, so he needed to earn merit. He certainly didn't trust those on the front lines, but fortunately, this group should have already retired and returned to the village to recuperate, but they were implicated in the Orochimaru incident. Now, with the right excuse, the village's turmoil had subsided, this matter was over, and they could go home to reunite and rest. Sarutobi Shinizuki had brought a full 600 elite ninjas to the front lines this time, openly using the pretext of replacing the border guards, causing the mist ninja to cower. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been facing 600 Konoha reinforcements, but rather a combined attack. The arriving reinforcements began to familiarize themselves with the front lines in an orderly manner. With the assistance of veteran ninjas, detailed reports were given on various traps and terrain advantages. This replacement process would take at least 3 days, after which waves of ninjas would prepare to return to the village. Just as Uchiha Yoru and Sarutobi Shinizuki were handing over the front-line situation, inside a brand new tent in the camp, my lady, Yuzuki Yugao half-squatted, her head bowed, concealing her emotions. The person seated there was Sarutobi Yumiko, who calmly looked at the person she had chosen. Yugao, you should be a sensible person. Although I no longer manage the Anbu, you were someone I personally promoted. The Third Hokage is getting old, do you understand? Such straightforward words implied that there were no longer any obstacles in Konoha. For Sarutobi Yumiko, this meant that she could achieve her long-cherished wish step by step, so there was no need to hide herself as carefully as before. However, Sarutobi Yumiko was unaware that it was precisely because of her unbridled abuse of power that she had aroused resentment, significantly reducing Yuzuki Yugao's self-reproach towards the Anbu and the Hokage. The village's power has been ruined by you corrupt people. Those who truly care about Konoha are being marginalized. How despicable. At this moment, Yuzuki Yugao's inner turmoil suddenly eased considerably. She raised her head and calmly said in a deep voice, Yugao dares not forget the captain's guidance. Seeing Yuzuki Yugao's sensible reply, Sarutobi Yumiko smiled with satisfaction. Don't worry, I only need you to tell me the message to the Third Hokage. After all, Shinizuki will soon become the 5th Hokage, so you won't be violating any rules. Although Sarutobi Yumiko, having just given birth, was still somewhat weak, the allure of gaining prestige and taking that position sooner was clearly far greater, and her heart burned with desire. Konohamaru has been sent back to the village, which is a good opportunity to give the old man something to do and get him to step down sooner. Then Konoha will truly belong to the Sarutobi clan. Don't worry, there aren't any special arrangements this time. You did a great job, but you still need to work hard to gradually gain Uchiha Yoru's trust. This person will definitely become an elder of the Uchiha clan in the future, so you still need to work hard to investigate the clues about the Nine Tails attack. However, I understand the principle of too much of a good thing. This time, you will all be sent back to the village. This is a long mission. Are you willing to undertake it? Facing Sarutobi Yumiko, Yuzuki Yugao respectfully replied in a deep voice, for the village, for the will of fire, Yuzuki Yugao is willing to continue the mission. However, Yuzuki Yugao's heart was filled with more anger at this moment. You rotten people are not worthy to talk about the village, much less the will of fire. Alright, Yugao, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Sarutobi Yumiko nodded with a satisfied smile. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly after you complete your mission, and the village certainly won't treat you unfairly either. Hearing these words, Yuzuki Yugeo felt a surge of disgust. The village's power was being abused like this, and the village's resources were being greedily extracted by these selfish high-ranking officials. At this moment, she seemed to finally understand why Lord Yoru wanted to overthrow the current rule. Konoha needed change. Change everything that was corrupt. Sarutobi Yumiko had come this time to secure her former covert operations. After the Orochimaru incident, she had almost lost all power, but with the birth of Konohamaru as a boy, she regained her voice in the Sarutobi clan. A mother's status rises with her son, no matter where she is. She was unwilling to be a vassal. She craved power and enjoyed the feeling of being high above others, especially the feeling of holding the lives of many elite ninjas in her hands in the Anbu, which gave her a morbid sense of intoxication. On the other side, after the conversation, Sarutobi Shinizuke revealed a reassuring smile befitting a superior. Although I've come to the front lines, the village won't forget your efforts, and we still need to leave one or two familiar faces there. Seeing Sarutobi Shinizuke's benevolent smile, Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile. All personnel adjustments are to be decided by Shinizuke-senpai. In short, since I've chosen not to cause trouble, then so be it. Sure enough, seeing the other party's understanding, Sarutobi Shinizuke smiled. In that case, I can't bear to let go of the Uchiha clan's genius Shisui, and the genius ninja Kakashi. These are the future of our Konoha? Sarutobi Shinizuke appeared extremely magnanimous, seemingly trusting these people, but secretly he was pleased with himself. No matter how cunning the Uchiha brats were, they wouldn't suspect that Kakashi was someone the old man had secretly arranged, and the other candidates were just an excuse. By the way, the village has another important mission for Yoru-kun, but I think that since Yoru-kun has sacrificed so much for Konoha on the front lines, it's appropriate to let someone else complete this mission. After all, Yoru-kun also needs to return to the village to recuperate. With an air of "Since you're so sensible, then I'm not petty. If you don't want to take it, you can go back to the village to recuperate." Sarutobi Shinizuke slowly took out a mission scroll, letting Uchiha Yoru choose for himself, his expression gradually becoming serious. When he spoke of the mission, he was still full of solemnity, and Uchiha Yoru also frowned, looking intently at the mission the village was preparing to give him. Gathering intelligence on the land of whirlpools. When Uchiha Yoru saw this mission, his brows immediately furrowed. An infiltration mission wasn't unreasonable. After all, Orochimaru had infiltrated Kumagakure during the Third Shinobi World War to secretly incite the Eight Tails Rampage. Such a precious ninja, even though the mission he was carrying out was important, seemed somewhat wasteful in his eyes. But that's the ninja world. This mission, Uchiha Yoru looked puzzled, while Sarutobi Shinizuke, setting aside all pretense, said solemnly, "With the turmoil in the ninja world, the land of whirlpools has become a hub for almost all the rogue and vagrant ninja, especially for trading valuable, clandestine items. Spies from various ninja villages have infiltrated here. Although some are from our own villages, we need someone to enter as an observer, gathering intelligence and, ideally, secretly investigating the valuable items being traded." Good heavens, what intelligence gathering? It's obvious the villages are greedy for the enormous profits here. Any items traded here in a clandestine manner are undoubtedly incredibly valuable. Konoha wants to double-cross them. He gathers the information, and then the village secretly pockets the profits. Don't worry, nothing serious will happen. The news of Princess Tsunade, one of the three legendary Sannin, appearing in the towns of Uzushiagakure has already been discovered by all the major ninja villages, so your safety is highly guaranteed. Seeing Sarutobi Shinizuke's daunting promises, Uchiha Yoru knew that while this mission wasn't mandatory, it was still a way to prove himself. If he accepted, it would show he cared about the village, barely gaining a sliver of trust from the village's leadership. The downside, however, was the lengthy mission. And the ninjas returning to the village might be infiltrated and even gradually divided. When he returned, the force he had built on the front lines would be fragmented, and rebuilding it wouldn't be easy. If he didn't accept the mission, the Konoha leadership would see him as someone with immense ambition, unwilling to relinquish his gains, and determined to unite the ninjas he had recruited on the front lines. Brilliant, indeed. But Uchiha Yoru feigned a resolute expression and said in a deep voice, "For the sake of the village, I am willing to carry out the mission, but please remember the merits of the soldiers on the front lines." Shinizuke-senpai, His last sentence was still praising the soldiers on the front lines. As for splitting his own forces, he couldn't fight City Hall. Besides, what he needed was to stir up a wave of reform, so all he had to do was sow the seeds of discontent against the village. These seeds would then be scattered throughout Konoha. He only needed to water them occasionally, and they would sprout, take root, and grow into towering trees, becoming a forest. And he had already found this special water. Sarutobi Shinizuke, upon hearing this, smiled with satisfaction, believing that the final threat had disappeared. Please support. Chapter 169 Separation. In the land of whirlpools, the Konoha ninja were methodically rotating shifts. Having spent years on the front lines without returning to the village, many were excited at the prospect of going home. However, a piece of news added a layer of guilt to their joy. Uchiha Yoru, their commander, had shared all the credit with them, and after a detailed discussion with Sarutobi Shinizuke, it was almost certain that any ninja promoted this time would have no major problems. Although they hadn't yet returned to the village, good news of promotions had already arrived. Those who hadn't been promoted yet could simply wait for their turn. The chances were high. Kurona Iyuhi, Yugeo Yuzuki, Might Guy, and others had all been promoted to Special Jonin. The number of Jonin and Special Jonin promoted this time was small. Seeing this number, Sarutobi Shinizuke smiled disdainfully. Favors? Perhaps they still remember your favors now, but time will heal all wounds. Inside the tent. Is this the intelligence you gathered? Sarutobi Shinizuke frowned as he looked at the intelligence report. It wasn't bad, just as he had predicted, but most of it focused on strength. Below him was Yuhi Kurenai, the spy personally sent by the Third Hokage. However, Kurenai felt a pang of disappointment. The village had indeed become so corrupt, forcibly seizing credit from others, planting spies among the village's ninjas, and even father and son working together to control the village's power. Not only was Yuhi Kurenai disappointed, but Sarutobi Shinizuke also shook his head in disappointment after seeing that the intelligence he had secretly gathered was similar to what he had gathered. Alright, since you were chosen by the Third Hokage, you will continue to lie low. After you return to the village this time, Uchiha Yoru will be carrying out a mission that will last for quite some time. After you return, you will be a special Jonin, considered an elite in the 7th Division of the Police Department. Sarutobi Shinizuke's meaning was clear. Before Uchiha Yoru returned, he wanted to build up his own faction within the 7th Division of the Police Department. Upon hearing this, Kurenai lowered her head and said in a deep voice, I still need to report to the Third Hokage. You, Shinizuke Sarutobi, only have the right to know about the existence of these spies, and the intelligence can be shared with you. But right now, she's preparing to return to the village, and her only superior is the Third Hokage, not you. Kurenai's rigid demeanor initially surprised Shinizuke, who then chuckled and waved his hand, saying, That's right, let the old man arrange things when we get back. I indeed have no right to move you, initially addressing him as the Third Hokage, then calling him old man after being slighted. What is this? Abusing power. It was precisely this behavior that extinguished the last glimmer of hope Kurenai held for the village. She sighed inwardly, realizing the village was indeed rotten. Perhaps she should find a time to confess everything to Yoru. Shinizuke Sarutobi was unaware that their abusive power was gradually becoming a source of disappointment. After all, this is the Hokage's duty and right, and you don't have the right to do so. But Shinizuke has long been accustomed to treating these overstepping rights as normal. After all, the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, is his father. And years of habit have made him believe that these are rights unique to the Sarutobi clan. Kurenai pretended not to hear and directly used hand seals to dispel her shadow clone technique. With a bang, as the white smoke from the shadow clone technique slowly dissipated, the smile on Shinizuke Sarutobi's face also gradually faded. Shinizuke, did you see that? A brat who just became a special Jonin dares to give you attitude. Just then, Yumiko Sarutobi's mocking voice rang out, and Shinizuke Sarutobi seemed to have his pride hurt. He directly snorted coldly and said, This old man is still the Hokage, so some things are normal. Although he said it was normal, Shinizuke Sarutobi's ugly face said it all. Although he had no right to interfere in these matters, he had long been used to the feeling of being fawned over by those around him. Even at first, he was uneasy about some of the power he was given, but then came the indulgence of the Third Hokage, his father, which over time made him feel as if he was entitled to these rights. Today's contrast filled him with contradiction, and Sarutobi Shinizuke secretly resolved that he must become Hokage, so that all those who looked down on him could only look up to him. Brother Knight, Sarutobi Shinizuke just arrived and he's already been transferred to the border post. We finally managed to stabilize the situation, and now he's just getting all the credit, Uchiha Shisui said with dissatisfaction, but after experiencing so much, he had learned to suppress his emotions well, and he wasn't as angry as before, though his anger was merely suppressed. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's dissatisfied expression, Uchiha Knight looked at the surging sea, narrowed his eyes, and smiled, pointing towards the ships moored in the distance. Shisui, look at them. They've been guarding the border since the end of the Third Shinobi World War. They were supposed to go home, but the Nine Tails' actions forced them to stay on the front lines. Then Orochimaru's incident made them afraid to go home. Now they can finally go home. They've been away for too long. Shisui also saw ships in the distance, carrying Konoha ninjas, all excited to go home and see their families. This scene silenced Shisui, who shook his head with a self-deprecating smile, saying, Brother Yoru, the village is unfair to them, but it's also unfair to us. Fair. Turning to look at Shisui uttering the word fair, Yoru Uchiha feigned surprise. Shisui, there's never been such a thing as fairness in this world. Rules are made by the strong, and the weak can only obey them. You must understand this, the weak obey the rules, the strong make the rules, Shisui murmured to himself, finally letting out a self-deprecating bitter laugh. Brother Yoru, you're right, but I believe Brother Yoru will be the one to make the rules. As he said this, Shisui's eyes shone with unwavering determination as he looked at the person he trusted. Faced with his trust, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. Stronger? The rules established by the Uchiha and Senju clans have become distorted since the fall of the strong. So, Shisui, strive to become stronger. When we are all strong, we can suppress all enemies. Reform requires bloodshed and sacrifice, but if we don't have the strength to suppress all enemies before implementing reform, it will turn into a disaster. So, train hard. Yoru's last words, tinged with profound meaning, immediately filled Shisui with respect. His older brother Yoru had considered things so far ahead. Truly, he was born with the mindset of a Hokage. That's right, Yoru, you're right. Reform requires bloodshed and upheaval. Only when we have the strength to suppress all enemies can the village become what we want. Just then, the figures of the group appeared behind them. Kakashi, at the head, wore a solemn expression. This was precisely what he had worried about most. The greater the momentum of reform, the greater the conflict with the corrupt old forces. Reform is non-negotiable, only one side can win. Whether it's a Pyrrhic victory or a mutually destructive defeat, it will cause irreparable damage to their home village, Konoha. However, if they possess the strength to suppress all enemies, then a single bloodshed can resolve all problems. As figures appeared behind them, Uchiha Yoru turned around and smiled at everyone, chuckling, alright, cheer up. This time you're going home. Remember to train hard when you get back. Kyorna Iyuhi, Yugeo Yuzuki, Anko Materashi, Genma Shiranu, Redo Namishi, Iwashi, and Hisashi Hyuga were all preparing to return to the village. Kakashi, Shisui, and Might Guy would remain behind. Shisui Uchiha represented the Uchiha clan and led the Uchiha elites on the front lines. Might Guy served as Kakashi's second-in-command, and Shinizuke Sarutobi essentially gave the front lines a complete overhaul. Yoru, aren't you going back? Anko Materashi stepped forward and hugged the arm of the figure who brought her peace of mind, her beautiful eyes revealing reluctance. Looking at everyone, and noticing the special affection in Anko's eyes, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, I have another mission. You all go back first, I'll be back soon. For a ninja, taking a mission as their duty is a mandatory course for all ninjas. Upon hearing this, everyone, even Materashi Anko, fell silent. Yoru, I'll be waiting for you in Konoha. Materashi Anko, with her forthright and carefree personality, had become indifferent to the opinions of others after some events. Her heart belonged only to Uchiha Yoru, so she dared to openly express her feelings in front of everyone. Yuhi Kirni and Yuzuki Yugeo felt a mixture of envy and complex emotions. Yuhi Kirni wanted to say something, but with so many people around, she simply smiled wryly. Yoru, well, I'll wait for you to come back. Yuhi Kirni tossed her long hair, revealing a capable smile. She had already decided to confess everything upon returning. She was fully aware of the village's corruption and darkness, and therefore wanted to wholeheartedly participate in the reform. Hey, this is youth. See you in our village after the war. Might Guy's excited shout instantly dispelled the sadness of parting, and everyone smiled. Having such a companion was truly fortunate. Don't slack off on your training when you get back, Uchiha Yoru waved to everyone with a smile, finally looking at the youngest, Uchiha Itachi, and affectionately ruffled his hair. Itachi, as your teacher, I'm sorry I've had almost no time to teach you. Hearing his teacher's apologetic smile before parting, Uchiha Itachi shook his head firmly, saying, teacher's burden is too heavy. I understand. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, it would be a waste to take up his teacher's time to teach him. His teacher represented the true will of fire. Shisui, if the battlefield situation changes, remember to arrange for Itachi first. Uchiha Yoru never shied away from privileges, even stating them in front of everyone. If they existed, they were reasonable, he never shied away from them. When Itachi Uchiha heard this, he seemed about to speak, but then, as if remembering something, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his throat. Shisui, standing nearby, nodded firmly. Don't worry, brother Yoru, I will teach Itachi well. Seeing Shisui's resolute gaze, Yoru Uchiha smiled and nodded, secretly giving him a thumbs up. He was indeed confident. Shisui wasn't just teaching ninjutsu, he was even teaching the will of fire. In the original trajectory, Itachi Uchiha was influenced by Shisui to embody the will of fire. Of course, under Shisui's influence, Itachi still embodied his own will of fire, but the source was somewhat different. The tragedies of Konoha almost all stemmed from the will of fire. When his true will of fire appeared, it changed countless tragedies that followed. Get on the boat, or it'll leave before it does. With a carefree smile, Uchiha Yoru nodded firmly as they parted. The three members of Genma's team said resolutely, don't worry, Lord Yoru. We'll manage the 7th Police Division well when we get back, and we absolutely won't slack off on our training. Everyone felt a heavy pressure. To completely eradicate the darkness and corruption within the village, they needed the power to suppress everything. They had never dared to dream of being strong enough to change everything, but seeing Uchiha Yoru carrying all the burdens and forging ahead made them even more determined to become stronger. Every bit of strength they gained could help Uchiha Yoru, and at the same time, increase their chances of changing the village in the future. This pressure made them all feel the pressure, and they never dared to slack off in their training. Uchiha Yoru smiled as he looked at everyone. In his vision, he could clearly see the aura above everyone's heads, which solidified and flowed towards his own, forming a constantly reinforcing cycle. However, they also benefit from it. With solidified luck, when it reaches a certain level, they can help the other person solidify their luck and add it to themselves. The mystery of luck is profound. The difference between passive and active luck is vast. With the help of this luck, they will go much further than their counterparts in the original story, especially since they still have a lot of room for growth at their current age. Night, just you wait. After returning to the village, I'll be a special Jonin. Before you return, I will definitely become a female Jonin of Konoha. Suddenly, Matera Shianko grinned broadly, her carefree and hearty smile bringing smiles to everyone's faces. Uchiha Yoru nodded with a smile. Alright, when you become a Jonin, I'll personally present you with a precious Jonin gift. He then looked at everyone, feigning a penny-pinching expression, and shrugged. It seems none of you gave me a gift when I became a Jonin, and now I have to give you one. Instantly, everyone burst into hearty laughter. They remembered Uchiha Yoru's greedy nature, but after spending so much time together, they felt a deep sense of gratitude. Countless sums of money had been secretly allocated to the families of the fallen. After all, the village's finances were strained during the war, and the so-called compensation was barely enough to keep them from starving. Everything Uchiha Yoru had done filled them with admiration and shame. Let's go, get on the ship, see you in Konoha. With hearty smiles, everyone parted ways. Uchiha Yoru led them to the dock to see them off, where they saw many familiar faces. All the Konoha ninja on the ship showed expressions of reluctance. As the sun set, the ship slowly sailed towards the land of fire, leaving only a few figures seeing it off at the dock. Thanks to brother for the 100 coins. Thank you to all the brothers for your support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 I am Sesshomaru. Konoha Camp. Uchiha Yoru, this is your identity? Sarutobi Shinizuke handed over a hidden scroll. Uchiha Yoru looked at his identity with a solemn expression. then nodded with a smile after a moment of surprise. A special Junin from Konoha in the Land of Fire, a descendant of a fallen samurai noble family, skilled in swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu. Last year, he participated in Orochimaru's human experiments in Konoha, and later, due to his involvement, directly killed 2 Anbu members who came to capture him and defected. Listening to Uchiha Yoru recount his identity, Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded silently. Not bad. Everyone outside is speculating about Orochimaru's human experiments. Your appearance will attract attention. Small ninja villages lack intelligence capabilities, only large ninja villages are qualified to investigate your situation. This way, you can quickly establish yourself. Looking at his information, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Not bad at all. The arrangements are reasonable, especially the human experiments last year. Tisk, as expected of the Anbu, almost flawless. After all, he had also participated in Orochimaru's human experiments, so it could be said to be seamless. But what is the ultimate goal of this mission? I think we should know by now, right? He didn't believe that such a solemn mission was merely for intelligence gathering and some interests in the Land of Whirlpools. After all, the Land of Fire possessed the most fertile land. Sure enough, Sarutobi Shinizuke fell silent and slowly said in a deep voice, "There's news about a divine weapon from our Konoha village." A divine weapon? Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but show curiosity. There were indeed divine weapons in the Naruto world, but they were definitely not many, such as the Kusanagi sword, the Totsuka sword, and the Uchiha fan. But what exactly was it that made the village take it so seriously? This is a divine weapon once used by the first Hokage. The second Hokage disappeared after being ambushed in the Land of Lightning. Recently, for some reason, some news has surfaced in the Land of Whirlpools, so your target is this divine weapon. This is the information about it. As Sarutobi Shinizuke handed over a blueprint, Uchiha Yoru's eyes twitched upon seeing it. He seemed to recall that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, used a great sword during his battle with Uchiha Madara. I won't elaborate on the significance of this divine weapon. The village doesn't want it to fall into the hands of another village, so this is your true objective. Sarutobi Shinizuke's expression was solemn. This was a great achievement for him. Finding the first Hokage's divine weapon would definitely boost his prestige. Uchiha Yoru, upon hearing this, pondered deeply. Sure enough, the Land of Whirlpools had many spies. Why send him again? So that's why. It means that after I revealed my identity as a Konoha rogue ninja, some powerful ninja from major countries wanted to investigate and even master Konoha's secret human research. So these people would secretly contact me, and my identity as a samurai nobleman, the first Hokage's great sword, and the attraction it held for me, or even being used for exchange, all make sense. Uchiha Yoru nodded secretly. He had to admit that this identity was extremely perfect. Orochimaru's human research personnel were incredibly attractive. Enough to lure people into investigating or even trading with him. After all, no village wouldn't be tempted by Konoha's human research. Given his samurai nobleman identity, his curiosity about the great sword of the former god of shinobi was perfectly reasonable. Therefore, he didn't need to investigate the first Hokage's great sword secretly. He could simply reveal it without arousing suspicion. Truly worthy of the Konoha Anbu, his identity was perfectly arranged. Since you are a descendant of samurai nobles, even though you have declined, you should still have what you need. I think Shinizuke-sama should understand this principle. Under Uchiha Yoru's meaningful gaze, Sarutobi Shinizuke didn't react for a moment. But when he slowly recited a series of items needed to disguise his identity to Uchiha Yoru, his face turned green. As a fallen samurai noble, my Kusanagi sword is temporarily unusable. Therefore, I need at least one rare samurai sword, perhaps even several, since I'm portraying a descendant of a samurai noble with an intense passion for divine weapons. Furthermore, given my noble birth, my demeanor goes without saying, but I must have matching, luxurious yet sturdy clothing, and precious samurai armor containing chakra metal is also essential. Otherwise, it won't suit my identity. The armor must at least be of the highest quality, otherwise, my status will be untenable. And then there's wealth. Even a fallen noble is still a noble, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Sufficient wealth is crucial. In short, everything, food, clothing, and daily necessities, must conform to my persona. For a samurai single-mindedly focused on revitalizing his clan, all of this is inevitable. Good grief. As Uchiha Yoru laid out his conditions one by one, Sarutobi Shinizuke initially nodded in satisfaction, but his expression gradually stiffened, and finally his eyes widened, his lips twitching. Good grief, are you sure you're not just here to fleece him? Despite his inner turmoil, he still tried his best to meet the other party's demands. The Anbu has prepared everything you mentioned, although there are some shortcomings, but it's alright. I have 2 treasured swords in my own collection, and as for the armor, I'll immediately notify the Anbu to send it over via summoning jutsu. However, your appearance will need to be changed. After Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded in agreement, Uchiha Yoru also nodded solemnly. As the saying goes, he who takes money must do the work, and he had that professional ethics, or rather, it was the basic professional ethics of all ninjas. Don't worry, but the transformation technique is easily exposed when chakra is unstable. Besides, this is a covert spy mission, and my medical ninjutsu can handle everything. Uchiha Yoru, with his extremely professional ethics, nodded solemnly. Then, Sarutobi Shinizuke sighed helplessly and quickly contacted his undercover agents to prepare the necessary materials for the mission. He knew that some spies needed prior investment for covert missions, such as businessmen or nobles, but this guy's requirements were way too expensive. Watching Sarutobi Shinizuke leave, Uchiha Yoru sneered inwardly. Even an emperor doesn't starve with soldiers, he thought. You've prepared a noble identity for me. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I'll be unworthy of my status. Besides, such a dangerous mission deserves some funding. What kind of personality should a descendant of a fallen noble samurai be? A cold and aloof personality, seemingly looking down on everything, yet harboring a deep obsession with becoming the strongest samurai, desiring to revive the family. In other words, a personality driven by the pursuit of power. Looking at himself in the mirror, Uchiha Yoru frowned, pondering. The noble air of a young master pursuing power, coupled with a samurai-centric persona, suggested a ruthless and cold-blooded character, given his involvement in human experimentation for power. A figure gradually materialized in his mind, seemingly perfectly fitting the description. The most direct and simple way to change someone's appearance is to start with their hairstyle and demeanor. With the image in his mind and the person to imitate, Uchiha Yoru immediately began using medical ninjutsu to stimulate the hair follicles in his scalp. First, the melanin was suppressed, and his once black hair visibly began to turn white. Then, nourished by chakra, the pale hair began to shine, transforming into silver-white hair. With continued chakra enhancement, it visibly began to grow. These are all what you need. See if they fit. Sarutobi Shinizuke, who had just entered, was stunned. Inside the closed tent, the Uchiha's appearance had undergone a complete transformation, or rather, a change in hairstyle and demeanor. It was impossible to reconcile the two people. Long, silver-white hair, a noble blue moon mark on his forehead, 2 red demonic markings on each cheek, a white kimono adorned with hexagonal plum blossoms, and brilliant black eyes. His cold, expressionless demeanor perfectly embodied the aristocratic air. After all, the Uchiha clan's arrogance was ingrained in their bones. A cold expression was easy for them. In a short moment, Uchiha Yoru had transformed into an imposing, expressionless, and taciturn aloof young nobleman. Yoru, your attire. Sarutobi Shinizuke couldn't help but give a thumbs up, but a hint of jealousy lingered in his heart. Damn, using the village's money to dress like a nobleman, no one else could pull that off. However, the makeup on his face seemed familiar, and Sarutobi Shinizuke instantly realized. The Inuzuka clan loved to adorn their faces with color, while the Uchiha clan was mostly known for their aloofness. It was a combination of the two. Looking at his drastically changed image in the mirror, Uchiha Yoru calmly said in a cold voice, "My name now is Shisamaru." With this background, and being a disguised spy, a complete change of appearance was necessary. He decided to go all out, as spy missions were always dangerous. Fortunately, this time he wasn't infiltrating the 5 great nations, otherwise he was afraid of being stabbed in the back. Besides, since he was going to disguise himself as a descendant of nobility, he figured he might as well take the money. Shisamaru. Upon hearing the name, Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded immediately, then said in a deep voice, "Alright, the intelligence produced by your Anbu won't be leaked casually. I think you understand." Uchiha Yoru naturally knew this. As one of the participants in human experiments, would the village broadcast his name all over the world? Even a fool would know something was amiss. The fact that only Konoha's Anbu were secretly pursuing them was consistent with his character. He didn't want to leak information. But with Uchiha Yoru's appearance, someone would inevitably dig deeper. and the village's spies would be exposed. It was a double whammy, a thorough investigation of the village's spies. The character, Meru, represents strength and bravery, and also imposing presence. It sounded very intimidating. After carefully selecting, with a cold and arrogant expression, Uchiha Yoru finally chose an outfit that satisfied him. He wore a fine suit of armor, signifying his samurai family identity. A white, fluffy shawl added to his aristocratic air, and underneath was a white dress with cherry blossom patterns. Combined with Uchiha Yoru's current ruthless expression, it perfectly embodied the image of a noble descendant. You really are something else. Looking at Uchiha Yoru's attire, Sarutobi Shinizuke was both satisfied and pained. This was truly a case of fleecing someone. After all, to carry out an infiltration mission, both identity and appearance needed to be perfect. Identity was a given, of course, he had the Anbu, but the corresponding conditions were also important. Since he was to play a nobleman, he needed the air of nobility. The Uchiha clan certainly didn't lack this, especially since centuries of etiquette passed down in wealthy noble families were ingrained in their bones from childhood, something ordinary ninjas needed long-term training to achieve. Uchiha Yoru didn't need to worry about that at all. It was the armor and clothing that were truly fleecing him. The armor was the finest equipment among samurai, containing chakra metal, not to mention the cape, and then there was this whole set of clothes. I am now Sesshomaru, a samurai nobleman and a rogue ninja of Konoha. Uchiha Yoru, no. Now it should be Sesshomaru, saw Sesshomaru coldly and ruthlessly staring at him, completely different from the Uchiha Yoru of the past. From head to toe, it was impossible to tell anything about him. His noble, cold, and ruthless aura, his silver hair, if one didn't know all this, Sarutobi Shinizuke wouldn't have been able to recognize him at all, prompting him to exclaim, "Knight, no. It should be Sesshomaru. You truly are a born ninja." With that, Sarutobi Shinizuke pulled out a scroll, swiftly formed hand seals, and slapped it down. Instantly, the smoke from the summoning jutsu dissipated, revealing gleaming samurai swords. There weren't many, only 11, but each one was an absolute gem, forged from the finest materials of the time, comparable to divine weapons. These are all treasures from the Anbu. Sarutobi Shinizuke showed a pained expression at the sight of these chakra metal weapons, fearing the other party would try to take more. However, when he saw the other party choose to and then give up, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. One was a traditional, slender samurai sword, its blade light and gleaming with a faint silver light, maximizing the power of a draw slash. The other, more like a sword, exuded a strong aura of ferocity, clearly a weapon of countless killings. It resembled Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. The ninja world, with traditions similar to those of Japan, blurred the lines between swords and samurai, as seen in the Konoha Ryu swordsmanship, though the samurai sword was used. I need at least tens of millions of Ryo, Sesshomaru said coldly, making Sarutobi Shinizuke want to curse. He'd never seen someone so arrogant about asking for money before, but he was truly frustrated. He secretly vowed that in the future, he would never create characters with noble birth for spy missions, at most minor nobles, otherwise the initial investment would be too enormous. The mission's total funding is only 8 million, but I have over 10 million here. Let me add some for you. Before he could finish speaking, Sesshomaru calmly took all the money from the other man's hand and, ignoring his astonished expression, casually stuffed it into his pocket. Tomorrow I'll secretly land on the west coast. The Anbu must keep my identity a secret. Also, have the village keep a close eye on any spies. Don't let this opportunity slip by. At this moment, it was as if he were the commander. Sarutobi Shinizuke nodded reluctantly, his heart hardening. This time, he'd suffered such a heavy loss. If he didn't take this opportunity to thoroughly investigate the spies, it would be a waste of his resources. The mission objective was too important to him. The First Hokage's greatsword, its significance surpassed everything else. Today I took my child to the parent-child sports day. I'm so tired. I didn't have time to check. I'll check again tomorrow when I get up. Chapter 171 The Amazing Sword Drawing Technique. The Land of Whirlpools. This town is a melting pot of Ronin, rogue ninja, and samurai driven by profit, along with countless merchants. The First Hokage's greatsword? That's probably White Tsunade, one of the 3 Sannin, came here, especially since it was lost by the Second Hokage within the Land of Lightning. Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, couldn't help but sneer inwardly at this thought. His calculations were quite shrewd. Recovering the first Hokage's weapon would be a huge boost to his reputation. So you're the ninja who accepted the mission? A Ronin with a ferocious expression glared at him and said directly, "Damn, that's expensive. Come on, heal my eyes." This Ronin had a scar on his forehead, revealing him to be one-eyed. Beside him stood another weakened Ronin, clearly having been threatened into coming here. No, the weakened Ronin tried to speak, but was struck hard. The one-eyed Ronin's angry punch rendered him speechless and retching. The bustling hotel was packed with people, and countless onlookers wore bloodthirsty, schadenfreude smiles as they witnessed this scene. In this dark city, such sights were commonplace. A deposit of 100,000, plus 500,000 upon completion, a young nobleman, seated calmly at the table, spoke with an unwavering expression. Seeing that the young man wasn't intimidated, the one-eyed ninja smiled, but his eyes grew even more cautious. Good. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up and replace his eyes. Clearly, this one-eyed ninja had captured someone to replace his eyes. However, medical ninjas were a scarce resource in the ninja world, let alone those capable of eye-changing. Nahara-rin, the lowest-ranking known eye-changing medical ninja, was still a chunin during the war and a disciple of Namake's Minato. She was definitely not an ordinary medical ninja, otherwise, the village would be wasting resources. Since the village could afford to train a ninja of Minato Namake's caliber, there are only two possibilities: talent or family background. Clearly, Rin Nahara falls into the talent category. Therefore, a medical ninja whose medical ninjutsu reaches the level of eye-swapping is technically far superior to an ordinary chunin-level medical ninja, but not quite jonin level. Especially since combat power is a weakness for medical ninjas, only the 5 great nations have the capacity to train a large number of them in the ninja world. Smaller villages have very few. Alright, Sesshomaru's expression was indifferent, showing no hesitation, only coldness. While the other party was wary upon seeing this, he still glared threateningly at the captured rogue ninja. Kimazaburo, don't worry, it's just one eye of yours. If you resist, it won't be just one eye. Faced with the threat of the one-eyed rogue ninja, the weakened Kajizaburo chose to submit out of fear. Between life and an eye, a wise person knows how to choose. This is also the cruelty of the ninja world. A scream echoed through the restaurant. Even though medical ninjutsu had blocked his pain receptors, the sudden loss of sight in one eye still caused Kojimaru to scream in terror. It was human instinct. The bloodied eyeball was in his hand. Although he was wearing surgical gloves, Sesshomaru's eyes still betrayed disgust and resentment, as if he were disgusted by the dirt on his hands. Hurry, the one-eyed ninja looked at the bloodied eye with excitement. His eyes could finally see again. No one could understand the pain of losing an eye. Sesshomaru coldly manipulated medical ninjutsu, directly removing the damaged eyeball and replacing it with a new one. Nourished by the pale green medical chakra, the optic nerves began to connect, and the one-eyed ninja immediately showed excitement. He could see the light. Meanwhile, the one-eyed Kamesaburo, in agony during the eye transplant, clutched his eye and hastily tore off a piece of cloth to cover it before fleeing. Faced with an eye and his life, he chose life. But with the transplant underway, escape was his best chance. Once it was complete, his life would be in someone else's hands again. As Kamesaburo fled in disarray, everyone gasped in surprise. Such an easy eye transfer technique likely reached the threshold of jonin level, at least in terms of medical ninjutsu, not combat prowess. Medical ninjas were a scarce resource, coveted by countless rogue ninjas in small ninja villages. Several self-aware ninjas exchanged glances, and 3 of them quietly laughed. Knowing their own limitations, they understood that the one-eyed Kamesaburo was a prime target. And it wasn't just them, others in the restaurant shared the same idea. My eyes. The one-eyed ninja was instantly excited when his vision returned, but his expression changed drastically in an instant. He clutched his newly replaced eyes in pain, pointing at the other man and cursing, "Damn it, my eyes hurt so much. You haven't learned any Taoist techniques, have you? Damn it, your technique is terrible. I'll let it go since you barely managed to replace my eyes." Everyone could see that the one-eyed ninja was trying to renege on his debt, but the other man was clearly still wary of this aristocratic-looking medical ninja, and finally pulled out a thick wad of cash from his pocket. "This is only 100,000, you still need 400,000, the indifferent voice spoke again. Sesshomaru disdainfully removed his medical gloves and threw them away, looking at the cash on the table, which was clearly still short by a considerable amount. The one-eyed ninja, however, stood up angrily. "Damn it, My eyes haven't fully recovered yet. I need to confirm with other medical ninjas, otherwise I won't trust you. I'll give you the rest after my eyes are healed." He was being unreasonable, but anyone who could appear in this chaotic city was no ordinary person. So, this rogue ninja calmly pulled out some money, as a way of settling the matter. Asking for less would help everyone avoid trouble. If things really escalated, no one would necessarily lose. After all, he was a medical ninja. Countless people in the restaurant wore mocking expressions, seemingly watching how this scene would end. At the same time, many of them wanted to test the medical ninja's strength. If he was ordinary, he would certainly be worth a good price. If he was strong, befriending a medical ninja would be a good thing for them. Just then, a flash of cold light appeared. While countless people were still dazed and didn't know what had happened, only a very few people's pupils shrank, revealing shock. Such a fast sword drawing technique. 400,000. I think your body is worth that much, the cold voice echoed, and the standing ninja slumped to the ground, a red line appearing on his neck, followed by a steady trickle of blood dripping onto the floor. Eyes, limbs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs. This is your money, sir. At that moment, the restaurant owner emerged with a broad smile. Scrutinizing the corpse from head to toe, holding up 5 fingers. All organs are intact, and it's even nourished by Chunin-level chakra. It's just a bit old. Looking at the so-called 500,000 ryo in the owner's hand, Sesshomaru nodded indifferently. Alright, deliver the money to my room. Yes, sir, please. Murder and bloodshed were commonplace in this chaotic place. Almost no one was surprised. But when many reacted, they were all shocked. Such a fast sword draw. So many of them hadn't even seen how the opponent drew his sword, only a few had caught a glimpse of a cold light. After Sesshomaru calmly departed, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. A powerful ninja wouldn't have amazed them so much, but someone with such skill and profound medical ninjutsu has a different story. Rogue ninjas, outlaw ninjas, samurai from small countries, high-level medical ninjas were incredibly rare. Having one of this caliber in the wild was like finding a gold mine. If you told them there was a powerful ninja or samurai wandering the ninja world at the Jonin level, they'd merely gasp in amazement and go about their business. But if it was a powerful medical ninja, the initial shock would be followed by a flurry of inquiries. After all, which of them didn't live a life of constant danger, risking their lives? Injuries and poisonings were commonplace, losing limbs or even being crippled after a mission was not uncommon. What if they could know such a medical ninja? A savior. All we know about this person is that he's from the land of fire, and his ancestors were samurai nobles. I see, no wonder his sword drawing technique was so amazing. In my opinion, this person's sword drawing technique has surpassed the realm of ordinary ninjas. We shouldn't act rashly. Amidst the murmurs, everyone in this dark gathering place knew that a fallen samurai noble with advanced medical ninjutsu had arrived. Spies from various countries began to move secretly. If it were just a jonin, they might investigate, but someone with advanced medical ninjutsu was a problem. Someone who could cultivate advanced medical ninjutsu was either a treasure of one of the 5 great ninja villages or a small one. How did he end up here? As for a gifted rogue ninja who had reached this level of skill, it wasn't impossible, but unfortunately, it was too unlikely. Back in his house, Sesshomaru calmly gazed at the bustling town through the window, as if nothing could arouse his emotions. But in reality, he had already begun to ponder his mission. The first Hokage's great sword was lost when the second Hokage perished in the land of lightning. It's highly likely it ended up in their hands. Why, after disappearing for so many years, has it suddenly reappeared here? Is the land of lightning trying to muddy the waters and get more people involved? Thinking about it now, it seems quite fitting for the land of lightning's nature. Meow. Just then, a meow rang out, and a ninja cat appeared, bowing respectfully, then placing the scroll it was carrying in its mouth before it. Ninja cats are a summoning beast clan with deep ties to the Uchiha clan. Go back. After saying this softly, the ninja cat respectfully nodded, and a flash of white smoke from its summoning disappeared from the table, leaving only a green scroll. Opening the scroll, a flash of crimson appeared the instant the scroll was opened, and the true contents of the scroll immediately came into view. As expected, my guess was right. The first Hokage's weapon disappeared many years ago, and people have even forgotten that the first Hokage ever possessed a weapon, only remembering the legend of Wood Release. Compared to the village and his clan, he trusted his clan more. Therefore, after carrying out this mission, he secretly contacted the clan elders and the clan head. Sure enough, as the oldest clan and the most powerful family in the ninja world, they still had some influence, sending over the intelligence in just 1 week. The intelligence from the clan clearly stated that the first Hokage's great sword had suddenly appeared in the land of whirlpools, suspected to be a trick by the land of lightning. However, the Grand Elder's last instruction seemed a bit excessive, saying that if there was an opportunity, one should approach Tsunade and try to take down the Senju clan. So that means there's a huge scheme here, Sesshomaru pondered calmly. It seemed that this place was more complicated than he had imagined. The land of water, Konoha, and the land of lightning, which wanted to cause trouble and take advantage, not to mention countless small countries, rogue ninjas, and traitors swarming in. Hundreds of kilometers away from the town, in Konoha's base, Sarutobi Shinizuke had almost stabilized the situation on the front lines. However, upon hearing news from the town, he frowned immediately. Uchiha Yoru entered the town under the guise of Sesshomaru but didn't make any significant moves. He merely used medical ninjutsu to acquire wealth. Upon seeing this information, Sarutobi Shinizuke's expression turned serious. What exactly are you planning to do, Shinizuke? We can't let Uchiha Yoru get away with this. Just then, Sarutobi Yumiko appeared beside him, her expression revealing displeasure after seeing the news from the town. If we can retrieve the first Hokage's greatsword, it will be a great achievement for you. The first Hokage's weapon returning to the village, such glory is yours alone. With no resistance from Konoha, Sarutobi Yumiko openly revealed her ambition, stating the benefits of the matter without reservation. What are you planning to do? Sarutobi Shinizuke sometimes regarded his ambitious wife as his right-hand woman, since her shrewdness could really help him in some situations. Sarutobi Yumiko sneered, the front lines are gradually stabilizing. Once we've tested the waters with Kirigaki a few times and figure out their strength, we can switch to offense and win a few decisive victories. Then, the village will naturally praise us, but we can't delay Uchiha's mission. Hesitation will only lead to trouble. We'll secretly leak his identity. As she said this, a cold glint flashed in Sarutobi Yumiko's eyes, and she sneered, the temptation of collaborating with Orochimaru on human experiments is enough to lure some people into a trap. Sesshomaru. Orochimaru. HMPH, since this brat can't forget his venomous snake teacher, let's push him along. I don't believe the greedy ghosts of Kumagakure won't take the bait. Although Sarutobi Yumiko's methods were somewhat extreme, Sarutobi Shinizuke had to nod secretly in agreement. You mean exposing Sesshomaru's identity, using human experimentation as bait? Indeed, the human experimentation that could fascinate Orochimaru and almost turn him into a rogue ninja must have been secretly suspected by the 4 great ninja villages for a long time. It must be at least an S-rank forbidden technique, otherwise it wouldn't be worth it. And how could the ever-greedy Cloud Ninja not take the bait? Moreover, this time, the first Hokage's weapon is most likely a trap set by the Cloud Ninja village. At this point, Sarutobi Yumiko sneered, let this brat lure out the Cloud Ninja first, then after we defeat the Mist Ninja on the battlefield, we'll take over the land of whirlpools. We'll search every inch of it then, and I don't believe we won't find the first Hokage's weapon. Since the Cloud Ninja dared to release this information, it must be true. It must be said that Sarutobi Yumiko, as a former head of the Anbu, is indeed extraordinary in terms of intelligence and mind. This part of the plot is only a few tens of thousands of words long, and it can be considered as setting up another main Gekkai Sharingan awakening, so it will be short. I hope everyone will enjoy it. Chapter 172 Tsunade. In the land of whirlpools, in a town, behind a screen, Maid Arumi sat in a luxurious house. On the other side of the screen was Sujetsu Hazuki, the commander of the Mist Ninja in the land of whirlpools. The situation has changed. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, has entered and disappeared last night at the gambling city. Furthermore, Orochimaru's whereabouts seem to have been discovered in the land of whirlpools. Upon hearing this, Maid Arumi, wearing a mask, frowned and said in a deep voice, 2 of the legendary Sannin have arrived. It seems Konoha is determined to obtain the first Hokage's weapon this time. Could there be some secret behind this? It's just a weapon. Logically, it shouldn't warrant the deployment of 2 Sannin-level figures. Sujetsu Hazuki remained silent, looking at the Mist Ninja behind the screen, calculating the gains and losses in his mind. Finally, he fell into deep thought. Orochimaru may not have come for the first Hokage's weapon, but the village has a mission for you. A photograph shot through the screen and was casually caught by Maid Arumi. As she gazed at the figure in the photograph, Sujetsu Hazuki began to explain the mission in a low voice. This person's real name is Shisamaru. His ancestors were samurai nobles, and he was a ninja trained by Konoha. He is proficient in medical ninjutsu and swordsmanship. According to information gathered by our people in Konoha, he participated in Orochimaru's human research experiments and subsequently defected from Konoha when he was dealt with by the Anbu. His overall strength is at the Jonin level. The village's goal is simple, to extract all the data from Konoha's human research experiments from his brain. Human experiments that could make a Hokage candidate expel the Land of Fire are probably not simple. If it's not an S-rank forbidden technique, it's some kind of top-secret experiment. Not to mention Kirigakure, there isn't a ninja village in the world that wouldn't want it. Uchiha Yoru secretly infiltrated the village disguised as Shisamaru. Sujetsu Hazuki was unaware of this. He saw an opportunity to gain merit, and an opportunity to stir up trouble. After giving his orders, Sujetsu Hazuki slowly dissolved into a water clone and disappeared. Inside the empty house, Maida Rumi, wearing a mask, looked at the photographs and intelligence scrolls in her hands, a solemn expression on her face. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses. First, there were geniuses like the Sannin and the Fourth Hokage, then Kakashi Hatake and Yoru Uchiha. Why doesn't heaven favor my Kirigakure? Thinking of Kirigakure's current policies, Maida Rumi gave a bitter smile and a soft sigh. Even geniuses can be heartbroken. When will Kirigakure be able to retain its own geniuses? Does Kirigakure truly lack geniuses? No. Kirigakure has no shortage of talented ninjas, but they've either defected under the iron-fisted policies, or been driven to extreme cruelty by the environment, and countless geniuses have died before they could even grow up. I'm not qualified to change all of this yet, but I won't give up. A resolute glint appeared in her emerald green eyes. This was her ninja way, to change Kirigakure. She would not give up. The bustling town was filled with joyful smiles, as if it were a paradise on earth, but at night it was a haven of sin. As evening fell, Shisamaru's arrival merely made everyone aware of the existence of the medical ninja. The 5 great nations and even the top mercenary ninja groups didn't take him too seriously. However, the ninja spies of the 5 great nations had already received word that Shisamaru's medical ninjutsu wasn't important. What mattered was the secret in his mind regarding Orochimaru's human research in Konoha, instantly arousing the greed of many. "Thank you, Lord Shisamaru," a respectful voice rang out. Shisamaru coldly accepted the payment, merely nodding indifferently at the thanking mercenary ninja group. "Just a transaction," this not-so-weak mercenary ninja group nodded respectfully. They didn't want to get involved casually, but cultivating a good relationship with a high-level medical ninja was extremely important. Missions often involved injury, poisoning, or even physical disability. In such situations, a high-level medical ninja was crucial. Under Shisamaru's overwhelming power, no one dared to test him for the time being. However, high-level medical ninjas were extremely important to ninjas, thus an employment relationship emerged. It was a normal transaction, you pay, I treat. Looking at the money in his hands, Shisamaru thought to himself, no wonder medical ninjas are so popular. Indeed, no matter the world, medicine is always a highly profitable industry. He had only used his chakra and some herbs to treat the patient, yet the return was more than 100 times his initial investment. The ninjas who hired high-level medical ninjas readily extended their goodwill. None of them were fools. Forcing a one-time deal was less desirable than cultivating a good relationship for future profit. In the crowd, a pair of eyes, green as the color of banknotes, watched this scene. The man's eyes widened, especially when he saw the other party receiving the money. A hint of regret appeared on his face, as if he regretted not learning medical ninjutsu. Shisamaru, exuding an aristocratic air, looked at the easily obtained reward. He couldn't help but think that being a medical ninja was the most lucrative job. No need to face the dangers of missions, just treat patients and collect money, provided, of course, that one had means of self-protection or join some powerful faction. Lord Shisamaru, this is the most luxurious hotel. These are the dancers. Inside the extremely luxurious and exquisite hotel, various treasures were displayed on a wooden table, with dancers and musicians playing music below. The benefits of power and money were undeniable. Please enjoy, sir. After the hotel staff's envious expressions faded, Shisamaru calmly enjoyed everything, a smile of pure satisfaction spreading across his face. Indeed, it was truly satisfying to reap the benefits while enjoying oneself. He was a nobleman, he had to maintain his persona. Even in poverty, he was still a nobleman, and his food, drink, and lodging couldn't lose their aristocratic care. In the bright room, filled with a faint fragrance, Sesshomaru picked up his chopsticks, every movement exuding nobility. This elegant demeanor seemed tailor-made for him. The songstresses below, witnessing the scene, all showed expressions of admiration and envy. This was true nobility, this was the epitome of superiority. However, they remained mindful of their duties, displaying their dance moves to the musician's accompaniment. Unlike before, when their actions were driven by duty and morality, this time, having encountered a suitable target, they each displayed their full potential, hoping to be chosen by such a nobleman. Even if it meant being taken home as a pet, it would be better than being in this chaotic place. Just then, a commotion arose outside the door. The wooden sliding door was rudely pushed open, and a small, green figure stumbled in a panic, followed by a group of Ronin carrying samurai swords. "Little girl, your sister owes us a huge sum of money and ran away. You think you can run away too?" the savage Ronin roared angrily. Clearly, their creditor had fled, so they could only vent their anger on those connected to the debtor. The girl, with blonde hair and dressed in light green, stumbled and retreated in panic after falling to the ground. Her bright brown eyes had instantly imprinted the surrounding scene in her mind. A slight shock ran through her. This was Orochimaru's brat? She certainly exuded nobility. It was worth the effort she had put into this whole affair, though partly to escape gambling debts. "No, I don't have a sister." Little girl, it's your fault for looking somewhat like that fat sheep." Before the girl could finish speaking, one of the savage ninja who rushed in quickly pulled her away. The leader's expression instantly turned serious when he saw the person whose meal had been disturbed. This guy seems to be the legendary Sesshomaru. He possesses superb swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu. Many rogue ninja and mercenary ninja groups have declared they want to befriend him. "Anyone who dares to offend him is considered an enemy," his subordinate whispered to their leader. It had to be said that in just half a month, Sesshomaru had already made a name for himself. After all, high-level medical ninjas were highly sought after. The little girl who had stumbled in a panic pitifully hid behind Sesshomaru. When her frantic hand touched the snow-white shawl, she exclaimed inwardly, "This kid is really rich. Hey, I heard your swordsmanship is amazing, and you're also proficient in medical ninjutsu." The leader, a rogue ninja, was already considering retreating after hearing his subordinate's words. But he was the boss. If he just slunk away like this, he would lose all face. Therefore, he came up with a plan. The leader of the Ronin ninja, with an arrogant air, stepped forward and said directly to Sesshomaru, who remained calmly seated, "I want to witness your sword-drawing technique. Today's meal is on me." He patted his chest as if making a promise, then suddenly seemed to remember something, and rudely pointed at the girl hiding behind Sesshomaru, shouting, "This girl is quite beautiful. She'll be your slave." Clearly, this leader was cunning beneath his bravado, using a strategy of advance and retreat. First, he said he wanted to witness his sword-drawing technique, seemingly a provocation, but then he offered a meal and a slave girl, a clear attempt to save face. Meal? Slave girl? Hearing this, Sesshomaru raised an eyebrow, glancing at the 5 Ronin who had rushed in, each with a katana at their waist. However, seeing their boastful words, he glanced at the nearly finished food on the table and the women beside them. Dead, easy prey, and the other person's appearance? Tsunade. Although he had never seen her before, and she hadn't even revealed a trace of chakra, he was still certain it was Tsunade. Her extreme chakra control allowed her to completely conceal her chakra, making her undetectable even to sensory ninjas, at least not in combat. His confidence in confirming her identity wasn't based on guesswork, but on a familiar aura. In Orochimaru's human experimentation lab, the wood release plan wasn't just empty talk. Did you think Orochimaru wouldn't have Tsunade's blood? As a member of the Senju clan, it was clear Orochimaru had secretly researched whether Tsunade's cells could withstand the First Hokage's cells. Even though it was just a small amount of blood, that distinct aura was etched into his memory. Now, with this girl beside him, his powerful ninja senses were amplified many times over. Especially since this seemingly innocent princess had deliberately scratched her arm to make her disguise more convincing, the faint scent of blood instantly activated a long-dormant memory in his mind. Hey! Hey! The leader of the ninja clan shouted with a fierce and strong demeanor, but his eyes already betrayed a sense of impending doom. If the other party didn't say anything soon, he would truly have no choice but to leave in a sorry state. Offending a powerful medical ninja meant that all the man had to do was shout outside that killing the 5 of them would earn him a free treatment, and someone would definitely come. Our boss, one of the underlings, still excited about his boss's prowess, couldn't help but feign righteousness and step forward, pointing his finger and shouting. His voice abruptly stopped. Inside the brightly lit room, a cold glint flashed. Sesshomaru, sitting calmly at the dining table, picked up the teacup and sipped it elegantly. Tsunade, disguised as a young girl, instinctively narrowed her eyes when she saw that cold glint. This kid was no ordinary person. B-boss, as the words fell, the collars of the 5 men's clothes suddenly ripped open, revealing smooth cuts, and at the same time, a thin bloodstain appeared on their chests. The leader of the Ronin trembled as he touched his neck, swallowing nervously at the faint traces of blood on his fingertips. My lord, those who survived here all possessed a special skill. The 5 Ronin before him immediately knelt and begged for mercy. It was a sword-drawing technique, not 1, but 5 strikes, otherwise he wouldn't have so easily sliced open their collars without killing them. Sesshomaru calmly rose. As footsteps approached, the 5 hurriedly knelt and retreated to either side, the leader bowing his head in perfect prostration. We have neglected you, my lord. We deserve to die. We deserve to die. Remember to pay the bill. As the footsteps faded, the 5, heads bowed in remorse, had just breathed a sigh of relief when a cold voice suddenly rang out, instantly putting them on edge. However, upon hearing that they were to pay the bill, the 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. Tsunade, who was disguised as a young girl and was lagging behind, exclaimed in surprise, "Wait for me." However, upon seeing the waiter in the corridor, he said coldly, "Someone inside is paying." "Yes, sir." The waiter nodded politely in thanks, and Sesshomaru paused slightly as if he had suddenly remembered something after saying this. "Your restaurant suits my taste perfectly. I'll continue with tonight's meal plan, 3 meals a day for a month." The waiter, startled by these words, hesitated, feigning surprise, and whispered, "Sir, you mean you want to book our restaurant for a month? All meals at tonight's rate." Faced with Sesshomaru's indifferent gaze, which seemed to imply there was no need for questioning, the waiter quickly bowed and apologized. "I understand, sir." He had clearly seized an opportunity to fleece her, but Sesshomaru's indifferent and aloof gaze gave him an air of aristocratic superiority, preventing any sense of disdain. "Wait for me." The young Tsunade feigned a pitiful look and hurriedly chased after him. She had clearly seen how ruthless this brat was, actually trying to eat her for a month. Later, the 5 surviving rogue ninjas inside the house turned green with shock and stared wide-eyed as they paid the bill. After the waiter explained that their trembling hands had pulled out all their savings, the 5 men, utterly exhausted, helped each other out of the house. They had survived the ordeal, but the subsequent financial loss left them heartbroken. Please read the text first. I'll check and revise it later. I wrote too late last night and couldn't finish checking. Chapter 173 Hiring Kikuzu. Why is Tsunade here? Is she really here to protect Sarutobi Shinosuke? Probably not. He's gleaned from Orochimaru's fragmented information that Tsunade has significant disagreements with the village's leadership, otherwise, she wouldn't have been gone for so many years. Could it be because of the First Hokage's weapon? That's possible, as powerful clans value family honor above their own lives. For the Senju clan's head, the former god of shinobi, the First Hokage, the loss of his weapon would be a disgrace to the clan, and would only lead to the Senju clan being looked down upon by the shinobi world. Therefore, Tsunade's purpose here is likely the great sword used by the First Hokage. As for protecting Sarutobi Shinosuke, that's probably a deliberate fabrication. It's a publicity stunt. Tsunade's tacit acceptance of this is likely a trade of interests. She needs all the information about the land of whirlpools, while someone else needs to leverage her influence. With continuous analysis, Sesshomaru quickly figured everything out. No wonder Sarutobi Shinosuke had deliberately mentioned Tsunade's existence at certain times. He was using her influence. "Big brother, I've been kidnapped here. Just escort me home. My family is very rich." The bustling town was ablaze with colorful lights at night. Sesshomaru glanced down at the seemingly innocent Tsunade following behind him, a cold smile creeping onto his face. While being addressed like that by the Sannin did feel somewhat smug, it was clear that Princess Tsunade probably knew his identity. The only person who could have revealed this was Sarutobi Shinosuke. The information he shared with Tsunade was likely a way to keep him in check. And what was Tsunade's purpose in deliberately approaching him? Just then, The young Tsunade put on a pitiful act, her large eyes welling with tears of grievance and helplessness. Seeing this, Sesshomaru fell silent. I'll take the payment. After all, he needed to maintain his persona, while Tsunade, disguised as a young girl, burst into tears of joy, perfectly portraying the character. Both were acting, it was a matter of who had the better approach. The young Tsunade wore a grateful expression, but secretly wondered if this brat was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, or if he had designs on a young girl. Thus, the two seemed to have formed a temporary employment relationship. Sesshomaru would escort her home, and she would pay him. But you'll have to wait until I'm done. With concise words, Sesshomaru coldly walked towards the hotel across the street, while the young Tsunade followed timidly behind. A low gurgling sound echoed through the bustling street. Sesshomaru glanced back, his indifferent gaze revealing a shy expression on Tsunade's face, seemingly trying to hide her embarrassment. Sesshomaru turned and continued walking indifferently, his heart as cold and heartless as his appearance, but his direction towards the hotel shifted slightly. Following behind, Tsunade, disguised as a young girl, watched Sesshomaru lead her subtly towards the food street. A barely perceptible smile played on her lips. This brat seemed alright, though, his grumpy face was completely undisguised, a quintessential Uchiha. A few bright green banknotes were slowly pulled out and presented to Tsunade. Before she could even process what he meant, he coldly said, "Put it on your tab." What a stingy brat, so unlike an Uchiha. But that grumpy face was clearly natural. "Thank you," Tsunade, though inwardly cursing, feigned gratitude, nervously clutching the banknotes with a bewildered expression. Finally, Sesshomaru led her to a food stall. After a slight pause, the young Tsunade feigned sudden realization and hurriedly began buying food. Clearly, he had deliberately stopped her to buy something. "I'll take this, thank you." Tsunade, cosplaying as a young girl, naturally had to fit the persona, her innocent expression tinged with caution. She didn't dare eat anything indiscriminately, only ordering the cheapest snack to fill her stomach. Disguise was a required course for every ninja, and those who had reached this level were already masters of it. Their immense strength simply masked everything. Seeing this today, it was clear that no ninja was simple, especially those who had made a name for themselves. Having taken her snack, Tsunade followed closely behind, eating cautiously as she ate, her mind racing. She would first use this brat to find her great-grandfather's weapon. Since her identity was too conspicuous, hiding would allow her to strike first. Finally, there was this brat, who had interfered in Orochimaru's human experiments. Thinking of the wood release plan, a surge of anger rose within her. She was determined to teach this brat a lesson, then find out the real reason for Orochimaru's expulsion, who had restarted the wood release plan, and how many more of these disgusting experiments were still being conducted in the village. While Tsunade was secretly plotting, Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, was also secretly scheming. The most terrifying enemies are those lurking in the shadows. Now that he knew, how could he turn the disadvantage into an advantage? His ancestor had said that uniting the majority was the key to defeating the minority. In terms of strength, he was currently no match for these veteran cage-level ninjas. He could only rely on strategy. Both had their own calculations. Tsunade was confident that no one would recognize her. After all, even if she returned to Konoha, few would recognize her in her current state. Similarly, Uchiha Yoru, Sesshomaru, was confident that his opponents would think he hadn't recognized her. Strategy. Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, pondered silently. The three legendary Sannin were the same age. Jiraiya was 50 when he appeared in the Chunin exams, and the protagonist graduated at 12. However, the Chunin exams were clearly the second year, so he was 13. Counting back 13 years, that was the night of the Nine Tails attack. Tsunade was now exactly 40 years old. At 40, Tsunade was at the peak of her life, still full-figured and mature, and with a yin seal, she maintained her peak condition, remaining at the level of her 20s for years. Moreover, Tsunade's personal status, the title of medical ninja saint, her powerful network, and her Senju clan affiliation made her arguably superior to two of the Sannin combined, even surpassing the Third Hokage in status. If Tsunade could align herself with his side, she would almost have the confidence to rival the village's leadership. Being a kept woman isn't shameful, the key is how to do it skillfully. Just then, amidst the flickering lights and children's laughter in the distance, a glint flashed in Uchiha Yoru's eyes, unnoticed by Tsunade behind him. "My lord!" Suddenly, Sesshomaru stopped, and Tsunade, who had hurriedly swallowed the last bite of her meal, quickly adopted a respectful expression. After all, she was currently playing the role of a helpless, pitiful girl wanting to go home. Sesshomaru took a few coins from his pocket and handed them to the shopkeeper. Before Tsunade could react, Sesshomaru simply picked her up with one hand and placed her on a carousel. "Play here, I'll come back for you." Under Sesshomaru's cold, unyielding tone, Tsunade, playing the role of a pitiful girl, nodded blankly. She was genuinely bewildered, surrounded by dazzling lights. A carousel. Holy crap! I'm 40 years old, and I have to ride a carousel. Tsunade felt incredibly aggrieved, but beneath her shame, she had her own plans. She could only suppress her embarrassment, watching Sesshomaru's retreating figure and cursing him inwardly. "Damn brat, you wait until I get my hands on you." Sesshomaru's figure didn't leave her sight, he was simply talking to someone. Tsunade, disguised as an ordinary person, couldn't easily use her chakra. As the childish voice rang out, a dazzling array of lights appeared around them. The carousel started turning, filled with the joyful laughter of children all around. In the distance, at a tea house, Sesshomaru sat calmly as the owner politely brought over 2 cups of hot tea. "My lord, these are the 2 cups of hot tea you ordered." After placing the cups down, Sesshomaru casually picked one up. A moment later, a figure wearing a gray ninja hat and a black mask slowly sat down in front of the other cup. "When did you find out?" The person who sat down had 2 green eyes visible through the black mask, filled with indifference, a completely different kind of indifference from Sesshomaru's deliberately feigned one. Sesshomaru's indifference was a noble kind, as if nothing was worth his attention. This person's indifference was towards life itself. In response to the question, Sesshomaru slightly raised his cup in acknowledgement. The other person remained silent for a moment before slowly picking up his cup. And so, these 2 strangely intertwined individuals sat together, drinking tea. To capture a live or a corpse, Sesshomaru, exuding an aristocratic air, slowly finished his tea. After the other person had also finished, he perfectly exemplified the etiquette of not speaking during tea or meals, uttering a question that might seem abrupt to others. However, the other person showed no surprise. Those green eyes, seemingly indifferent to life yet possessing a profound sense of world weariness, glanced at the other person with equal indifference before speaking in a uniquely hoarse, deep voice. 8 million for the living, 5 million for the dead." When money was mentioned, a flicker of emotion appeared in the man's green eyes. Seeing this, Sesshomaru thought to himself, "I knew it. This is the man, Hokuto of Akatsuki, the representative of money within the Akatsuki." "A loss," the curt statement made Kokuzu frown, his voice trembling with confusion. "Your head is already on the black market. 5 million. 8 million if you're captured alive. That's about the price of an elite Jonin from the 5 great nations." Elite Jonin from the 5 great nations naturally have bounties on their heads, but the price is generally around 5 million, considering the pursuit by the 5 great nations. As for Saratobi Asuma's high price in the original story, well, his status alone justifies that price. Seeing Kokuzu's expression, Sesshomaru calmly looked at him. Kokuzu, a renowned figure in the black market, 10 million, for 3 months. After uttering this, others might be confused, but Kokuzu, with his obsessive pursuit of money, instantly brightened his eyes. "You mean protecting you for 3 months for 10 million? Kokuzu immediately began to ponder. He wasn't without confidence in capturing the man for 8 million, but he would definitely need to thoroughly understand the man's strength and background, which would take time. Furthermore, he couldn't allow anyone to get there first. Even if he captured the man, wouldn't someone else try to steal him? Moreover, based on his investigation, the man seemed to have some background, and the price seemed suspicious. Plus, the man had suddenly appeared on the black market. It was all very suspicious. Kokuzu hadn't yet joined Akatsuki, and as a lone wanderer in the ninja world, he was extremely cautious, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this long. Constantly weighing the pros and cons, he finally concluded that protecting the man for 3 months seemed more advantageous. 3 million for the first month, 4 million for the third month. Kokuzu directly chose the most favorable terms for himself. However, Sesshomaru shook his head upon hearing this, saying, 2 million for the first month, 3 million for the second, and 5 million for the third. He was serious about business, and so was Kokuzu. These 2 men, both well versed in money, suddenly felt a sense of mutual respect. "I don't know your background. If you encounter any of the 5 great nations ninjas, you'll have to pay more. If the 5 great nations ninjas are involved, The final price will be increased by 2 million. Deal. Good heavens. In just a few words, the two reached an employment agreement, and both were very satisfied, especially Kokuzu, who was practically glowing with a green light of banknotes. 10 million in 3 months, and an extra 2 million if the 5 great nations ninjas were involved. He was merely protecting them, and their opponent was no pushover. More importantly, their relationship was one of employment. Even if the 5 great nations ninja villages were involved, it would still be just an employment relationship for him, without much repercussions, and 3 months would suffice. Perfect. Boss. The moment the deal was struck, Kokuzu greeted him respectfully with a smile, immediately adopting his role as a mercenary, truly living up to his reputation as a money grubber, even though it was all for the sake of money. Kokuzu's demeanor didn't offend Sesshomaru. Instead, he showed a satisfied expression. He who takes money must do the work. How many people in his past life could uphold such a principle? But Kokuzu was the type of person who, once a deal was struck, would continue the transaction unless the mission failed. Although this wasn't out of loyalty to his employer but rather money, this quality filled Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, who had witnessed much of humanity in the past, with admiration. Here's 1 million, to be paid in full at the end of this month. I need you to find out the information about the First Hokage's weapon that's been circulating in the shadows as quickly as possible. Kokuzu, having received the initial funding, immediately smiled with satisfaction, almost calling him boss. You're so generous. However, after hearing the second half of his sentence, he said in a deep voice, gathering information exceeds the scope of a protection contract. Kokuzu paused here, but it's not impossible, but you'll have to pay more. Good grief, they've managed to fleece me? Seeing Kokuzu's expression, Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, though expressionless, was inwardly speechless. He was always the one fleecing others, and today someone dared to fleece him. But it was alright, he would make them understand what it meant to be worth the price. Okay, the information is accurate, 1 million, generous. Kokuzu immediately smiled with satisfaction. These days, it's hard to find such a generous and straightforward boss. They'd negotiated so much in such a short time, this was truly the most agreeable deal he'd made in years. Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, chuckled inwardly as well. He only paid when the information was accurate, and this price was well worth it. This scene isn't long, it's a little setup before the next minor climax, haha. Welcome to support. Chapter 174. If her heart is weary, take her on a carousel. Outside the inn under the cover of night, dazzling colored lights swirled, accompanied by the innocent and cheerful songs of children, their laughter echoing everywhere. From initial frustration to the carousel spinning endlessly, there was nothing she could do. Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, was negotiating a deal in the distance. Under the envious gazes of countless children, they saw a young woman riding the carousel without getting off, a sign of wealth. As time passed, amidst the dazzling lights and familiar children's songs, Tsunade's eyes gradually became hazy. At this moment, she seemed to have returned to the happiest time of her childhood. There were no worries then, she only needed to think about what to do after training, the casino, and the carousel she used to ride as a child. She vaguely remembered, as the princess of her clan, excitedly riding the carousel all night long, surrounded by envious glances from her peers. But now, the carousel, which she considered childish and boring, had once again brought her that feeling of freedom. As Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, watched from afar as the girl Tsunade on the carousel gradually became dazed, a slow smile crept onto his lips. Indeed, the old man was right. If her heart is weary, take her on a carousel. A seasoned ninja like Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, has seen and experienced everything. Moreover, she is the princess of the Senju clan, not a naive apple like Yuzuki Yugeo. Yuzuki Yugeo, of commoner origin, could be moved by a few B-rank ninjutsu and some valuable items. But Tsunade is different. Forget A-rank ninjutsu, even S-rank ninjutsu is nothing to her. With a grandfather like the second Hokage, why would she worry about not having S-rank ninjutsu? She probably possesses all of Konoha's forbidden techniques. And what valuable items hasn't she seen? Even if you placed a mountain of gold in front of her, Tsunade would at most be shocked and then want to gamble it away. The princess's long dormant heart is different from that of a commoner girl experiencing her first love. For Tsunade, one of the 3 legendary Sannin who had long seen the world's splendor, a different approach was needed. He needed to touch her heart with the purest of things to possibly unlock its long sealed depths. Thinking this, he secretly considered that since he had sacrificed so much this time, he would need to ask the Grand Elder for reimbursement. After all, Princess Tsunade was priceless. Even if the clan had to bleed heavily, they would likely be willing and even smile. Time passed, and before he knew it, night had fallen. The bustling streets began to thin out. Sitting on the brightly lit carousel, as the joyful, childlike laughter around her gradually faded and finally disappeared, Tsunade suddenly awoke. Her brown eyes gleamed. When she came to, she realized that the once crowded carousel was now empty except for her. In the instant she turned her head sharply, Sesshomaru's figure was still calmly sitting at the table in the distance, sipping tea, seemingly enjoying its aroma. The person who had been with him had long since vanished without a trace. Tsunade was startled. She had been so careless. Although she had deliberately disguised herself, she had uncontrollably become engrossed in the innocent and cheerful laughter. "Miss, this is the change from the gentleman who paid earlier," although it was late and delayed the shopkeeper's closing time. The shopkeeper's face clearly radiated joy. It wasn't easy to encounter such a big customer. He had been about to call the little girl to pack up when the tea shop owner across the street came over and placed a large denomination bill in his hand. He said he had booked the entire carousel until the girl got off. Although he still needed to give change, the shopkeeper couldn't stop smiling. After all, who would complain about making money? Master, the now awakened Tsunade rushed over in a fluster. Seeing Sesshomaru, whose demeanor exuded aristocratic air, still sipping his tea, she couldn't help but feign panic. Faced with Tsunade's role-playing, Sesshomaru didn't even look up, simply taking a small sip of tea, placing a banknote on the table, and then rising to leave. "Take care, master," the tea shop owner greeted them politely with a smile, while Sesshomaru gave a barely perceptible nod. His arrogance represented his status, yet this slight nod represented aristocratic etiquette. Tsunade, without realizing it, noticed they were the last customers in the tea shop, and that they had left 3 teapots. Clearly, they had drunk from them all. At that moment, a slow smile crept onto Tsunade's lips. Feigning girlish panic, she secretly glanced at him, inwardly praising the little brat. "He's not a bad person, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. It's a pity you're from the Uchiha clan. For tonight's sake, I won't make things too difficult for you later." For several days, the land of Whirlpool seemed peaceful. Even the fighting between Konoha and Kirigakure had decreased significantly. The disguised Sesshomaru began to gain fame in the towns for his excellent medical ninjutsu. He used his medical ninjutsu to befriend various powerful rogue ninja and traders, while simultaneously raising funds. He even openly revealed his interest in the First Hokage's weapon, without any concealment. Collecting famous swords and forging alliances, he made no attempt to hide his intentions, all for the purpose of revitalizing his clan. In this chaotic region, it was hell for the weak and ordinary people, but heaven for the powerful. Therefore, the members weren't too surprised that Sesshomaru planned to rebuild his clan here. After all, this lawless zone was their best place of protection. The difference is that Sesshomaru now has a tail. Tsunade was feeling a bit stifled by her many days of pretending to be young, but seeing the luxurious hotel and the finest food, she chose to give in. After all, there was still no news about her great-grandfather's weapon, and her other self had recently run out of gambling money. She also suspected that perhaps the news of her appearance had caused those in the shadows to temporarily cease their activities, and now she was hiding in the shadows, waiting for them to appear. Konoha. Inside the Uchiha clan compound, Elder Setsuna and Uchiha clan head Fugaku sat facing each other. "Fugaku, that kid Yoru needs some resources for his classified mission at the front. He needs 2 treasured swords unknown to outsiders. I happen to have quite a collection of fine swords. I'll select 2 and send them over. It's just that the Sarutobi clan's behavior this time was rather disgraceful. They actually used such underhanded methods to seize power. HMPH, laughable, low-class tactics. They dare to covet the Hokage position without any real strength. Ridiculous." Elder Setsuna couldn't help but sneer. A mocking smile on his face. If the village's higher-ups really wanted to promote this person, it would become a laughingstock. Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great nations, has its cage as the weakest? Thinking of this, Uchiha Setsuna couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, while Fugaku opposite him shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Yoru wrote that he needs a large amount of funds to investigate the First Hokage's weapon, and also said that he is preparing to find a target and then carry out the clan's mission." Upon hearing half of this sentence, Elder Setsuna's expression immediately became serious, and a hint of surprise appeared in his cloudy eyes. Could this brat really bring him unexpected joy? If the Senju clan's little girl could really succeed, this would be the most exciting news for him, a member of the older generation. The grudges and feuds between the Senju and Uchiha clans run very deep. I'm getting old. I can't take anything with me when I die. Leave this to me. Elder Setsuna's words immediately made the Fugaku clan head frown, his expression turning serious. Elder, isn't it a bit too early? Looking at Fugaku's timid appearance, Elder Setsuna shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. You can't underestimate this brat. He's Orochimaru's disciple, one of the Sannin. You've seen his achievements on the front lines. He's only 17 and he's already able to defeat the renowned Sujetsu Hazuki in a head-on fight. His strength and background are the best among the younger generation in the clan. If I don't start handing over now, am I really going to wait until I die? Don't worry, other young people might be impulsive due to their arrogance, but this kid is worthy of being chosen by Orochimaru. He's a natural talent. He was too old, he might pass away any day. The Uchiha clan's current situation was awkward. He understood that the current situation was due to the turmoil on the village's borders, otherwise, the rift with the village would be even greater. Therefore, he decided to begin transferring power as soon as possible, and Uchiha Yoru was his chosen successor. Inside the Hokage's office, almost everything that had happened on the front lines of the Land of Whirlpools was reported in detail. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, frowned as he looked at the intelligence in his hand, nodding inwardly. Becoming Hokage was inevitable, what he wanted was the result. It seems Uchiha Yoru truly has feelings for the village, with intelligence coming in from all sides. Uchiha Yoru's genius gradually made Hiruzen Sarutobi lower his guard, but only to a degree, not to completely let go. Now, the only capable person in the village was his son, and seeing his lack of strength made him frown and sigh. Shinasuke, if only you were a little stronger, then this old man wouldn't be so exhausted. With the border turmoil gradually dissipating, leaving only the Land of Water, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rarely showed a hint of relief. Under his leadership, Konoha would once again enjoy peace. At this moment, he didn't even realize that the busy political affairs of recent years had turned almost half his hair white. After enduring so many blows and hardships, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had officially entered the aging stage. He could even feel his chakra decreasing at a rate he couldn't even perceive himself. While the Nine-Tails attack and the Orochimaru incident had exceeded expectations, looking out the window at the sunlit village, Hiruzen smiled with relief. The village was beginning to improve in the direction he had hoped for. Root. In a dimly lit secret room, Danzo Shimura frowned as he looked at the intelligence report in his hand. Are you sure that the young head of the Uchiha clan, the 8-year-old Itachi Uchiha, is secretly investigating? Below him, a root ninja kneeling on one knee, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, according to our spies, the Hokage's people have been frequently contacting Itachi Uchiha. Upon hearing this, Danzo Shimura sneered. This was indeed Hiruzen's method. He was most adept at using others to deal with targets, especially at inciting the enemy's own people to betray them. Our spies were careful. Itachi Uchiha secretly investigated the Nine-Tails situation back then, even secretly reviewing the clan's files. Itachi's teammate was someone we secretly trained. He overheard Itachi mention the Meijekkai Sharingan, but didn't understand it. However, after pretending to overhear unintentionally, Itachi showed murderous intent, which made him take those 3 words to heart. Hearing this report, Danzo Shimura's face darkened considerably. The Meijekkai Sharingan. This power, both incredibly alluring and terrifying, had actually awakened in the Uchiha clan. Who exactly possessed this Meijekkai Sharingan? Information on Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Setsuna, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Yoru, these powerful figures of the Uchiha clan, flashed through his mind. The Sharingan evolves through the loss of love or immense pain, evolving under tremendous emotional fluctuations. Those who fit this description can be eliminated. First, Uchiha Setsuna is already old. The older one gets, the more complex and mature one's mind becomes, and the smaller the chance of awakening. Among the younger generation? Could it be Uchiha Yoru? After all, the Orochimaru incident was a huge shock. No, according to the intelligence, the other party should have an extraordinary physique, naturally possessing a strong body and abundant chakra. Recount every detail of the information you gathered about Uchiha Itachi, The Mangekyou Sharingan was extremely important to Danzo, even the one he feared most. Upon hearing this news, he instantly became serious, and a killing intent ignited deep within his eyes. Itachi's teammates are our people. According to the description, Itachi showed murderous intent upon hearing those 3 words, but then concealed it. However, he also used his status to warn the other party, who clearly hesitated and ultimately chose to back down. No. I need to know what Itachi was doing on the front lines. And who in the Uchiha clan he contacted. Wasn't Uchiha Yoru his teacher? Did he have any contact with him? As Danzo's expression darkened, his subordinates continued to report in detail, even repeating some events several times, but Danzo remained impatient. Finally, Shimura Danzo concluded that something as important as the Mangekyou Sharingan was something Uchiha Yoru, who was clearly not close to his student, would never reveal to him. Uchiha Shisui hadn't shown much emotional fluctuation recently, and considering his age and other factors, it was impossible for him to casually reveal such a thing, especially since it involved the Mangekyou Sharingan. Even ordinary Uchiha people didn't know about the Mangekyou Sharingan, so it wasn't surprising that Itachi, as the young clan leader, knew. What was surprising was how old Itachi was. An 8-year-old child, no matter how talented, could only have evolved to the 2-tomo stage according to intelligence. So how could they know about the Mangekyou Sharingan? There's only one conclusion: the person who awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan must be close to Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha's only close relatives were his parents. Fugaku Uchiha. Upon reaching this conclusion, Danzo Shimura gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Well done! Well done, Uchiha clan head! I underestimated you." Although this was merely his speculation, once this suspicion arose, he needed to devise a strategy. Please support. Chapter 175: A Battle of Wits and Courage. The Land of Whirlpools, a town. As time passed, someone finally couldn't resist slipping up, or rather, someone in the shadows wanted to stir up chaos. Inside a high-class hotel room. Lord Sesshomaru, we know you've been secretly searching for the First Hokage's weapon. We have information on this. A masked ninja, seemingly without a trace of secrecy, approached. Sesshomaru sat opposite him, calmly observing, as if the information the ninja saw couldn't stir any emotion in him. After the ninja presented this clue, the eyes revealed beneath the mask stared intently at him, as if awaiting an answer. Can the weapon of the god of shinobi compare to my sword? The arrogant aura immediately silenced the ninja. Well, that was a good, powerful excuse, but upon closer inspection, the ninja was a descendant of samurai nobility. This spirit seemed very much in line with the samurai. The First Hokage's weapon was incredibly alluring to a samurai. If any samurai could cleave this legendary weapon in two with his family's heirloom sword, or even withstand a clash without sustaining a scratch, that samurai would instantly become famous throughout the ninja world, or rather, that samurai's sword would become renowned. The First Hokage's weapon might not have been the strongest, and might even have been a hot potato, but it was still an opportunity for countless people to make a name for themselves. The title of God of the ninja world alone bestowed upon this weapon that honor. Sesshomaru coldly stared at his opponent, seemingly understanding his thoughts, and said in a chilling voice, I will not join any of your factions. I will prove everything with my sword, and then I will carry this honor to a satisfactory village to forge my path. At this moment, the other party understood. They had all secretly investigated the recent appearance of this noble young master, Sesshomaru. Regardless of his identity, the fact that he wanted to use this to make a name for himself was believable. After all, since this rumor spread, many samurai from the nearest land of iron had come, all wanting to make a name for themselves. And what would happen to these samurai after they made their name? Most would likely choose a country that could bring them glory, pledge allegiance to the daimyo, establish their own clan, and become a noble samurai family. Impoverished samurai nobles would naturally be included in this category. As for this weapon, while it's a divine weapon for ninjas, it clearly offends Konoha, and many are only after a hefty reward. For ordinary ninjas, it's merely a divine weapon, but for Konoha, it's a symbol of status and the village's honor. And aren't countless rogue and traitorous ninjas in the ninja world all after money? How many would refuse? As for the allure of a divine weapon? Hell, no one thinks Konoha would hesitate to part with a decent weapon. Exchanging it for a top-tier weapon forged from chakra metal plus a generous reward is practically no problem. It's all about pursuing fame and fortune. We know the loyalty and bravery of samurai. My lord, you need to make a name for yourself and restore your family's honor. And you also need a place to use your skills. A hint of sorrow flashed in the masked ninja's eyes as he said in a deep voice, this place can be your stage to restore your family's reputation. Their assessment of Sesshomaru's situation was largely correct. Samurai were expected to gain honor through loyalty and recognition. As for surnames, although they didn't know which samurai nobleman Sesshomaru was a descendant of, it was clear that concealing his surname was in line with samurai pride. He would use his family's surname again when restoring his family's honor. Sesshomaru frowned upon hearing this and said coldly, this place is utter chaos. How can it offer an opportunity to restore your family's reputation? Samurai needed to be loyal to daimyo to gain recognition and honor, which meant mastering both martial and literary skills, the same principle as serving an emperor. My lord, this place is the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. Although the Land of Whirlpools was destroyed, the blood of its restoration still burns. At this moment, the masked ninja offered a tempting offer, saying in a deep voice, in this chaotic world, if you help the Uzumaki clan restore their kingdom, your fame will spread throughout the ninja world, and your clan's prestige will be restored in the blink of an eye. Good heavens! Although he didn't know the other party's identity, Sesshomaru, Uchiha Yoru, exclaimed inwardly. He had actually caught such a big fish. But was the other party genuine or not? Please, Sesshomaru calmly refused the other party outright. Firstly, he didn't have the strength to restore the kingdom, and secondly, was the other party really a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? And what was his purpose? My lord, faced with Sesshomaru's cold rejection, the masked ninja was stunned. Wasn't the spirit of a samurai loyalty and bravery? This great achievement of restoring the kingdom was being offered to him. Would any samurai not fantasize about it? A samurai assisting in the restoration of a kingdom? Just imagine a legendary tale that could be passed down through generations. He could easily become a household name as a legendary samurai or ninja. But he refused. Meanwhile, Tsunade, appearing as a young girl on the other side of the room, nearly burst out laughing at this scene. Did she really think this kid was a samurai? Besides, what kind of samurai is so brainless? You say you'll restore a kingdom, and you just do it like that? Do you think it's as simple as eating? The Land of Whirlpools is long gone, its remaining inhabitants have almost completely forgotten their former country. Restoration? With what? A powerful ninja army? Or is there a major power supporting them? If there were truly any remaining inhabitants of the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha would be the first to push for its restoration. After all, with the restoration of the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha would gain a small, puppet-supported nation, and could even use it as a countermeasure against the hidden mist village. Although she had controlled her chakra to a level that was imperceptible, even Trisensory Ninja, a powerful ninja, with years of chakra cultivation and physical enhancement, could clearly see everything through the crack in the door, even hearing their conversation and breathing. Sesshomaru, sipping his tea, kept his indifferent gaze almost entirely on the tea, while the ninja's eyes, upon seeing this scene, stiffened. This guy wasn't taking the bait. Suddenly, a flash of blood appeared. The masked ninja looked down at his exposed arm, only to see another ninja appear behind him, brutally ripping out his still-beating heart. Looking at the limp, lifeless corpse, Kokuzu, who had suddenly appeared, chuckled hoarsely, "Your price has gone up again." His green eyes stared at him, as if saying, "I feel like I was cheated by agreeing to this employment relationship." Seeing Kokuzu's expression, Sesshomaru remained indifferent, but inwardly he was delighted. As expected of Kokuzu, who valued money above all else. However, Kokuzu's character was still reliable. He had only seen the prices on the black market and was tempted to come and investigate, not to carry out any mission, like his chance encounter with Asuma. He and Sesshomaru then confirmed their employment relationship. In the ninja world, if you want to make a living this way, you can never cheat your employer, otherwise, your reputation will be ruined, unless you can simply disappear without a trace. Otherwise, various countries and ninja villages will have bounties for violating these rules. And although Kokuzu was greedy, he was quite professional. It's dirty. As always, Sesshomaru was sparing with words, and his casual remark made Kokuzu smile. With a wave of his hand, black tentacles appeared and completely absorbed the bloodstains on the ground. Finally, he carried the corpse outside before returning. After Kokuzu sat down, the two stared at each other in silence. Under Kokuzu's gleaming green eyes, Sesshomaru was speechless. This was the first time he'd been so ripped off, but he still pulled out a thick wad of banknotes and pushed it over. Seeing the green banknotes on the table, Kokuzu's cold eyes flickered. He greedily stuffed the money into his pocket, then nodded with a satisfied smile. It's been a bit chaotic here lately. A while ago, there were rumors that Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, came here, but she suddenly disappeared. According to the information we've gathered, some say she came for the First Hokage's weapon, while others say she was just passing through. But regardless, someone deliberately released a signal about the First Hokage's weapon. We've found a clue about the First Hokage's weapon, but we don't know if it's true. It has to be said that Kakuzu is the one who takes money and keeps his word. His credibility is guaranteed. Just a few days, and he's already so professional. After all, he's been in the black market for decades. His connections are far beyond what a newcomer like him could ever hope to achieve. Find a reliable team to take the girl next door home. Tsunade, who was next door, had overheard the conversation between Kakuzu and Shishomaru. However, when she heard the part about taking her home, her eyes narrowed instantly. Did this brat doubt her identity? Or was he just being kind by sending her home? Kindness. Thinking this, Tsunade's heart grew cold. She didn't believe in any kindness. Every ninja who had reached this level had crawled out of mountains of corpses. It seemed she needed to make arrangements first. Kakuzu, I also need to secretly investigate whether the First Hokage's weapon truly exists. Sure, but more money. The two continued their conversation, with Shishomaru secretly feeling a headache coming on. Fortunately, he only needed to pretend to be expressionless every day. The waters of the land of whirlpools were quite deep. Someone was secretly trying to stir up trouble. Besides, with Princess Tsunade by his side every day, what was he? He wasn't someone who would be easily swayed by a little girl. Moreover, there were plenty of pitiful people in this chaotic land. Kindness? If the opponent doesn't move, then he can only force them to make a move first. Otherwise, how can he continue? Both sides are engaged in a battle of wits and courage. As night gradually falls, Shishomaru, lying on the soft bed, suddenly opens his eyes. There seems to be movement outside. Just as he's about to muster his chakra to be on guard, his expression changes drastically. He's been poisoned. Circulating his chakra feels incredibly stiff, like a toddler stumbling and staggering. Shishomaru narrows his eyes and glances subtly outside, while Tsunade, a girl fast asleep on the sofa outside, slowly curls her lips into a smile. The poison I concocted is colorless and odorless. Not only would it be ineffective against a brat like you, but even Jiraiya and Orochimaru would be affected. Inside the room, Shishomaru's mind races. Circulating his chakra is incredibly sluggish, he can't gather it, and his entire body is paralyzed. He can only unleash about 1 or 2/10 of his strength. And this poison is very strange. He himself had been poisoned by Orochimaru's serum, which granted him immunity to most toxins, yet this time he was caught off guard without even realizing it. Truly worthy of being called one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade. Colorless and odorless, with that raw, unnatural chakra sensation, his mind instantly conjured up the scene in the original story where the Sannin reunited after the Chunin exams. Jiraiya seemed to have been poisoned by the same kind of poison. It was most likely Princess Tsunade who had administered it. Was she testing him? Or was someone secretly plotting something? Just as Shishomaru was pondering this, the window slowly opened, and 2 black-clad ninjas silently entered. In the dark bedroom, the sound of shuriken cutting through the air filled the air. Shishomaru abruptly opened his eyes, instantly drawing his ever-present sword. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as the shuriken were either cut or knocked away. The 2 ninjas, realizing they had been discovered, showed surprise in their eyes. Kill! Shishomaru, who suddenly sat up, felt a wave of dizziness. He cursed under his breath, thinking how powerful the drug was. No wonder even Jiraiya's summoning jutsu at its peak could only summon a small toad. Due to the discomfort in his chakra, his body felt stiff, as if it were rusty, and his limbs were not as agile as they used to be. Crack! The wooden door was knocked down, and the sounds of fighting woke Tsunade, who was fast asleep on the sofa. Seeing this, she immediately put on her almost flawless acting skills. Ah! A sharp, terrified scream from a girl echoed in the room. Thanks to the fact that he was staying in the most luxurious hotel in the area, the soundproofing was surprisingly good. In an instant, several figures appeared in the room using his water clones. Shishomaru's expression changed instantly. He gripped his long sword with one hand to defend himself, while his other hand instinctively formed hand seals. Bang! Bang! 2 puffs of smoke from the shadow clone technique followed, revealing a gaunt Shishomaru on the left, as thin as a stick, and a remarkably obese Sesshomaru on the other. Most unbearable of all, both were less than a meter tall. Sesshomaru's face turned green at the sight. Damn it! He finally understood Jiraiya's feelings. The drug was incredibly potent. Meanwhile, Tsunade, a girl hiding in a panic on the sofa, cried out in alarm, but seeing this scene, she was secretly overjoyed, almost bursting with laughter. Haha, brat, don't even think about Jiraiya or Orochimaru using ninjutsu freely after being poisoned by this. However, she was also secretly shocked by the brat's chakra reserves. She knew better than anyone how potent this drug was. An ordinary Jonin, after being poisoned, would be rendered powerless, let alone able to fight. Yet this brat could still manage to fight, demonstrating the sheer size of his chakra. The greater one's chakra reserves, the stronger their resistance to poison, much like the power of deep internal energy. In the original story, Jiraiya himself admitted that after being poisoned, he couldn't even muster chakra, his entire body was paralyzed, and he lacked the strength to even throw kine. He only managed to recover about 30% of his fighting power with Shizun's help, demonstrating the potency of the poison. Soon, the other main Gekkai Sharingan will awaken. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.